Second double check, make sure we're live on Instagram, but we should be live on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitch, and we're live on Instagram now. Double check, make sure we're live on Instagram, but we should be. There we go. Turn the phone down. There we go. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. Let me get the guest boxes open. Make sure we've got everything ready to rock and roll. The YouTube guest box is open. The TikTok guest box is open. And already, guys, we've got some new additions to the Kraken crew. Let me pop those on the screen real quick. There we go. Welcome in, Alter. Alter actually upgraded as well already. Big W on upgrading to the Kraken Crew Elite. Same thing with Doug Wolf. Awesome name, by the way. And B, welcome to the Kraken Crew. Guys, thank you so much for joining. And guys, on TikTok, welcome in. Good to see you guys. I see Yaklov and Ryan, and Deconstruct with me is in the house. Good to see you. Ghost of Cody. Sherlock Bones, good to see you, friend. We're going to get, we've got somebody in our YouTube guest box already, so we're going to get the guest in. I see Gigawatts in the house, Bad Religion. Good to see you, friends. All right, let's see if we can get JP. Oh, JP, do you have any headphones you can put in?
I do. It's going to take me 20 seconds to get them in, though.
Sure, that's fine. It's echoing, Rebed.
All right.
I think I hear a dog in the background over there. Seth, good to see you, friend. Welcome in. Guys, we're going to have a hell of a night tonight. So thanks for being here. Sorry, I was out for Friday, and then Sunday I was hosting on AXP, so we didn't get to do our standard lives. But, I mean, we're back at the normal schedule this week. And Nicholas, Big W, thank you so much for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity, and thank you for supporting the channel. JP, are you with us?
Yep.
Awesome.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think the echo is gone. I'm going to turn you down a little bit, though, because your mic's a little bit hot. Give me a second. Okay, I think we should be good. So, JP, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and are you a theist?
I am at least 18. I'm not a theist, but I am interested in asking kind of theistic adjacent questions of you, particularly in the context of the Bible.
Well, I mean, this is a debate. So, unfortunately, we have to find someone who wants to debate. So, if you're an atheist, I don't think we've got anything to debate about, but I appreciate you being here and watching.
Alrighty.
All right, cheers. Seth, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I really appreciate that. Also, Bad Religion, thank you for the hand hearts. Big W on the hand hearts. I really appreciate that, guys. We've got some people in the TikTok queue. Let's bring them in. Welcome in, Kenneth.
Justin, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Justin, I'm an atheist. I have 2 questions because I need help with 2 theists that are in my life that I just want to convince. I don't want to push them to convince them, but they're showing some behavior that is really funny, and I would like your help with it. Is that okay? It will take 5 minutes.
Sure.
All right. The first one is my brother. He actually went to a Bible school. He actually understands that the Bible has problems with it, and he actually understands that there are issues with it, and you can't verify anything that is in the Bible. However, his stance is, well, I might as well just hedge my bets and believe in God, so that if I die, maybe there is an afterlife, and I'll have a good afterlife if this God is real. That's the first one, my brother. How do I communicate to him?
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, I would recognize that even though he claims he's choosing to believe, he's actually not. He must actually still believe. Like, you can't choose to believe, or he's lying about believing. And if he's lying about believing, then if that's actually the case, then I think God's going to see through it. So he's doing like just a Pascal's wager, basically. But I would ask him, like, does he believe in a generic God, or is he choosing to believe in the Christian God?
He actually is choosing to believe in a Christian God because obviously that's what we were raised in. I was raised Catholic, and so was he. And so he chooses to believe, okay, I'm gonna go with the Christian God because, okay, in some of the values that are there also resonate with him. But he knows you even whenever you bring up something that is bad in the Bible, he says, okay, the Bible was contaminated by people, but the real word of God is for you to go to heaven. Anything else that has to do with hunger, anything else that has to do with the problem of evil, has nothing to do with God. God put us here on earth so that we can, worship Him, do His ways, and then go to heaven. The final thing is going to heaven. Anything else that has to do with the Bible, anything else that has to do with the religion that is bad, is irrelevant. Just going to heaven. So he's gonna believe in what Jesus said so that he can just go to heaven. That's him.
Okay, so then he just wants fire insurance. I would tell him that if you only believe because you want fire insurance, then I would imagine that Revelation chapter 3 is going to be applied to him, where God says that you're neither hot nor cold. I wish that you were either hot or cold, but since you're lukewarm, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. So God's not looking for people who just believe in him for fire insurance. He'll see through that and he'll spit you right out of his mouth. So he's going to have to stop riding the fence and actually make a firm commitment. And my guess is he'll want to make a firm commitment to the religion because it's easier to stay in than it is to criticize your own belief system. But when it comes to this nonsense about, well, the Bible is imperfect, show them every single spot where God contradicts himself, where the theology doesn't make sense, because he might know that there's 2 or 3 problems in the Bible, but once he realizes there's 200 problems in the Bible, he'll probably change his tune on how trustworthy this book is.
All right, that's cool. The second one, it's much shorter. This one is my girlfriend. And she understands I'm an atheist and she is she's a believer, which is okay. We get along very well. However, she then tries to sometimes, take me to church or tries to understand why I'm an atheist. And the moment we just open a Bible and I just start pointing out things, she gets very uncomfortable. She gets very uncomfortable and says, I'm not ready for the conversation. I can bring it up to say, do you still want to do Bible study? And we look at the Bible. But whenever she brings it up, and as soon as I just point out, here's a problem, she gets uncomfortable and she says, okay, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So it's almost like she's trying to be like an ostrich who just buries her head in the sand and say la 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 to the problems that the Bible has. So that one, I don't know how to just
Would
get
you
through to her so that she can just
would you prefer to
go on.
be would you prefer to be with an atheist?
Mm, I would prefer to be with an atheist. It's not I don't usually believe that somebody's beliefs, for example, can. There are actually good Christians out there. There are good people out there who are Christians, and some of the values we go along. And I don't want her to be an atheist, like by trying to force her. However, like all Christians do, she then tries to get me to be a Christian, of which I'm at that point in time where, at that point where I actually understand the Bible from A to Z. I understand how it was compiled, who wrote it, the fallacies that are there, the issues the Bible has, how believers think, all that jazz. I understand it. I even understand the excuses people make for the Bible. I even understand that most people don't read the Bible and they just, try to sugarcoat all the verses and cherry pick all the verses they want. I understand that. So whenever they try to then say, "Hey, come to church. Can you believe in this?" I'm like, guys, I can't go and pretend. In as much as I understand you're trying to do this out of love, and you're all good people, I can't believe in this. And then I try to pick. This is why I don't believe in this. And then say, "Okay, no, 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 we don't want to talk about it. Let's bury our head in the sand again." It's really hilarious.
Would you be happier in your relationship if she wasn't a Christian?
Not really. Like religion is not anything central to our to our relationship. We function really well.
I mean,
She goes to
it
church, I
sounds to
don't.
me like you would prefer her to not believe what she believes. So you've got one of two choices. Either you end that relationship because she's not the person you actually want her to be, or she is the person you want her to be and you leave her alone.
Yeah, I am not trying to convert her to be an atheist. When they try to convert me to be a Christian, that becomes a problem because I will then point out why I'm not a Christian. And as soon as I do that, she buries her head in the sand and she doesn't want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's really funny because it seems like that's someone who doesn't want to hear the truth because they're afraid of losing their religion,
Right.
that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the funny part to me. Like, okay, if you're so set in your religion and you think your religion is that strong and you think your Almighty God is that all powerful, why don't you listen to the criticism? And if you have confidence in your Bible and your doctrines and your dogma, you might as well just give me the valid reasons to protect your faith. It should be good. I usually don't want to get in debates with people who like family and all that because that usually creates this, but that's a very funny way of reacting whenever you bring up an argument. I give a rebuttal, and then you go bury your head in the sand.
Yeah, I mean that's just what believers do. It's psychologically when you're confronted with things that are challenging to your worldview, your first reaction is to make the problem go away, not to confront the problem and actually try to sort it out. So, like you're asking her to do something that is against like human biological nature, and it took you a long time, I'm sure, to deconstruct. It's going to take her just as long. So I think if you're with a person and her belief in a God, it makes you uneasy or it causes problems for you. Either you have to see a therapist and actually talk about your problems, or you have to find somebody else.
That's actually really good advice. Anyway, I would like to become part of the membership on YouTube because I want to get access to the cheat sheet. I want to know how I go about it because I'm on TikTok now and I have heard you mention that a couple of times. How do I go about it?
Yeah, the easiest way is to go to my main YouTube page and click the join button. There will be two levels. The second level is the Kraken Crew Elite, and that's going to get you access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. So once you sign up for the elite membership, it'll provide you with a link that you can use to get to the cheat sheet.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Praise Doug.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Kenneth. Best of luck.
Cool. Sure.
You can be in a relationship where you guys don't have the same religious foundation. I knew a couple where one was a Buddhist and one was a Catholic, and it works as long as the Catholic isn't trying to convert the Buddhist, and as long as the Buddhist isn't trying to deconvert the Catholic. If when you've settled down with somebody at some point, you either like them the way they are or you don't. I don't know if you should settle down with somebody if you don't actually like the way they are. You know what I mean? Joyful, good to see you tonight, my friend. And Unashamed, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And thank you so much, Unashamed, for the hand pump. And Neurospicy in the house tonight as well. We're going to get our next guest up in here. Let me grab Dexter's super. Thank you so much, Dexter, for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate the support, Dexter. Good to see you tonight, Ryan. And Cyber's in the house. Cyber says, welcome in, everybody. Let the atheist baptisms by debate body begin. Well, thank you so much, Cyber. It's good to see you tonight. And thank you for the super chat. And Being Dogs, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, teach us how to Dougie tonight. We're going to do that, friends. We are going to be honoring Doug all night long. And Jay Cow, good to see you as well, friend. It says, big W on having Justin. Hail. Well, listen, I am having Justin. That is what I'm doing tonight. If I'm going to have anything, I'm going to have Justin tonight. And Minuteman, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. I really appreciate that. It says, when philosopher Peter Griffin asked God, do atheists go to hell? God said no. And when he asked God if somebody who says they're spiritual goes to hell, God said, oh yeah, straight to hell. That's the word of God, him. Actually, if you ask a typical Christian, they don't really know if all atheists go to heaven or hell, because when you start asking them uncomfortable questions like, well, what happened to the Native Americans who didn't know anything about Jesus? They all died not knowing anything about Jesus. A lot of them will stretch and be like, well, obviously God wouldn't send the Native Americans to hell. They didn't know about Jesus. Okay. Well, if God can send people to heaven with Jesus having nothing to do with their sins being covered, and anyone can go to heaven. Like at that point, God's just like playing bouncer and deciding you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. The blood of Jesus is meaningless at that point. Beth R, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Very generous. I appreciate that. And Parker, thank you for the treasure chest. Beth says, paying my atheist tithes for your time and knowledge. Haven't been able to watch live much lately, but I watch the recorded streams religiously. Nips rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah. Big W for Beth's rock hard for Doug Nips. I really appreciate you watching and supporting the channel. Big W, Beth, for being rock hard for Doug. And Jam and Jay says, Doug lore. Number one, Doug's servant, Rocky Balboa, came to the quarry and met a foe there who said, oh, why do you follow Doug? Rocky responded, behold the rocks. Listen, that's all you need. What's the proof that Doug is the rock of ages, that he is the rock of our salvation? Have you not looked outside and seen the rocks? The rocks are the proof. They're crying out. Philip, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says word means words. Seems to imply that you're a prescriptivist. In my opinion, words have usages, not meanings. I'm overthinking it, or is there a point to be made? I think you're overthinking it completely. I think words are defined by culture, and we know what a word means. And if you forget what a word means, you go look it up in the dictionary. You don't need a Holy Spirit. Typically when it comes to interpreting biblical words, what you need to know is what did the word mean to the author when the author used the word. It doesn't matter what it meant to somebody hundreds or thousands of years later. It doesn't matter if you think there's a secret message in the words. The question is, what did the words mean to the author who wrote it? That's what you have to find out. And Cybird, thank you so much, says, for Kenneth, we got some more love advice in the house. For Kenneth, next time she says she's uncomfortable, just reply with, I'd run from this topic too if I was a Christian. Listen, I love cooking a theist, but when you have to share the same house and bed with them, it's usually not good advice to go around cooking your theist significant other. Smokelahoma, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the 420. It says they don't read the book. Who took a deuce in a cave? Yeah, I mean, obviously that was King Saul. King Saul went in to take a deuce in a cave, and David found him in the cave and ended up just cutting off a corner of his garment, if I remember the story correctly. I could be wrong. Let me make sure. I'll think back over our next phone call and see if that was the right one, but I think that's the one you're referring to. That's in the book of Samuel. And Cora Rose, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Big W, Cora. And Debbie, welcome to the Kraken crew. And Michael says, hi, Justin, no question, but looking to learn more about Bible origins and intent of the writer of early books in the Old Testament. Well, that's a tough one because, we don't really know the individual authors, but we kind of have ideas. I would read maybe 2 good books on the topic. Who Wrote the Bible by Richard Elliott Freeman, and also Composition of the Pentateuch by Joel S. Bowden. I think that's a good start into authorship of the Old Testament. And Tally Beck, good to see you tonight, friend. Big W for the 1999 super chat says, thanks for your hard work. Well, Tally, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And last super chat, thank you so much, Breezy, for the $9.99 says, could you explain the 2 sets of 10 commandments in Exodus, especially Exodus 34, are ones labeled 10 commandments? Why no one talks about this? Okay. Command not to boil a goat in milk. So we've got a couple things here. There are 2 sets of commandments. The second set claims to have been revision or a rehashing of the first set that was given on the mountain before Moses broke the tablets, but they clearly weren't. What the reality is that there were 2 different authors for a number of these texts and a number of these traditions. and they were stitched together to make one narrative. Most likely, one narrative came from the north and one narrative came from the south. So one from Israel, one from Judah. And when they stitched them together, they didn't really concern themselves too much with whether or not there were doublets or small contradictions or things like that, because the goal was to maintain as much of the textual tradition as possible as to not alienate the people within your United Kingdom. And that's why you end up with like doublets, like the two different Ten Commandments that don't actually match each other. So that's the best explanation of that. There was one theory that boiling a goat in its mother's milk was part of a ritual from Ugarit. So you can look up the Ugaritic mother in milk, or kid in mother's milk ritual. There'd be a small article on that. It's not great. I think the evidence is weak. It's been rebutted a number of times, but there is a theory, at least, that scholars have, that this is actually part of an ancient ritual that they were doing in northern Canaan. So that seems to be the best explanation that we have right now. Oh, welcome in, T.
Hi. Sorry, I just have a quick question for you. I'm an ex Jehovah's Witness, and I usually debate Jehovah's Witnesses, their blood doctrine. And a few verses they point to is usually it's Leviticus 17:14 and Acts 15:29. And I'm just curious, in Leviticus 17, I think it's verses 15 and 16, is that like a provision against the blood commandment, or like the?
No, okay, so this is a reference about life, like the life of the animal or the life of the individual being in the blood, because they believe that the thing that gave animals and humans life was the wind of God or the spirit of God, and also the blood of the God. So like if you read the ancient Near Eastern creation stories, you'll find quite often the gods will form mankind out of the clay of the ground, and then they'll put inside of this clay figure, they'll put their own blood and their own breath. And that was what was animating this otherwise lifeless mess into life. So in the ancient world, the concept was that we are basically inanimate, and we need something from the gods to make us animate. And so that's
Okay.
the blood and the wind. So there's this idea that the Bible picks up on from the ancient Near East, which is that there's actually life in the blood. Like life was a thing. You could touch it. It was an entity on its own. And it happened to reside in the breath of God and in the blood of God. That's why it says that the life of every creature, its blood is life, right? That's why he says earlier in Genesis, God says that if you shed innocent blood, it will be accounted to you. You'll be held accountable for innocent blood, and you'll have to be avenged. So even God believes in blood vengeance, and he carries out blood vengeance in 2 Samuel chapter 21. And when Cain and Abel have their spat and Abel gets murdered, what happens? The blood cries out from the ground, because there's this idea that there's like a life force in the blood itself. And I would also, on Leviticus, read the commentary by, it's not Baruch Levine, although he comments on Leviticus. Jacob Milgram, there we go. Jacob Milgram wrote a phenomenal commentary on the book of Exodus, or Leviticus, and he addresses this one pretty well. So if you can get a copy of the Leviticus commentaries by Jacob Milgram, you'll get a very thorough answer to this question.
Okay, Jacob Milgram. Okay, thank you so much. Also, you are like one of the biggest reasons that I was able to deconstruct. So thank you so much, and have a good night. And hail Doug.
Hail Doug. Well, thanks for coming up, T. Big W for deconstructing. We all know it's hard. It's not something that like we want to do. You know what I mean? And Master Street, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, after seeing you in the other channel, is it time embrace streaming in a horizontal aspect ratio on YouTube? I need wide angle, Justin. So Master Cheater, I've actually been toying with what I need to do to dual stream both vertical and horizontal at the same time. So it's in the works. So I can't tell you when I'll kick it off, when I'll get it going, but it's gonna be in the works. So I'm not gonna be streaming just horizontal. I'm gonna stream horizontal and vertical at the same time while also streaming to TikTok in vertical. Takes a little bit of work, but we're gonna get it done. And Kenneth, thank you for the super chat, my friend. He says, "Is there any link of the Bible in Sumerian religion?" Yeah, a bunch of Sumerian concepts show up in the Bible. I think the closest concepts show up in the book of Genesis in the first 11 chapters. In even the story of the Tower of Babel, where they build this large contraption, and then God says "Nah," and he confuses their languages and whatnot and scatters them. That shows up in the Sumerian literature as well. Believe it or not, that's not a Bible invention. So everything in the first 11 chapters of Genesis you'll find in Babylonian and Sumerian religious texts. Bowden, how you doing?
Hello,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm not well, but
Oh, sorry, sorry to hear that. what's on your mind?
I'm here to testify to one true God.
I'd love to have it. Okay, so what's your best argument for the God that you believe in?
So he basically saved my life 1 week ago.
Okay.
I'm currently recovering from being pew-pewed on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear
So,
that. But how do you know that God saved your life?
Well, the only thing that kept me from passing out when I've been lying on the field was this little like rock in between my shoulders that kept me alive. So
It was Doug.
yeah, exactly.
Praise Doug.
I'm testifying to Doug. Yeah.
Amen to the Rock of Ages.
The only thing that kept me from slipping away was Doug. Yeah.
Hail Doug. Listen, this sounds like a bona fide miracle to me.
It's true, and in all seriousness, though, I'm here to say that there is definitely atheists in foxholes, and
Yeah.
the when I've been bleeding out in a field, not once my mind went to the gods or higher power. The only thing I've been thinking is that my mother will cry and that I don't want to make her cry. That was the only thing that was on my mind.
Right. Yeah, I get that. I know if something happened to me, my only thought would be about my son, worried about his care. But there's actually a TikToker named Foxhole Atheist, and he talks.
Yeah, I follow him too.
They exist, trust me. Well, listen.
And
Mhm.
one last little thing I'll drop. The one thing that helps me to discuss like subjective morality with my theist friends is this like little thought experiment that helps them understand how it works. So imagine that you have the ability to choose the rules that govern the world, but you don't have the ability to choose who you will be in this world. So you can be like born in Africa, or you can be like millionaire, or you can be like the poorest guy in the world. So then you create like the most fairest equal rules for the world. Yeah, and it kind of helps theists to understand how subjective morals can work without like God and higher power.
Right. When you start getting into case studies, you'll discover that very quickly Christians start using subjective morality. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to tell how appreciative I am of your work, sitting in the trenches and listening to your past videos. Like your lives helped me a lot, and you're doing God's work. Praise Doug.
Well, thank you so much for letting us know, and we really appreciate you watching and supporting the channel. And we're hoping nothing but the best for you. So hopefully, when you get recovered, come by and check in with us. Okay.
Of course. thank you, and have a great stream.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Love you all.
He didn't outright say it, but it sounded like he was wounded in battle. If I had to understand the conversation properly, he sounds like he's a foxhole atheist who got pew-pewed in battle on the field. Holy smokes! Well, big W for having the courage to do that kind of thing. That's the idea of war is one of the scariest ideas that humans have ever come up with. It's just it confounds the mind that we would be so upset about something or so selfish about something that we think to ourselves, oh, well, I guess the solution is to go kill somebody. It's crazy that even comes to the human mind. Like I've never had a thought cross my mind and said, oh, I want to kill that person. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a rational thing. It's weird that human beings do it. Also, Masiki, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And also, I agree, Adam. Thank you for the super chat. Adam says, I love to see Justin collab with Dr. Justin Sledge, aka Esoteric on YouTube. I agree, Adam. I'm gonna have to get a hold of Dr. Sledge and see if I can work something out because we're long overdue. There's a bunch of ancient religious concepts that we need to talk about that I don't really get to talk about too much on my stream, but you're right. I'd love to get with Dr. Justin Sledge on this one. And Meg, good to see you tonight, friend. Meg says, so God passing gas made life. Cool. I agree. Yeah. Yes. It is the wind of God that made life. And trust me, the wind comes out of both ends. In fact, my principal in grade school, when someone burped at the lunch table would say, better that end than the other end. But listen, it comes out of both ends. And KG, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, you're a beast, Justin. Love watching you murk people with unfounded confidence. Were you subjected to McGee and Me and Buttercream Gang as a young believer? Actually, I wasn't. No, that wasn't part of my repertoire. So I'm actually unfamiliar with those references. It looks like we'll have to be looking those up. So maybe someone in the Discord can link to it and I can get an education on that. And JMR, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that, my friend. Says, my MF goat. Let's go. Well, listen, JMR, I'm so glad that you're here tonight, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. We're going to do everything we can to keep the kitchen hot. All right, Zen, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Zen, are you at least
Okay,
18,
great.
and are you a believer?
Yes, and probably not. Question. You interact with rabbis and Jews. I wondered, what are their responses to the verses about slavery?
Oh, they do a lot of the same stuff that Christians do. Like the Jewish hermeneutic on understanding slavery is roughly the same as Christians. They'll say like it wasn't that bad, or they'll say like God needed to use it to bring the heathens into the fold. It was only temporary. It wasn't permanent. I haven't heard a Jewish person give a good defense of slavery that was any different than the Christian, to be honest.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thanks for letting me on. Have a good evening.
Yeah. So like when I discovered that Christianity wasn't true, like I had a thought initially that went through my head of thinking, well, maybe the Old Testament God's still real. And then I thought about it for a couple more minutes. I was like, no, that fucker ain't real either. Ain't no way that dude's real. That's how I feel about it. My mind's never been changed. All right, let's grab our next guest. And Flower Boots, thank you so much for the 666. Big W, hail Nero, and hail Flower Boots. Praise Doug, the rock of our salvation. Thanks for all you do, Justin and DZ. Listen, I got a double thanks, Justin and DZ. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Flower. We got Lyron in the box. How you doing, Lyron?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Lyron, are you at least 18?
Lyron, are you at least 18?
And do you have headphones?
No.
And do you have headphones?
Okay.
I'm 13
Okay.
and I don't have.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, but you're a little too young. We need to talk to adults here. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to go get your parent or older brother or something like that. I'm gonna get the next guest. Yeah, we don't do children. We leave that to the priests. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. Jesus is King. Welcome in.
How's it going?
This is B Boop again.
Yep.
You know, we've talked 3 times now, and it's never gone well for you. Why do you think a 4th time is going to go any better?
Because you never know when the truth might hit you.
You mean when you realize that you're incompetent and you shouldn't actually be like debating people on a stage?
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I mean, you kind of do unfair debates. I mean, to be fair. So, I mean, you twist scripture a lot.
So you just came to cry again? Oh, poor
No,
little
I'm down to
baby.
debate. Are you gonna cry?
Oh, poor
Are you
little,
gonna cry?
Poor little baby crying already.
Oh,
That's not fair.
You're gonna cry?
I'm making fun of you.
Okay, so
I know that's over your head.
I know, but you're the one scared.
I'm not.
Yeah, you kind of are. But it's all good. If you're scared, it's cool.
Why would I be scared? You've literally brought nothing to the
'Cause you don't
table all 3 times that we've talked. Absolutely nothing.
I proved you wrong twice already,
Not
or like
even
on
close.
two separate occasions.
You've practiced.
Well, you don't hold to the King James.
What you've done is you've practiced an immense amount of cognitive dissonance while saying "nuh-uh, nuh-uh," and it's okay.
I've never said that.
It's okay.
I've never said
you don't
that.
actually know how to read any Bible. You don't know any of the scholastic sources. You can't read any of the original languages.
Sure.
You have no rebuttals to anything
Sure.
I actually bring up. Your only defense is nuh-uh, and that's all you bring to the table, which is why none of your conversations.
I've never said that. Okay. If you're scared, that's fine. I've proved you wrong multiple times.
No,
but if you're scared, it's all good.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have. I got you on the promises. Why you told?
No, you didn't.
I got you on God will provide himself a lamb.
No, you didn't.
I got you on multiple ones.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. But it's all good if you're scared.
Not only did you not get me on any of those, I've already clipped them. All 3 of our conversations, I've clipped the entire conversation, and I'm putting them into one large mega clip, and I'm releasing them this weekend. This weekend, your jackassery is dropping, and you're going to get utterly annihilated by all of the comments watching it for a second time because it was ridiculous the first time. All right. Now, I actually got real people waiting to get in, and you bring nothing to the table. So I'm going to move on to an actual adult. You're welcome to come back later, like if you're still burning and I've run out of people to talk to, but I'm going to talk to someone who's like actually mature and can have a conversation and do more than nuh-uh. I wonder why he changes his name every time he comes up. Maybe because he's a jackass and no one likes talking to him. Anyways, that 3-part clip's going to be dropping. His real name is Jesse, by the way. You'll see it. His real name is Jesse. GH, thank you for the super chat, says, the one of the Father and the Son and Holy Spirit is the one whining about being unfair. I know. Jesus is so proud. I know. Every time he comes up, he starts the conversation by crying. Welcome in, T.L. Davis.
Hey.
T.L. Davis, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
24 and I am a believer.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or the most compelling argument for why your God is real?
Honestly, reading, experiences I've experienced in life, for one personally, and 2, obviously, when you read the Bible, you become closer to God, and there's a lot of things as far as historical events and prophecies that have been fulfilled that are extremely unlikely to be fulfilled if it was fake, scientifically speaking.
Sure. So I don't think either of those are true. I've read the Bible extensively, and it actually made me lose my faith, not gain my faith. And I don't see any prophecies in the Bible that are special. In fact, there are a lot of them didn't come true that were claimed to have come true.
Like which one?
Like basically every one in the book of Matthew and John. In fact, half of them aren't even prophecies. For example, there's a prophecy in Psalms chapter 41, and another one from like Psalm 68. And both of them are claiming to be about Jesus. Neither one of them are actually about Jesus. And neither one actually is a prophecy. So I guess before we start, let me ask you a question. What actually is a prophecy?
So so for example, I'll give you one. The fall of Babylon. The Bible predicted the fall of the mighty empire of Babylon. Babylon fell to Persians under King Cyrus in 539 BC. Another one, the prophet Ezekiel foretold the destruction of the city of Tyre, which was prosperous.
But that didn't happen.
Tyre was, yes, that did happen. Return of
Literally-
Israelites to their
literally
land.
didn't happen.
Birth of Jesus, virgin birth of Jesus, the suffering
I'm
and
sorry.
crucifixion of the
So
Messiah, destruction of
if
Jerusalem.
Tyre, if Tyre was destroyed, how was Jesus talking to Tyre?
If Tyre was destroyed,
Yeah,
Tyre was
Ezekiel
designed
says
and destroyed in 586
Tyre's-
BC. Later,
it
the city was
wasn't.
rebuilt,
It was
but was
not.
again
All
destroyed
right,
by
so-
Alexander the
So
Great.
we'll just try
in
this
332
again. So Tyre has two different principal cities. One of them was ransacked by Nebuchadnezzar, and one of them was not.
It was rebuilt and then was destroyed by Alexander the Great in 320.
It's almost like you didn't hear
BC.
what I said. One of them was ransacked by Nebuchadnezzar, and one of them was not, which means Tyre wasn't completely annihilated. And the prophecy of Ezekiel says that it's going to be completely annihilated and not inhabited anymore.
Yeah, it was destroyed, then it was rebuilt again, and then
Okay, so
the
it's
city
almost
was
like
never.
it's almost
And
you
then,
don't actually listen to what I'm
after
saying.
Alexander the Great, Alexander the Great, the
So
city
we'll
was
just-
never
so
fully
let's just try
restored to
this
its former
again.
glory.
What did the prophet say is going to happen?
Ezekiel foretold the destruction of the city of Tyre, which was prosperous,
Which didn't happen.
and then it was destroyed twice. One in 586 BC, one in 332 BC, and it was
Right.
never fully restored
It
afterwards.
wasn't fully destroyed.
Well, there's plenty of other ones, and the likelihood of just two of those happening is equivalent to you walking outside and gravity ripping you in half, which is obviously never going to happen. But
Well, actually,
for example,
the likelihood that any of these geopolitical predictions are going to come true is pretty good, since all of them are written post-event. So, for example, we don't have a single biblical manuscript from a prophet that was even written in Paleo-Hebrew, which is what they would have been using. The form of the prophecies we have are using Aramaic block letters in substitute of the Hebrew letters, which didn't occur until after the Babylonian captivity. So every text we have, the actual textual evidence, demonstrates that we don't know when they were actually written, when the prophecies were actually given. And it's also not impressive.
it's the only historic text we have.
It's also not impressive to make geopolitical predictions like Nebuchadnezzar is going to destroy these tiny little kingdoms when it's the most powerful army in the world. And even on the Ezekiel timeline, the prediction is happening as Nebuchadnezzar is marching westward. So when the most powerful army in the world is marching westward, destroying little minor city-states, it's not hard to say, hey, he's also going to destroy so-and-so. He's also going to destroy so-and-so. I'm not impressed by that.
Sorry, my mic got muted somehow. So it's the only historical text that we have that's backed by science, backed by eyewitnesses.
None of that's true. So Ezekiel says about the place of Tyre, it says, you shall never be rebuilt. Isn't it weird?
It wasn't.
It was
fully
never
rebuilt.
destroyed or
Not after
rebuilt.
332 BC.
The prophecy says it's going to be completely destroyed and never rebuilt, which means the
It
prophecy
was never fully restored to its
which
former
means the
glory after
prophecy
332
was
BC.
never coming true. Just
Okay,
like,
what about
just like the prophecy from Isaiah
what about the birth
14?
of Jesus and the crucifixion of Jesus, which every religion
Not as-
and every historical record agrees that there was a man named Jesus. Whether he was God's son or not, that's another story that can't necessarily be proven other than reading the book and agreeing with it.
Jesus
But
never
every
fulfilled a single
religion-
prophecy.
Every religion across the board agrees that Jesus was here and Jesus was crucified,
No one
including the
ever.
Romans.
I never claimed that Jesus wasn't a real person. So what prophecy did he fulfill? Because he fulfilled exactly zero. You want to go to the prophecies that he lied about first?
Go for it.
Okay. Now I started this conversation by asking you.
But now, I would like to say this: if you ask,
So I started this conversation by asking you, which you quickly deterred, is what is a prophecy? Can you give me a definition of a prophecy? Are you capable of doing that? Davis?
I don't know why my mic went off. Did you mute me or did I?
Yeah, I muted you because you're about to ramble on without answering my question. So
A
my
prophecy
question
is a prediction or declaration about future events.
There you go. We got it. Okay. Is a prophecy just any random words on a page that sound vaguely familiar to something else?
It's events. An event that happened.
Wow, it's almost like I asked you a yes or no question. Is a prophecy any random words on a page that sound vaguely familiar to something else?
No, detailed. Is an exact, not vaguely familiar. It's exact.
I almost heard an answer. Was it yes or no?
No, it's not.
Cool. Okay. So we've got a really interesting prophecy that Jesus alludes to in John chapter 2. Actually, Jesus doesn't really allude to it. His disciples allude to it, or at least the author of John thinks his disciples are familiar with it. So if you go to John chapter 2, when Jesus clears the temple, theoretically for the first time, because in the other Gospels, he clears the temple at the end of his ministry. In John, it's at the beginning of his ministry. But it says, his disciples remembered that it was written, zeal for your house will consume me. Now, we might expect that this is some kind of a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, right?
Jesus himself?
In the clearing of the temple, when Jesus cleared the temple, the author of John says his disciples remembered that it was written, zeal for your house will consume me.
Okay.
Okay, so
zeal for your house will consume me.
In clearing the temple, did Jesus fulfill some kind of a prophecy that his disciples were letting us know about?
I'm not sure what your point is here.
My point is very clear. In the book of John, it seems to imply that the cleansing of the temple was a prophecy to be fulfilled. It was written, zeal for your house will consume me. This is what the disciples were reminded of. That's what they remembered when Jesus did the thing. Right?
Did the thing?
Have you actually read the book of John? Do you
know that's all you've got there?
I've got a lot there. I'm asking you very easy questions. According to the gospel author of the book of John, are they intimating that when Jesus cleared the temple, he did so in order to fulfill what was written?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
I agree. That's what John is telling you, because he does it elsewhere. He does this all the time. Okay, so John, or whoever's writing John, is suggesting that Jesus is clearing the temple needed to happen or should have happened because it was written somewhere that zeal for his father's house would consume him, right?
Right.
Cool. Now, we find that in Psalm 69, which is really interesting because Psalm 69 actually appears to be a psalm of David, where David is saying, save me, O God, for the waters have come up to my neck. And it's not actually from a deity at all. In fact, he talks about how he's a sinner, I think in verse 4. Let me double check.
You're talking about when they made the temple basically a marketplace, right? Like when you walk into some common churches nowadays and there's coffee and books for sale.
That's irrelevant, and that is permissible.
Well, it is relevant as far as the context of what he's clearing.
We're talking not relevant at all to what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not it was written that Jesus.
He cleared it out. He cleared out the fact that y'all shall seek me, not seek money and trying to sell things. That's what he drove them out of the temple.
Nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay, so
merchants were selling animals for sacrifice.
Yes, and they're allowed to do that according to the book of Deuteronomy. According to Deuteronomy, you're allowed to sell animals in the temple for people who have to travel for far away. They can bring money rather than traveling with their animals for the sacrifice, and they can exchange.
Yes, but that became the main purpose of the church.
Then they can exchange their money for the animal sacrifice. That was a system that God set up, and it's also irrelevant. What they're doing in the temple has nothing to do with what we're talking about. All we're talking about is whether or not Jesus fulfilled a prophecy. So
it has everything to do with it. That's context.
It has literally nothing to do with it. The question is whether or not he fulfilled a prophecy. Now, what we find
he cleared the temple. Yeah.
What we find in Psalm 69, was it Psalm 69 or 60? Yeah, Psalm 69:9. It says, "It is zeal for your house that consumed me. The insults of those who insult you have fallen on me." Is this actually a prophecy?
That's a statement, bub.
Okay, so it's not a prophecy.
That's letting you know what happened. That's him telling you what has happened. That's not a That's not saying a future event's going to unfold.
Okay, so then what was John saying? Why was John saying it is written?
Yes, if you consume me, yes, that's John. What John's stating is fact. You see, when you leave out context, that's why you're getting confused.
I'm not confused at all. You're confused about what's happening right now in the conversation. In the conversation, we're talking about the fact that you agreed with me that John was suggesting that Jesus clearing the temple.
What was the prophecy that he was saying was going to be fulfilled?
Try this again. So you said to me that John is hinting that Jesus cleared the temple because it was written somewhere, some kind of
He cleared the temple because they were turning it into a marketplace.
Try this again. So you intimated to me that whoever wrote the Gospel of John is suggesting that the clearing of the temple was fulfilling some kind of Old Testament prophecy, which is why it says it was written about the zeal for the house. Now that we're actually reading it, you're just saying, no, it's not actually a prediction. It's not actually a prophecy. And I agree. So we actually agree on this. There was no prophecy here. So John is doing something different. So what's John doing?
Let's see here. I'm reading it.
Because it certainly isn't about Jesus, because the author says, oh God, you know my folly, the wrongs that I have done. So it certainly isn't about Jesus, unless they think Jesus was committing folly.
Yeah, so the true meaning, the Gospel of John clarifies the real meaning of Jesus' words, but the temple he had spoken of was his body. So Jesus wasn't talking about the physical temple. Instead, he was prophesying about his own death and resurrection, destroying the temple, his body. Jesus would be crucified.
Buddy,
his body would
be broken.
From?
That has nothing to do with what John is talking about. John's talking about clearing the temple. When Jesus cleared out the money changers, clearing of the temple.
Destroy this temple, and I will rise it again in 3 days. So he's going to rise the temple or his body?
Matthew 24.
John 2:19, destroy this temple, and I will rise it again in 3 days.
Yes, I know, because as we already said, the clearing of the context temple is king. In Matthew is at the end, and in John it's at the beginning.
But the temple he had spoken of was his body.
But it says nothing
John
about
2:21. John 2:21.
Davis, I need you to actually focus for 5 seconds.
You got to be careful here. You're false preaching here.
I'm not false preaching. You're not understanding what's happening. It says
John 2:21.
It says about his father's house. It's his father's house. It's not the human body. So,
he spoke to that as far as them clearing it out and misusing it. But
okay.
John 2:21, but the temple.
All right, so follow along. I'll put it on the screen since you're having trouble.
Go to John 2:21.
So since you're having trouble, what happened is Jesus clears the temple, and then it says his disciples remembered that it was written, zeal for your father's house or for your house will consume me, which comes from Psalm 69. Okay, so this is zeal for the house of God, which is the temple, which is why Jesus was clearing the temple, because he had zeal for his father's house.
Yeah, which he said a marketplace, so he cleared that. But what's the full book of John? Go to 2:21.
David, I know you're struggling to keep up here. The question
You're lying.
The question has nothing to do. The question has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus is going to rise from the dead. The question is whether or not Jesus is fulfilling a prophecy from Psalm 69. Is he doing that?
Did he clear out the marketplace? He did.
He did, yeah. So did he fulfill a prophecy from Psalm 69?
Let's see here. Let me look at it.
69:9 is where the quote comes from.
You said 69:9?
Mm-hmm. All you got to do is read the verse right in front of you.
I've got it right here.
see how it's not actually a prophecy?
Well, he fulfills the prophecy by.
Oh, you said it wasn't a prophecy already, so now you're
Well,
changing
it
your
can
mind.
be.
There we go. He's doing it. He's
It's
waffling.
understood as a prophecy.
He's waffling. A prophecy, you already said a prophecy is not just anything on a page that sounds vaguely familiar to something else. And now you're changing your mind because you know that John is using it as though it's a prophecy, even though when we read it prior, you knew it wasn't a prophecy because words have meanings and you're a lying liar.
I'm a lying liar.
Yeah.
He did cleanse the temple.
Did this prophecy say that the Messiah is going to cleanse the temple? Did it say anything for the future? Or is this just a Psalm of David?
The Psalms written by King David express the intense passion for God's honor in the temple in Jerusalem.
I love when they just read from apologetic websites rather than answering my question directly.
The verse is seen as describing someone who is so passionate about the holiness of God's temple that this zeal consumes them, even leading...
Davis, I'll just help you out here. Reading from apologetic websites is never going to help you here. We want to know what's in your head. I've already read all the apologetic websites. I know everything they're going to say. You're not helping anybody. I want to know what's on your little noodle up here. I want to know how you're rationalizing what's happening in these passages. Can you give me your actual opinion, or can you only read from apologetics websites while you're getting cooked?
Go to John 2:13.
Hurry up as it happens. The Passover of the Jews was near, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem.
2:13. Yep. So read through that all the way to 22.
I've read the entire book multiple times. I know everything that happens. The question is whether or not he's fulfilling a prophecy. I don't know how this is so hard for you.
He cleansed it.
I'm aware. Yes, we
real prophecy.
We all know that he cleansed the temple. That's not a question. We don't care why he did it. We don't care when he did it. All we're asking is whether or not he was fulfilling a prophecy, or whether or not he was just doing something vaguely familiar.
The prophecy was his body being destroyed and rising again.
But we're not talking about that prophecy. We're talking about the cleansing of the temple being a fulfillment of the theoretical Psalm 69. Thank you for the hand hearts, thinker. I appreciate that. And Necro, thank you for the galaxy. I don't care a damn about Jesus claiming he's going to resurrect. We're just talking about whether or not he fulfilled a prophecy from Psalm 69 when he cleansed the temple.
It's not a prophecy.
I agree. It's not a prophecy. Now, it's going to get worse because John uses this method of prophetic fulfillment all the time. For example, if you go to John 13:18, I'll put it on the screen, he does it again. In John 13...
But Jesus' zeal for the temple, God's house, is directly expressed in his cleansing of the temple in John 2:17.
Nobody cares. We already know the context. We know it better than you do. The question at hand is whether or not he fulfilled a prophecy. So John 13:18.
It is foreshadowing because
no one cares about foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is just words that sound similar on another page.
Prophetic foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing is a thing that you guys made up when you realized that he didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
God's holiness.
And I don't know if you know this, Davis, but when you keep talking while I'm talking, no one can hear you. My mic is louder than yours. You're just going to be mumbling in the background forever.
Just got one sentence.
So,
one sentence.
John 13:18, we see John doing the same thing. He says, this is when Jesus predicts his betrayal. He says, I know.
I was about to prove you wrong.
You weren't. Says, I know.
Yes, I was. One sentence.
Oh, okay, then.
I have it in front of me.
Okay, then show me how Psalm
69:9 is foreshadowing both Jesus' passion for God's holiness and the suffering he would endure as a result of that zeal.
No, it's not. So
he did it.
Try this again, Davis.
Argue against that.
I know this is really
hard.
How's that
not true?
I know this is really hard for people to believe, but just words on a page that sound vaguely familiar to something later isn't a prophecy.
I just told you how it happened. His passion for God's holiness and the suffering he would endure as a result of that zeal.
Okay, well then it's also true that
it's fulfilled. Next.
It's also true that Psalm 69:5 is predicting Jesus being a false prophet because it says, oh God, you know my folly. The wrongs that I have done are not hidden from you. It's foreshadowing the false prophet. You said that Psalm 69 is foreshadowing. I agree. I agree with you now. Psalm 69 is a prophecy foreshadowing Jesus being a false Messiah. Boom. See how dumb foreshadowing is? You could take anything on a page and call it a foreshadowing prophecy. All you're doing at that point is clowning yourself. You're trying to convince yourself that words on a page can become prophecies if they just vaguely sound like something that came later. You agreed at the beginning of the conversation that that's not what a prophecy is. A prophecy is not just words on a page that sound vaguely familiar to something later. And now you're changing your mind because you're a liar and you're realizing that the New Testament is full of bad bullshit prophecies. And we're about to do another one in John 13 when Jesus predicts his own betrayal. If you go down to verse 18,
you keep muting.
I know. He says, I am not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. So now Jesus is suggesting this is not a foreshadowing. This is an actual prophecy. He's saying it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. So what I should be able to find is somewhere in the Old Testament where it says that the Messiah is going to be betrayed by the one who shared bread, right?
What are you referencing?
I'm just asking you, based on the words in John 13, should I be able to go to the Old Testament and find a prophecy saying that the Messiah is going to be betrayed by the person that's sharing bread with him?
Let me look it up in my concordance.
Answer the question. I'm asking you about what words on a page mean without you running to some bad apologetics website. Should I be able to go to the Old Testament and find a prophecy that says the Messiah is going to be betrayed by the person sharing bread with him?
Psalms 41:9.
I'm aware. Answer my question. Should I be able to find a legitimate prophecy that says the Messiah is going to be betrayed by the man sharing bread with him?
Yeah, John 13:18, quoting Psalms 41:9.
Right. And what did we say is going to happen according to John 13? I'm going to go to the Old Testament and I'm going to find an actual prophecy.
Psalms points it out. Even my close friend, someone I trusted.
Try this again. I know you want to get out of this, but I'm not going to let you get out of it until you answer the question. Should I find an actual prophecy that says the Messiah is going to be betrayed? Can I find that prophecy? Does it exist? In Psalm 41, there's no actual prophecy about a Messiah. Nothing whatsoever. Psalm 41 is just a psalm. So you've got the same problem with Psalm 41 that you got with Psalm 69. There's no prophecy, no prediction, nothing happening here. This is just another psalm. That's it. In fact, if you go down to verse 5, says, verse 4, as for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. So again, who's ever talking in this psalm is a sinner. It's not a prophecy about Jesus. This is why I started the conversation by asking you, is a prophecy...
Go to 9. Go to verse 9.
So that's why I started this conversation asking you, is a prophecy just random words on a page that sounds similar to something later, or is it a prediction for the future? And you told me that a prophecy is a prediction for the future. Now
he did predict
now you're going back and you're saying no.
He did predict it, but on top of that,
is just random words on a page. So is verse 4 a prophecy?
Look at verse 9.
I'm asking about verse 4. Is verse 4 a prophecy?
No, let's go back to John. So you're jumping and skipping. He prophesized it, but on top of that, you don't get to pick and choose.
You wanted to read the Psalm, so we're going to read the Psalm. So I'm asking you a very easy question.
Yes, go to 9. I said 40.
Is verse 4 a prophecy?
4 isn't what references it, bub.
I
9
know.
is.
I'm asking you if verse 4 is a prophecy.
No, I didn't say verse 4 was. I said verse 9 was. I don't pick and choose what prophecies there are. God did.
You literally are.
You're walking on a fine line here.
No, you're walking on stupidity. So the next question is, why is verse 4 not a prophecy, but verse 9 is a prophecy in your mind?
Because verse 9 references John 13:18.
Okay,
hello.
So verse
Stay
9
with me.
So verse 9 is a prophecy because the New Testament says so?
No, because it references it directly.
I'm aware, but understand your starting point is it must be because the New Testament says so. That's not my starting point. I'm asking you, what is the criteria, given the text that we actually have, that would allude to something being a prophecy versus something not being a prophecy, something in the actual text that someone...
If it directly relates with context.
We'll try this again.
Like verse 9.
The Jewish people didn't have the New Testament. Okay, so the question is, if I'm reading this psalm, what would lead me to conclude that verse 4 is not prophetic, but that verse 9 is prophetic? I don't have the New Testament. I'm a Jewish person.
Because it correlates.
I'm a Jewish person in the 1st or 2nd century. I have no New Testament. What would tell me that this is not a prophecy, but verse 9 somehow is a prophecy?
Because it directly relates, and we're in a different time now.
It doesn't relate. Listen to my actual question. If you're a Jewish person living in the first 3 centuries and you're acquainted with the scriptures and you're reading Psalm 41, what in this text can you find that would tell you that this one verse is prophetic, but not another verse in here is? Verse 4 is not prophetic. Verse 5 is not prophetic. What's the tool? What measuring stick can I use?
You're comparing apples to oranges. Why?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are though. You know you are.
I'm not.
Okay, let's get. I guess we're going to agree to disagree on this one. So go to the next
agree to disagree.
problem with.
You're going to answer my question. I'm asking you, if you're reading this.
You asked me what references.
I didn't ask you nothing about references. I asked you, what in this passage can you look at and know whether or not it is a prophecy? What's the measuring stick that you're using? What's the tool that you're going to employ to read this psalm and say, oh, well, this one verse is prophetic and this other verse isn't prophetic? What's the tool?
Relating to John 13:18?
I already told you, if you're a Jewish person in the first 2 centuries, you have...
We're not Jewish. Let's not live in la la land.
Well, we are. This is
We're not Jewish.
This is a very important part. So
you're being dead.
Your assumption is that it's true because Jesus said so, which isn't a valid method of interpreting scripture. I can just say that this is actually about the Mormon guy, Joseph Smith. Okay, so this is actually about Joseph Smith because
you're cooked.
Because Mormon said so.
This is about John 13:18.
No, it's about
is
Joseph,
what it's about.
It's about Joseph
and Psalms
Smith.
41:9 directly references it. So argue with God in the Word on that one.
Well, again, you're assuming...
You brought up John 13:18, not me, Bob.
You're assuming that the New Testament...
Can you not handle it?
I need you to actually listen to my words for once. You're assuming that Jesus is God rather than asking yourself, is there any foundation for Jesus even being the Messiah, much less God? You're starting at the finish. Hold on, Davis, hold on. You're starting at the finish line and declaring that you ran the race, but you haven't. You've got to start at the start line and determine whether or not if Jesus is God before you start applying Jesus is God to everything in the Old Testament. You got to start at first base, not at home base.
He's not God.
So,
you know he's not God. He's not directly God.
You're right. I know he's not God. He's not even the son of God. He's a false prophet. Now,
no, he's the son of... Be careful, Bob.
He's certainly
not.
He's a liar and a fraud who didn't fulfill a single prophecy. And I've already took you to 2 prophecies now that he clearly didn't fulfill because...
I told you 12 of them.
Because they're not even prophecies. And you didn't tell me 12. Now, let's go to some that are actually like real legitimate, like actual prophecies. You want to do that?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Matthew 21.
The fall of Babylon, the destruction of Tyre, the return of the Israelites to their land, the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem, the virgin birth of Jesus, the suffering and crucifixion of the Messiah, the destruction of Jerusalem, the conversion of Gentiles, the restoration of Jewish nation, the betrayal of Jesus by Judas.
None of it happened.
The resurrection of Jesus, the resign of Messiahs.
Gish galloping through talking points is never going to help you here. We do one talking point at a time. I'll cook you on all of them if you have time for it. So in Matthew 21, Jesus rides the donkey, right?
Okay.
And it says, this took place to fulfill what was spoken through the prophet. Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. And this was to fulfill Zechariah 9. You know that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if I go to Zechariah 9, should I find a prophecy about a Messiah riding a donkey?
If you go through Zechariah, to fulfill him riding the donkey. So you're not going to talk about the triumphal entry, the cleansing of the temple, the cursing of the fig tree, the parable of the two sons and the tenants. You're going to talk about the donkey.
Yeah, that's what was fulfilled. So the prophecy was about Zechariah 9.
Okay.
In Zechariah 9, none of those things happen. The only thing that happens is a guy who's an actual king, actually descendant from David, comes to town and is victorious and ends all the wars. It says, rejoice, O greatly, daughter Zion. Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Did Jesus?
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you the full elements of the fulfillment?
Did Jesus cut off the chariots from Ephraim and the war horses from Jerusalem and the battle bow?
I'm going to read it word by word,
Is it yes
just
or no?
like you told me.
It's a yes or no question. You're going to say yes or no. Then you can say whatever nonsense you want to. Did Jesus cut off the chariot from Ephraim, the war horse from Jerusalem, or the battle bow?
Did Jesus himself do it?
Did it even happen?
I'd have to look that up entirely different. I'm still on the first thing you mentioned.
Obviously not. They were completely annihilated between 68 and 70 by the Romans, and then they were annihilated a second time between 132 and 136 by the Romans and driven from their land, so much so that the Romans renamed their land. So no, who's ever riding on this donkey did not cut off the chariots from Ephraim or the war horse from Jerusalem, and God didn't do it. Jesus didn't do it. Nobody did it.
Okay. Say to your daughter Zion, see your king comes to you, gentle and riding on a donkey and on a colt and foal of a donkey. So let's see here. Your king comes to you. Let's break that down. The people of Jerusalem were expecting the Messiah to come, but Jesus arrives in a way that defies their expectations of a political and military leader. Jesus is their king.
Reading from internet. It's like I've never read the internet before.
Comes in humble manner, signaling inauguration of the kingdom of God.
Can you show me a passage where Jesus ever sat on the kingly throne?
Let me find that for you.
You're not going to find it.
But he fulfilled the prophecy.
No, he didn't.
Okay, yeah. Humble entrance on a donkey, as foretold in Zechariah, signals his kingship, but in a way that highlights peace, humility, and righteousness.
I'm aware. I've ridden a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
No, but if you were claiming to be the king, would you ride in on a donkey, or would you ride in on an elephant?
Then show me the passage where Jesus sat on the throne. I want to see it.
Okay.
Show me the passage where Jesus was king and he was sitting on the throne of Israel and he ended all war.
See, that's where you're seeing it different, is in king of something of this world, and king is something higher than you in this world.
There we go. Words don't mean words. We knew it was coming. It was only a matter of time.
Well, context is king. King of what?
Context is king. He's clearly a king from the line of David who's going to sit on the throne, which is told in all of the messianic prophecies, and he's going to do what? He's going to bring peace. He's going to bring peace to Israel. That's Ezekiel 36, Ezekiel 37, Jeremiah chapter 30, Jeremiah chapter 33,
peace to Israel?
Isaiah chapter 2, and Isaiah chapter 11. Jesus didn't do any of those things.
Dude, you're doing dangerous work right now. You know that?
I'm not doing dangerous work for me. It's dangerous for you, because eventually you're going to look like a fool after I debunk all of these supposed prophecies.
You haven't debunked one. You've said a bunch of blabber.
We literally did. It's okay if it was over your head.
With no context. Dude, you're...
The nervous laughter isn't going to save your argument. I'm still waiting for the passage where he was a king and sat on the throne. Or you're going to tell me he was a king in a spiritual kingdom far away.
The only thing you can take with you is saved souls.
Spiritual kingdom far away. Okay,
you know that, right?
I'm a king far away. Prove me wrong.
You're sitting on TikTok, and I can look at your profile and tell you're not a king.
I am a king. I am a king in a spiritual kingdom far away. I'm sitting at the Father's right hand right now.
Raise yourself from the dead, bub. Name a king that can do that. Can you do that? And that's proven by eyewitnesses.
I can, yeah. In fact, I've already raised from the dead.
Rise yourself from the dead.
I've I've already done it twice. Not only have I raised from the dead twice, I've got witnesses.
Bob, you're gonna wish you could raise from.
Put a 1 in the comments if you guys know about me raising from the dead. I've talked about it quite a bit, actually. So
you're gonna wish you could raise from the dead.
not only
when you're in a certain place, you're gonna wish you could raise from the
risen
dead.
from the dead. Does this prophecy say anything about someone rising from the dead? Because it seems to say that somebody is going to be a victorious king who ends war, which Jesus didn't do.
He didn't?
Nope.
How many? Okay. All right.
Okay,
Let's see
so
here.
there's another failure.
I'm gonna help you out with that.
Just so you know, the more overconfident you come in here, the harder you crash and burn, and the more public embarrassment you create for yourself.
So the biggest war he ended was the war between God and humanity, sin and separation. So you want to talk on that one?
First of all, he didn't, and second of all, that has nothing to do with what this says. It says he's going to remove the war.
Not in your small human mind, but in the eternal mind.
Remove the war horse from Jerusalem. What's a war horse? Is that a euphemism for sin?
The war between Israel and nations, the old covenant and the new covenant, the war against Satan and evil, the war within, conflict of flesh versus the spirit.
We're talking about war horses in Jerusalem. Try to focus.
God doesn't kill people, Bob, and you know that.
He kills people
why
all
are you
the time.
speaking? Why are you speaking from Satan?
In
No,
fact,
he doesn't.
He
Sin
personally
kills people.
He personally killed
the separation of God, Adam and Eve, and what they passed down.
He personally killed hundreds of thousands of Egyptian firstborn. Did you forget to read that story?
Jesus did?
God did. Is Jesus God?
Are we talking about God or Jesus here? You said Jesus, the one who came down, correct?
Jesus says he's going to kill people when he comes back.
Yeah, he will, and you better hope.
There you go. So Jesus is perfectly fine with killing people, which is why he says in Luke chapter 19, he says, those who did not want me to be king over them, bring them before my very presence and have them killed before me. Jesus ain't got no problem with killing people. And it also has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're still talking about whether or not he removed the war horse from Jerusalem. That's what the prophecy says. Okay, so he didn't fulfill that prophecy. You want to go to another one?
Hold on.
Oh yeah, you got to look up your Apologetics Press article.
So Matthew 21:111, Mark 11:111, and Luke 19:28-40, and John 12:12-19 are all interpreted as a symbolic removal of the war horse from Jerusalem.
No, they're not.
Look at them one by one then.
So we just got there. Words
Matthew 21:1.
So words don't mean words anymore. These words don't mean anything. Now these words are symbolic.
Dude, you can't just skip over it when I give you a direct reference.
How do you know what a symbolic fulfillment is?
Go through them one by one. I'm about to coach you through it through context.
I'm asking you for an actual hermeneutical tool. How do you know when something has been fulfilled spiritually?
When something's been fulfilled spiritually, define spiritually.
You're the one saying that you know what
you're
the
the one
spiritual
asking the
fulfillment
question.
is.
Explain.
I am.
You ask the question, explain spiritually. Explain it.
There is no explanation for it. That's why I'm asking you the question. So when you say something's fulfilled spiritually, what you're saying is it's fulfilled in whatever way I want it to be fulfilled because it didn't get fulfilled in its actual original context. See, a spiritual fulfillment to a prophecy means that it wasn't actually fulfilled in the way that the prophecy was delivered. So you have to make up a vague method of fulfillment that sounds vaguely familiar to what was said in the original text rather than actually addressing the original context of it. Because the original context of this has nothing to do with a spiritual fulfillment. It's a literal king doing literal things.
Matthew, you asked me where did it talk about the removal of the war horse. I just gave you 4 direct quotes that are symbolic to that, and you're just skipping over it.
All right, give me the reference, and I'll cook you on that.
All right, so I'm going to give you 4. We're going to go through each one. First one's Matthew 21:1-11.
We just read that.
Yeah.
Matthew 21:1 is when he comes in on the donkey.
And look at the context of what all of that means together.
I know the context. He rides into Jerusalem, and they lay down the palm leaves. And then show me the part where he removes all the war chariots.
So you think war horse means a war chariot?
Yeah,
indirectly.
A chariot and a battle bow are weapons of war. So show me the part where he addresses the weapons of war. It's on the screen. Go ahead and read it. I pulled it up. This is the passage you wanted to read, because the only thing that actually happens
A war horse represents power and force.
It doesn't represent anything. It's a literal thing. It's a literal thing that exists on the earth.
No, you're reading it wrong.
I'm not. See, this is the only tactic you have to make this problem go away.
He removed the war horse. He did not come to.
Is to say that words don't mean words. War horse doesn't
he
mean
come
war
to
horse.
Wage a military battle.
Battle bow doesn't mean battle bow. Victorious doesn't mean victorious.
He came to offer peace. And
king doesn't actually mean king. If the best you have is words don't have meanings, then
are you gonna let me talk?
You don't actually have a good argument. So
I do, but you won't let me.
So I'll ask you a really easy question. I bet you can't actually name a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled in the original context. Like even the virgin birth he didn't fulfill. The fact that you don't know how cooked you are right now is the embarrassing thing. Your whole argumentation right now,
nobody impregnated her that was human.
Is that the prophecies have spiritual fulfillments? They didn't get fulfilled literally.
Symbolic.
They got fulfilled.
What's your word?
Symbolic. Symbolic and spiritual mean the same thing with what you're doing. Means the same thing.
You don't understand metaphors.
Then
not an adult.
Then I symbolically fulfilled all the prophecies.
Dude, he did not come to wage a military battle. He came to offer peace and spiritual salvation. That was the war horse
because all of the Old Testament prophecies. Because all of the Old Testament,
he didn't come and kill people.
Because all of the Old Testament prophecies about the Messiah says that he's going to bring peace to his people and he's going to make an end to war, and they won't even learn of war anymore. That's what the prophecies say, which is why when I'm actually reading Zechariah 9, I'm reading Zechariah 9 in parallel with the other messianic prophecies that say he is going to end war. You're reading it and you're saying, no, it doesn't actually mean that. It means something else that sounds vaguely familiar that I can just call spiritual or symbolic. I don't care about that. I want to know, did he actually fulfill a prophecy in the original context in which the prophecy was given? And I was getting ready to show you another one that not only did he not fulfill, not even about a Messiah.
He's fulfilled everyone you've told me about. You just can't seem to grasp it. You can't seem to acknowledge and understand simple metaphors.
You can't see through your cognitive dissonance that just saying it's metaphorical or symbolic isn't an actual answer.
He removed the war horse by showing up on a donkey and not promoting war, but instead salvation and peace.
As it turns out, I'm a pacifist and I've ridden a donkey. I fulfilled it then.
No, you didn't come into an army as the king on a donkey. Just because you rode in the backyard somewhere in the middle of the country doesn't symbolize anything.
It was a symbolic fulfillment.
To who? Yourself?
To everybody that was there and everybody listening right now. In fact,
your mom and dad?
More people saw me ride that donkey than Jesus ever witnessed Jesus riding a donkey.
I'll pray for you, but
so you already said that you can just symbolically fulfill it. You don't have to literally fulfill anything. You can symbolically fulfill it. I've ridden a donkey and I'm a pacifist, which means I've had as many requirements of Zechariah 9 as Jesus has actually had. If the only requirement is riding a donkey and preaching peace, guess what? I'm your Uncle Bob.
He was genuinely claiming himself as a king. Were you when you got on the donkey? And did anybody respect you as that view?
The difference is he's not a king.
The difference is, okay, people did view him as that, and he proved that. And there's eyewitnesses to that.
Was he ever on the throne?
Yeah, dude.
It's a symbolic throne. Listen, I'm a king on a symbolic throne. It's easy. See how
according to who?
Do you see how
you have to do king-like things?
Do you see how easy it is to fulfill prophecies when all you have to do is do it symbolically? Anyone can do it. I rode a donkey. I'm sitting on a throne right now. I'm sitting on a throne with armrests that's fucking padded. I've got more throne than Jesus ever had. Jesus never sat on an arm-rested chair with wheels and padding. I've got more of a throne than Jesus did, and I only have to fulfill it symbolically because that's the hermeneutic you laid out. It only has to be symbolic.
No.
See how easy it is to cook yourself when you start doing garbage
Dude,
hermeneutics?
I'm not
Like
cooked. You haven't cooked me on
you
anything.
can fulfill it spiritually or symbolically. Those are meaningless phrases. They mean nothing. Now, I really want to talk about
He sat on a spiritual throne.
I'm on the spiritual throne right now. I'm on a physical throne and on the spiritual throne of the earth. So it's spiritual. It's unfalsifiable. You can't test it. So it must be true. So you want to talk about the virgin birth?
He said in John 18:36-37, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest by Jewish leaders."
That's what I would say if I was never the king.
So you're gonna sit. You've read the book, and you're gonna sit here and you're gonna denounce him in front of all these people.
I've read every last word of the book, which is why he didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not one.
Well, I'm starting to think you just misunderstood certain metaphors.
I didn't misunderstand anything. I don't accept metaphors as prophecies. I do not accept.
Oh, they're backed up by a larger picture.
I do not accept symbolic fulfillments to literal predictions. When a prophet says something is going to happen, I don't accept something happening that just sounds vaguely spiritually familiar to it. That's not a fulfillment.
So if I say it's going to rain cats and dogs this weekend, and if it pours, but it didn't rain cats and dogs, are you going to call me a liar?
But cats and dogs is a known idiom.
Oh!
So
okay, you get what I'm saying
do you know what an idiom is, Davis?
Yes.
What is it?
An idiom? Something that references something that's not direct?
Yes, and how do you know that something is an idiom?
With common sense.
How?
An agreement on the matter of what it is.
No, any person, how can you know when an idiom is an idiom in the English language?
Because it gets the same point across of what, like, I described cats and dogs as something coming down very heavy and resulting in a heavy rain.
Yeah, well, that's not the answer to the question. The answer
just
to the
like
question
his war,
is because,
just like the
one,
war,
typically, the thing that's happening isn't physically possible. So that's never going to happen because it's physically impossible for it to rain cats and dogs. And number two, the idiom is known to the people that you're speaking to. So you can't.
But that doesn't relate to what we just.
So you can't just say that something is an idiom because you don't like what it means in the original context. You can't just read the original context and say, "Oh, it can't mean what it actually says, therefore it's an idiom." Idioms are actually known patterns of speech.
I didn't say idiom, I said symbolic.
We don't have that in Zechariah chapter 9.
Dude, I'll tell you what. You're gonna deny and ignore everything I say.
I'm gonna keep cooking you, I know.
Dude, you're not cooking me. I know where I'm going, but you know where you're going
literally
too.
Getting cooked. You're going to the grave. You're going to be worm food. You're going to be fertilizer, just like everybody else.
You think so?
I know so.
Do you honestly look into the camera and say, "I denounce God right now, and this is where I want to be for the rest of my life"?
I denounce every single concept of God, including the biblical God, because he's fake and his followers are numbskulls.
Wow. How does that make you feel?
Same as I do every night. You know, I do this 3 nights a week. This isn't like my first time doing this.
When did you start this?
Oh, I don't know. A year and a half ago.
Year and a half ago. What led you to that?
Talking to idiotic Christians. So what I did
there's a lot of idiotic people in the world. There's a lot of idiotic people in the world, but you've read the Bible.
Actually, you're among the top of them. So I started a channel just
really?
wanting to.
Because ChatGTP, when you take.
So I started a channel just wanting to discuss
Hear me out.
deconstruction topics. And what I found was when I got online discussing deconstruction topics, I got an endless stream of ignorant, uneducated Christians wanting to debate me endlessly. So I started debating them, and now it's basically all I do.
Well, I just cooked you. You didn't debate anything against me.
Not only did you not cook me, you have no idea what even happened. You're so concussed, you don't even know what room you're in. Your idea of a fulfilled prophecy is something that you said wasn't a prophecy.
Every one of them you list.
We started the conversation by asking you, is a prophecy something that sounds vaguely familiar to something on another page of the book? And you said, no, a prophecy is a clear prediction for the future. Then I read you a bunch of prophecies, and they weren't predictions for the future, and you said they are prophecies. And then we went to actual prophecies, and since he didn't actually fulfill the prophecies, you went to crazy hermeneutics like, well, it was fulfilled symbolically. He didn't fulfill a single one. That's why you can't show me one yet.
He came in and did not create war. He came in on a donkey, humbly,
The prophecy
and eliminated the war
He
horse.
didn't eliminate a single war horse or a battle bow.
He himself did, unlike
No,
King
he
David, who
did
would have
not.
went to war.
He did not.
King David would have went to war. He came in on a donkey.
Not only did Jesus not bring peace, he says, "I did not come
You're
to bring
not poetic.
peace,
You
but
don't
to bring a
understand
sword."
poetry.
I do understand.
You don't
poetry.
understand poetry.
I know it
You
very
don't.
well. You don't know poetry.
Dude, you're cooked.
You're not even close. Jesus says, "I did not come to bring
Not
peace.
yet.
I came to bring a sword." So
Yes,
this
to
whole
fight
idea,
against evil.
the whole idea, no, he said to turn mother against daughter and father against son. That's what he said.
Have you been saved before? Let me ask you that.
I was a Christian for 20 years. It's irrelevant.
Your name's never coming out of the book, bub.
My name was never in
Congratulations.
the book because the book doesn't exist.
You're in the book, bub.
Listen, your delusions are meaningless to me, and
You're in the book.
Hebrews chapter 6 verse 4 disagrees because I've actually read my Bible, unlike you, bub.
And you're in the book, and you know you are.
I'm not in the book.
So whatever you're doing, whether it's to chase money, whether it's something happening,
there's no imaginary book. So did
You're
you
in the-
actually want me to cook you on the virgin birth, or do you want to keep spouting off on your imaginary fictional books?
No, go ahead. And by the way, ChatGPT, based on science, data, and fulfilled prophecies, gives it a 99.9%.
ChatGPT is not a source. No one cares.
It pulls data and cross references.
No, it doesn't. It has no
You're
access.
smarter than ChatGPT's data confinement?
Yes, I have. ChatGPT
Oh my God.
doesn't have access to actual academic data. Academic data is behind paywalls. ChatGPT is a sophisticated search engine that has YouTube and internet search capabilities. It's just repeating shit that it's found on the internet. It's not repeating anything from actual academic sources. Now, on the virgin birth, this comes from Isaiah chapter 7. Are you aware of this?
Go ahead.
And you're the context is king guy. Can you tell me what's happening in Isaiah chapter 7? Oh, you have to go read it. Yeah, because you never read it. I know.
I'm reading your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Had allied himself with Abraham, the heart of his iron, the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. Okay, what about it?
Do you know what's happening in the chapter?
Not the entire chapter, no.
Okay, well, it starts out by giving you the context. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to read it for you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the context is when King Ahaz, the king of Judah, is in power, and he's about to be replaced by the people of the north, his own kin, the Israelites, who made an alliance with the Arameans. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So the context is that the king of Judah is at war with the neighbors of the north who are allied against him. And God sends the prophet Isaiah to him 3 different times. And the first prophecy ends with the statement, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So he's sending the prophet to shore up the king's faith during the time of trouble. Follow so far?
Do you want me to tell you the immediate fulfillment of that?
We have no
the virgin's
fulfillment.
child, timing, Emmanuel.
We have no fulfillment of verse 9. We're not on verse 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, bub. We're on verse 9. We don't care about the virgin yet. So up till now, up till verse 9, the prophecy is to the king saying that he needs to stand firm in his faith during the war, right?
Yep.
Okay. Lest he falls in battle, right?
If you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. Okay, yeah, so if you don't stand firm in faith, you shall be weak and you shall crumble, okay?
Exactly, yeah, in war. Okay, now the second prophecy starts in verse 10. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him
Therefore, the Lord
Emmanuel.
himself will give you a sign. The virgin will...
Just keep listening. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For Before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. And how is that going to happen? The Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So verse 16 is going to be fulfilled by what happens in verse 17. The king of Assyria is going to come in and wipe out who? They're going to wipe out the 2 kings that you are
Israel and
in
Aram.
dread of. That's right. Okay. Now, when is this supposed to happen? Well, this is going to happen before the child
Been a few years.
knows how to choose evil and choose good. So at least before the child is the age of 13. Now it happens long
And
before that.
right, in short term, this prophecy was fulfilled when Judah was not overtaken by Israel and Aram,
There
and
you
within a few
go.
years,
That's right.
those
So
2
the-
kingdoms were indeed laid waste.
Okay, so the immediate context of the prophecy is about the kingdom of Judah, right?
The prophecy was the virgin child, the timing,
It
and
didn't
Emmanuel.
say
the
anything
name.
about a virgin.
The virgin's child,
Doesn't
timing,
say anything
and
about
Emmanuel.
a virgin.
God didn't tell that a virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and the child will be called Emmanuel.
Nope. It says, look, the young woman is with child. She's already pregnant, and
The
she's
virgin will conceive
says
and give
the
birth
young
to a son,
woman
and will call him
is
Emmanuel.
with child. There's no virgin in the Hebrew text. It says ha'alma, which means the young woman, and it describes her hara in Hebrew, which means pregnant. She's a pregnant young woman. The child is being born during the reign of King Ahaz, because the prophecy was to King Ahaz, and it's going to come true in his lifetime. And it does come true in his lifetime.
So everything is correct, and everything was fulfilled. The timing, we can disagree on the virgin child. Back then in that time, 99% of women were virgins, so we can jump on that topic. But historical fulfillment, in the short term, the prophecy was fulfilled based on those 3 things.
I agree. In the short term, the prophecy, whatever prediction it was fulfilled. We can see it coming true in chapter 8. Because when it comes true in chapter 8, the prophecy, or the prophet himself, exclaims twice, "O Emmanuel," as he's witnessing it come true. So the prophecy...
And Matthew
so
1:22 through 23 offer references that.
Just take a deep breath. So the prophecy is talking about events happening during the reign of King Ahaz. We agree on that, don't we?
Sure.
Okay. Now, what you're going to say, you're going to pull out a bullshit hermeneutic and say it has a second,
Oh my God.
It has a second fulfillment. Why would I look at any prophecy of the Old Testament and think that it's going to have a second fulfillment, and that the second fulfillment isn't actually identical to the first fulfillment? Why would I think that?
Matthew identifies Jesus as the ultimate fulfillment of the prophecy given to us.
I'm aware that he does. I'm asking you, why should I believe that this prophecy has a second fulfillment that has nothing to do with what the original prophecy was about?
Because books cross-reference. You know that.
I'm asking you, why would I, as a human being, read this prophecy?
You wouldn't naturally, but if you
You're
understood
right,
the whole book
I
and
would
read everything,
naturally.
yeah, that's why he says the word is my
So,
armor.
Again,
correct.
so you're
You've been exposed.
starting at the finish line.
Oh my God.
You've already shot an arrow in the tree, and you're going to the arrow, and you're drawing the target around the arrow. That's not how proper hermeneutics work. You have to start at the finish or the start line and then work your way to the finish line. You don't get to start.
Well, then in that case, we need to start at the beginning of time, me and you, and this whole story.
You don't get to start at Jesus is God, and therefore
that goes for you too.
Everything in the New Testament is true because the New Testament
that goes
said
for you
so.
too, though.
You've got to start in the Old Testament and ask yourself, what is actually happening? And
okay, then let's start from square one.
Is there a good
let's start from
reason
the
to
beginning of
believe
Earth.
that this prophecy has a dual meaning? Why would I think that? And my second question
Listen,
is,
I agree with you.
if you're
Opening a
reading-
book halfway through doesn't make sense.
I've
So let's
read
start at the beginning
every
of the book.
last word of this, Davis. This is why you're getting embarrassed.
Okay, so then
my question is, what tool can I use as a reader of the Hebrew Bible? What tool can I use that would tell me that any given prophecy has one fulfillment or two fulfillments?
is there an overall larger fulfillment? That comes from reading the book in its entirety, and then you can cross-reference and be like, "Oh, I've seen this before in Matthew."
David, I need you to actually listen to my fucking question. If I'm reading the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, you just keep assuming is true. I don't assume that it's true. Okay? So if you're not already a Christian and you're reading, if you're not already a Christian and you're reading the Hebrew Bible, how can you know if a prophecy has 1, 2, or 3 different fulfillments? What tool can you employ?
You can't. That's like me asking you without the weather. Without the weather app, or without a weatherman, how are you going to know what the weather's going to be next
You just have to believe later. You have to believe somebody who came later told me that it's got 2 or 3 different fulfillments. Therefore, it's got 2 or 3 different fulfillments. I don't buy that. Yeah,
but that's out of context. That's out of reality.
It's not out of context. That's exactly
woulda, shoulda, coulda doesn't.
That's exactly what the Mormons did with the prophecy from Deuteronomy 18. According to the prophecy of Deuteronomy 18, the one that comes after Moses, a prophet like Moses, they say that it was fulfilled in Jesus and it was fulfilled in Joseph Smith, but you wouldn't accept that. But their hermeneutic for why it was fulfilled in Joseph Smith is identical to the hermeneutic for why it was fulfilled in Jesus, because their special prophet said so. So you can't actually read the Hebrew Bible and come to the conclusion rationally that Jesus fulfilled any prophecies unless you say it was symbolic. Oh, he fulfilled it a second time, or it's just foreshadowing. You can't show me one prophecy in the Old Testament that he fulfilled the original context of the prophecy, and I can show you dozens that say the exact opposite of what Jesus did is going to happen. In Isaiah chapter 2, what does it say when the Messiah comes? Isaiah chapter 11, what's it say going to happen? Have you read them?
I'll have to pull that. Hold on, I'm answering the first one. So in the Old Testament, the birth of the Messiah's birthplace, the Messiah's triumphal entry into Jerusalem, the suffering servant, the betrayal for 30 pieces of silver, the Messiah's piercing, the Messiah's resurrection. All those are Old Testament prophecies that have been fulfilled in Jesus.
Half of them aren't prophecies, and even the ones that are were not fulfilled in Jesus.
Okay, listen. So, I'm not necessarily worried about you because your name's in the book. I don't know how much damage you're doing to yourself, but the people that are on this chat that you're reading out of context, that's what I'm worried about.
Is what you're doing to yourself right now. You're doing damage
to
your brain.
I'm fine. I have a great life, a great income, I have great health. I've led a lot of people to the Lord.
Now. No one cares about that. So you want to read?
I do, because that's where the treasures matter. Storing treasures.
You want to read actual? You want to read actual passages about the Messiah?
Go for it. Go ahead.
Right. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. That's what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. And what else is going to happen? If you back up just a little bit, God tells you, he says, I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he will execute justice and righteousness in the land. And in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did that happen? Did Jesus save Jerusalem and allow them to live in safety?
Pull it up.
The answer is no, by the way.
That's an opinion. Let's see.
None of your apologetics websites are going to help you here. I know the material better than they do.
It's not an apologetic website. I'm getting ChatGPT to confine it.
ChatGPT isn't going to help you either. They're even worse.
It can confine the text. It goes based on facts, not bias.
No, it doesn't. It goes on what it can.
Yes, it does. There's no human error. It's complete data.
It's not data.
It references the Bible directly on King James.
Scouring the internet.
No, it's scouring the
Yes,
Bible, which is free text, open
it
to the
has
public.
no method of interpreting the Bible. Has no hermeneutic. Has no educational.
It doesn't
training.
understand poetry.
All's
It doesn't
it's doing-
understand poetry
it
or
doesn't-
metaphors.
No, it doesn't. All it knows is what it can scour
What?
from the internet. I know.
Dude, you're lying out of your
I'm
teeth.
not lying. I actually know how AI models work. AI models don't know how to analyze like we do. They don't know emotions. They
It's
don't,
doing a better job than you are.
It's certainly not. That's why you're getting cooked.
It certainly is.
You're depending on a chat.
Dude, I've broke everything down. Even it understood.
GPT
Even it understood the metaphor of the war horse, and you couldn't even
It
realize
didn't
that.
understand
The symbolic metaphor.
It was pulling a bad hermeneutic from some trash
Dude, you're
website. I'm not even close to cooked. Your denial only makes you look worse.
I feel fine.
You feel concussed.
How do I feel concussed if it makes sense?
Because you can't even.
You're going to
stay on
argue the
topic.
fact. You're
So,
arguing that the symbolic
you've been
nature
up
of
here
it
for
is
like
wrong.
30 minutes arguing based on Chat GPT, thinking that it's an actual resource when it's not. This is pathetic.
I'll see you up there, and we'll see who has more treasures.
Certainly not.
Because you're in there whether you want to be in there or
I'm
not.
still actually waiting for you to find how Jesus fulfilled Jeremiah 33, 14 through 18.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, you're right, James. The embarrassing part is thinking you're winning when you're getting bashed over the head with the Bible. I know.
Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah 33, and Chat GPT is not going to help you.
So in Matthew 1:1, the genealogy of Jesus shows that he is a direct descendant of David, fulfilling the promise that a righteous king would come from David's line. In Acts 13:23, the Apostle Paul.
So you already agreed he wasn't a king.
I agreed who wasn't a king.
So in Jeremiah 33, he's not a king in a symbolic kingdom far away. He's a king in Israel.
He's a spiritual king.
It doesn't say anything about a spiritual king.
Jesus being a spiritual king?
In fact, no, Jeremiah 33. Try to focus. We're in Jeremiah 33, and it says that he's going to restore the people to
a righteous king came from David's line.
He says they're going to restore the people to the land, right? In the towns of the hill country, of the Shephelah, of the Negev, in the land of Benjamin, the places around Jerusalem, and in the towns of Judah, flocks shall again pass under the hands of ones who count them, says the Lord. And he's going to rescue Israel and Judah from their enemies, which is why it says in those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. Didn't say anything about being a spiritual king in a kingdom far away. Also, if you want to go to the genealogies next, I'm glad to cook you on that too.
Here we go. There's 3 topics I'm going to touch on, and there's a lot to touch on it. The fulfillment of Jeremiah 33, Jeremiah 33, 17 through 18, the internal nature of David's throne. Then we're going to go over Jeremiah 33, 19 through 22, God's promise of covenant faithfulness. And then the summary of how Jesus fulfilled Jeremiah 33. Are you ready?
I can't wait to have your bullshit Chat GPT hermeneutic.
Okay. And once I get through this, you can come back. We can look at a different thing, whatever you want to do. So in this prophecy, God promises to raise up a righteous branch from the line of David, which refers to a future descendant of David who would rule justly and restore the people. Christians believe... What do you mean from where?
From where?
The context is what matters.
I know. I'm looking at the context of Jeremiah 33. Where is
Are you
going
to let me finish going through them?
I need you to actually answer the question.
They all tie together.
Where is he going to rule and reign from?
God promised to raise up a righteous branch from the line of David.
I'm aware. I'm asking,
which refers to a future descendant of David.
Where is the king going to rule from?
Like from a physical location?
Where? Tell me where he's going to rule from, because it talks about an actual king ruling. Where is he ruling?
He came from the seed of David to bring salvation to Israel.
We know. I'm asking you, where is he going to rule and reign?
Long term or short term when he's here?
Either.
Or when he was here? You read that in the Bible. You're getting off topic.
According to Jeremiah 33, where's the king?
Jerusalem.
There you go. Okay, was he ever a king in Jerusalem?
Symbolically, yes. Was there another
Oh
king that
shit!
matched his
Well,
level?
I'm a symbolic king then. Cool. I'm the symbolic king of the
Dude,
world.
you're
I'm the
okay. Well,
symbolic
that's
king of the
fine. That's
world.
fine. Now, are you gonna let me finish
Yay!
reading?
It gets more embarrassing the longer you
Are
go.
you gonna let me finish reading, or you're just
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead. Go ahead.
say silly comments like a middle schooler?
Do you symbolically pay your taxes, or do you really pay your taxes?
I really pay my taxes
Why not symbolically?
because there would be no higher meaning to that, and there would be no good from that, would there? Let's think like adults, and let's
Okay,
break that down.
so you symbolically doing things is not the same as really doing things.
Well, it depends on what things you're doing, doesn't it? And what message you're putting across, doesn't it?
Well, the message is that taxes are unfair.
Okay, to a degree, I agree with you. I'm a financial advisor. They are unfair.
So you are a crook. Yeah, carry on.
No, I save people.
No, you definitely don't.
75% of Americans do their finances on their own, and they try to keep up with their neighbors,
FAs
and then
FAs are crooks. That's why we had to implement laws to keep you guys from abandoning your fiduciary responsibilities. Sorry,
some people are sinners. Yes, some people have greed and sin and lie. Usually, people that are away from God. Correct.
Yeah.
Those are all sins. Congratulations, you have some of that root in you from being saved.
I'm certainly not saved. So the question is,
you are saved, bub, and you can't.
What part of this was actually fulfilled in Jesus?
All right, let me get back to that. Let's see here. All right.
By the way, Mount Zion in the comments is trying to give you the right answer if you were paying attention.
I'm not looking at the comments. I'm sorry, Mount Zion. I'm reading something. Hold on. So I'll give you a summary. Jesus is the righteous branch, fulfilling the prophecy of righteous king who would do what is just and right, Jeremiah 33:15. Jesus is a savior, the name given to the righteous king and the Lord our righteous savior, Jeremiah 33:16, which is understood in Christian theology to refer Jesus, who is the savior of humanity. Jesus and the eternal kingdom. Jesus' reign is eternal, though he did not establish an earthly political kingdom. His spiritual kingdom is everlasting, fulfilling the promise that David's throne would never fail. Jeremiah 33:17-18. Jesus and the new covenant. Jesus' death and resurrection established the new covenant, which Christians believe fulfills God's promise of faithfulness to Israel. Jesus provides salvation to all, both Jews and Gentiles, who accept him as Lord and Savior.
Sure. Can you show me where that is predicted in Jeremiah 33, though?
Jeremiah 33:17-18, okay. Jeremiah 33:16, Jeremiah 33:15.
So in Jeremiah 33:17 and 18, it says, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. So are you saying the throne of the house of Israel is now not a throne of the house of Israel?
Did he lack a man? Did David lack a man to sit on a throne?
Is there someone there right now?
Yes, Israel is a country, correct?
There's no king. There hasn't been a king in Israel for many generations.
But there's someone who rules over it and makes sure that doesn't fall, correct?
They missed about 1,800 years of kings.
So has Israel fallen? Or is it still a beacon of God? Is it still a beacon of God?
So we'll try this again, Davis. What does verse 17
Try
say?
again. Is it still a beacon of God to this day?
No. Half of the Jewish people are atheists, by the way. So in verse 17, it says, Thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on my throne. What's the word never mean?
Dude, you're cooked. You're
What's the word never
spreading
mean?
a false message without context,
David,
and you're not using metaphors or poetry.
You can cry all you want, Davis. I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm not going to cry.
Question.
I feel bad for you.
What does the word never mean?
Never means not going to happen.
Exactly. Okay.
And what is still the beacon nation of God?
And what's it saying is not going to happen?
To this day, what is still the...
Try this again. What does Jeremiah 33 say is not going to happen?
Is Israel not the beacon of God still?
Answer the question, child. What does Jeremiah 33:17
Don't dodge it. Answer it.
is going to happen?
There's someone who currently controls Israel, yes. But what's the beacon
I
of
already
Israel?
answered the question. The answer to the question is no. Israel not a beacon to anyone. So
Hi, Bob.
the question is,
Okay.
what does Jeremiah 33:17 say is never going to happen?
Let's see. Jesus' reign is eternal, though he did not establish an earthly political kingdom.
Nope.
His spiritual kingdom is ever.
Read verse 17. What does verse 17 say is never going to happen? Don't read from the internet. Nobody cares. What does verse 17 say is not going to happen?
David's throne failing.
No. Let's try again. Read it. The words
read through that.
David shall never what? You can do
lack
it.
a man to sit on the throne.
Okay, what does it mean to sit
Does
on
it say king?
And what does it mean to sit on the throne?
The spiritual throne.
Oh, it's spiritual now. Oh, of course it's a spiritual throne. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm sitting
metaphorically. Can you not comprehend text?
I'm sitting on the spiritual throne. Yeah. We already
You're
covered
reading
this.
you're reading a religious book, and you're going to take spirituality out of it?
Did you
Are you dumb?
Did you spiritually go to work today, or did you really go to work?
My work has nothing to do with religion, but you're reading a religious text, and you're going to take out spiritual metaphors.
I love it. That's all they've got.
That's dumb, bub.
It's not a metaphor. You just don't like what it actually
says.
It is
in a religious text.
It's certainly
that
not.
is a spiritual book in itself.
Just because it's a religious text doesn't mean that the whole thing is a metaphor.
Bless your heart.
That's
I'll
not
pray
how
for
that
you.
works.
I just broke it all down for you.
Read another one?
You know what? Those who know
What
the
you
truth
did
and
is
turn from it,
you
that's another
embarrassed
story.
yourself, and now your overconfidence is embarrassing you even further. Because
Dude,
it talks
I just
about the
proved you
Messiah
wrong.
again
You're like, oh,
in
spiritually?
Ezekiel 37.
It's a spiritual book.
Spiritual
Hello.
fulfillments aren't real. They're something that people make up as a cope when the prophecies don't actually come true, which is what we find in Ezekiel 37. The same thing in Ezekiel 37. My servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. And they will live in the land. Hold on. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever.
I've given you an answer for everything you said, and all you can say
and
is,
where is...
oh, if I ride a donkey, am I...
And where is that land, Davis? Where can I find the land that was promised to the servant Jacob?
Here, let me get back on here and prove you wrong on another thing, just for you to say something silly. Bless
Every
your heart.
time you go to chat,
ask the question again, please.
You just embarrass yourself.
Ask the question again.
Verse 25, they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. Where is that land? Is it a spiritual land?
Hold on, I'll answer you.
It's not, by the way. Imagine having to use Chat GPT because you haven't actually read the book, and then having this amount of confidence in a book you've never read.
I have read the book.
You clearly haven't.
My grandfather actually preached at the White House during Reagan. I've read the book.
Your grandfather preaching has nothing to do with whether or not you read the book.
I'm just telling you my exposure over my lifetime to the book. Yes,
Nobody
I've read
cares.
God does. I don't care what you think, Bob, but God does.
If you had read it, you'd know what we're talking about right now. You wouldn't have to keep Googling it.
No, because I got to make sure I understand the metaphors to break them down for you.
They're not metaphors. They're only metaphors when you don't like what they say. See, when you don't like what the prophecy actually says, you have to do dumb things and say, oh, it's a metaphor.
The land God gave to Jacob is generally understood to be the region known today as Israel and its surrounding areas. It is described in various parts of the Bible. The borders of the promised land are most famously outlined in the book of Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers, and the general area includes parts of modern-day Israel, Palestine, and surrounding regions.
We all know where Israel is. The question is, how was this fulfilled in Jesus? Because it says that the Messiah, presumably Jesus, is going to be king over them, and that the north and the south are going to be...
Bob already explained that. Israel's still the beacon of God.
We'll try this again. It says that there's going to be a king, and that king is going to be where? I know it's hard. It's your first time reading it. I know it's hard.
Oh, sorry, I was reading something else. What
24 and 25 says that there's going to be an actual king, and he's gonna be where? Where's his location?
No, verse 24. I just cooked you on that, and then you just
Not
jumped
even
over
close. Just saying it's spiritual because you read it on Chat GPT doesn't cook
Davidic
anyone.
throne and the Levitical priesthood, as well as God's covenant with Israel. These verses also provide significant insights into the location of the king. Let's see here. Linked to David's line, meaning the king of God would rise up in the Davidic dynasty. Jeremiah 33, 24 through 25 doesn't explicitly name the physical locations of the king rule. It is understood in the context of Jeremiah's prophetic message to refer to Jerusalem, the capital of Israel and the seat of David's throne.
The more you keep reading, the worse it's going to be when you stop. Verse 22, I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. And never again shall there be two nations. Never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms.
Jerusalem is the city of David, and it was...
They will be placed on the mountains of Israel, and the king will be their king in Israel. It's a physical location. Go ahead and cope now.
Yeah, from king from David's line would imply that this ruler would reign from Jerusalem or have some connection to the city.
Yeah, in Jerusalem, yeah. And did Jesus rule and reign as king in Jerusalem?
Isn't that the capital still for Jesus?
Did he do it?
Yes. Isn't it still the capital, and is it still reign?
Okay, so show me
hello there, Bob.
Then show me that passage. I want to see where Jesus was a king in Israel.
He's still the king of Israel. What does Israel stand for?
All right, so
Satan?
the
Buddha?
passage says that
Allah?
he's going to restore the north and
Nicolas
the south.
Cage? No,
Jesus.
Jesus.
Try this again, Davis. The passage states that he's going to restore the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. He's going to bring the people back to the land, and he's going to be a physical king on the throne of David among his people in the land. None of that happened.
Dude, Israel is still a beacon for Christ.
And Jesus,
to this day,
and Jesus
unwavering.
isn't there. They're not a beacon
unwavering
for Christ.
For any duration.
They rejected Christ.
Unwavering for any duration.
Unwavering rejection of Jesus.
Okay, Bob.
Just saying he's a king doesn't actually make him a king. That's not the way that works, Bub.
Not physically, spiritually, Bob.
It says he's going to be a king in a physical location.
And he was.
He was never a king. You can't show me one passage where he was ever a king.
Okay.
Now I'm going to cook you on the genealogy because I guarantee you haven't actually read through the genealogies.
All right, let's cook.
Matthew chapter 1.
What about it?
How does genealogy work in terms of determining your tribe? Do you know in the Bible?
No, I don't.
It goes through the father, doesn't it? According to Numbers chapter 1.
Genealogy as far as how we were created?
Your tribal allotment goes through your father's lineage.
Yeah, we're all...
Okay, so you know if you're from the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Levi based on your father's lineage, right?
Right.
Cool. Now, the problem we have here is the genealogy in Matthew not only goes to Joseph, who wasn't the father of Jesus, but it's also true that it goes through somebody who was cursed. And it was said in Jeremiah 22 that his ancestors would never be on the throne. That's in verse 11. It traces the genealogy of Joseph. It says, and Josiah, the father of Jeconiah and his brothers at the time of the deportation of Babylon. So the genealogy goes through Jeconiah.
So now does that trace Jesus's lineage, or
it goes to Joseph? None of these lineages go.
But it's
to
a direct reference. So Matthew 1 through 17 isn't a passage that traces Jesus's lineage.
It goes to Joseph, who wasn't the father of Jesus.
Okay, I don't think you're true on that.
I'll just read it for you since apparently you haven't read it. So if you go to the beginning,
I think it's specifically crafted to demonstrate that Jesus
as the
fulfills
father
Old Testament
of Isaac.
prophecy.
He didn't fulfill a single prophecy. So it
He
starts.
promised to made Abraham and David.
So it starts with Abraham, and then it ends in Joseph. The last person, it says, and Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. So Joseph is the father, or I'm sorry, Jacob is the father of Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph was not the father of Jesus. The second problem is that it goes through Jeconiah. And we know from the Old Testament that Jeconiah was cursed. It says in Jeremiah 22 that none of his offspring will succeed in sitting on the throne of David. It's Jeremiah 22, verse 30.
After the exile, the genealogy moves to Jeconiah, the last king before the exile, and the line continues through his descendants, leading to Joseph, the husband of Mary,
not a single descendant of Jeconiah ever sat on the throne because he was cursed. Says
he was the last king before the exile. Correct?
I'm aware. Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. Meaning, if you are a descendant of Jeconiah, you cannot sit on the throne. You're not allowed to do it. Your lineage has been cursed. So Matthew's genealogy not only doesn't actually go to Jesus, it goes to Joseph, but also...
So let me ask you this. Jeconiah. You said Jesus was never a king, but establishing that he was a descendant from David and Abraham, isn't that a legitimate claim to be the Messiah king?
No, because...
In Jewish tradition? Son.
Not even close, because David had thousands and thousands of descendants. Just claiming,
that doesn't matter.
It does. Just claiming to be a descendant from David doesn't make
it's not a claim. It's proven based on
not proven.
Dude, you're cooked. You just walked into that.
Try this again. Just being a descendant of King David doesn't make you a king. And we've already looked at the genealogy. The genealogy goes through a cursed lineage
by Jewish tradition.
And it ends in Joseph, who wasn't the actual father of Jesus. Do you see the problem with that?
No, I don't. And you're not listening to what I'm saying, so okay, I'm just going to leave.
So I need you to actually address what I said, which was that it goes through Jeconiah first. In Jeremiah 22:30, what does it say about Jeconiah's descendants?
There was none after him. It was exile.
Okay.
He was the last king.
And what does it
he was
say?
The last king before the exile.
What does it say about his descendants? Read the verse on the page. It's right in front of you.
It doesn't say, it doesn't reference any. I'm not on that page directly
verse
referring to you. Hold
30,
on, let me see where you're at.
Read it off the screen. Man can't even boil water and thinks he's cooking.
And his didn't after the exile.
Okay, so it says...
But David and Abraham did.
So David was before Jeconiah, dummy. So it says that none of Jeconiah's offspring will ever again rule in Judah, correct?
It said David's offspring wouldn't?
No, Jeconiah's offspring. We're reading the curse of Jeconiah. And it says that none of his descendants will sit on the throne of David and rule again in Judah. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so that means anyone from the lineage of Jeconiah is now disqualified from sitting on the throne. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, now if Jesus's descendants came from Jeconiah, that means he is disqualified from sitting on the throne.
No, he didn't. No.
Yep.
He didn't have any. Jeconiah did not have any descendants who actually ruled as king after the Babylon exile.
Yes, because he was cursed. Because it literally said that none of his descendants would rule again on the throne of David. And if Jesus is one of his descendants, that means he also cannot rule on the throne of King David.
He wasn't a biological descendant of Joseph.
I agree, which means he's not even a descendant.
He was a descendant of David.
He was not.
But it wasn't his biological father.
He was adopted by Joseph, I know.
Yes.
So at best,
he's not under the curse. So because he's not affected by Jeconiah's offspring.
He is. So
how?
So because he's listen, if you think adoption makes you a legitimate descendant, then he's a legitimate descendant of a cursed lineage.
Adoption does make you a legitimate descendant.
Okay, so then the best you have is a guy who was adopted by a guy from a cursed lineage. Congratulations, you didn't get
by genealogy, not by law, brother.
No, adoption's by law.
Yeah, not by genealogy. I don't know if you know how we're talking about genealogy, Bob.
Okay, and
do you know what how genealogy works? It doesn't be passed on by Jesus. Correct.
The
That's why the
genealogy
curse
goes
doesn't
to
matter.
Joseph, which is why the curse does matter. Yeah, because Joseph is part of that genealogy, which means he is not he's not liable or not liable. He's not able. His lineage is not able to be on the throne.
No.
Yep. So not only was he never actually on the throne, he's not even allowed
Luke
to.
traces the lineage through Mary.
Oh, I love
Jesus'
that.
biological
I was
mother,
waiting
who
for
is
that
also
pivot.
a defendant of David.
I was waiting for that pivot. I've never been more happy to see you do a dumb pivot. So we're going to go to Luke chapter 3.
You're about to cook yourself again. I've cooked you on every single thing.
You have no idea how bad you're cooked. You can't even boil water right now. So
can I just say something really quick, Justin? That's all I came up for. Okay, guys, we're only at 69,000 likes. We've been live for over 2 hours, and we've had over 600 people. This is crazy. Get them likes tapping. Share out this live. There is no reason that Justin's under 100,000 likes right now. Get that going. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Hey, thanks so much, Joyful. Good to hear from you. Guys, make sure you're following Joyful's profile if you're not already following Joyful. Thanks. Good to see you, buddy. Okay, so the genealogy in the book of Luke, surprise, surprise, goes to Joseph again. Want to read it?
You can go ahead.
Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli, son of Mathat, son of Levi. Ooh, it's Joseph. Oh, no. Where's Mary?
Mary's the one who gave... Are you kidding me? Did Joseph spit him out of his butt? No.
We're talking in Luke. The genealogy goes to Joseph, not Mary. Your claim was that the genealogy in Luke went
Mary
to
was
Mary.
The only...
So your claim, Davis, was that the genealogy from Luke goes through Mary. Show me where that happens.
Show you where she gave a virgin birth?
Show me where the genealogy of Luke goes to Mary. That was your claim.
So he was adopted by Luke.
No, he wasn't adopted by Luke. Luke's the author of the text, theoretically.
Who was he adopted by? Who was he adopted by?
He was adopted by Joseph. Pay attention. Your claim was that the genealogy in Luke went to Mary and not Joseph. Now I'm in Luke and we're looking at the genealogy and it goes to Joseph, not Mary. So you're caught again. Never read the book.
Nope.
Okay, then show me in Luke 3 where it gives the genealogy of Mary. Because as it turns out, Mary's a fucking Levite. And if you bothered to read the book of Luke, you would know that.
So he's the son of David and son of Abraham. He descended through David.
Verse 23 is the verse you want for the genealogy.
Well, there's different ones. There's Genesis 1, there's Genesis 12, 3, 22.
We don't care about the genealogy of Abraham. We're talking about the genealogy of Jesus.
No, I'm talking about the genealogy of Jesus. Yes, I know, but I'm looking at, there's like 30,000 different cross-references.
You don't need a cross-reference. You need the verse that's already on the screen in front of your eyeballs.
Hold on, I'm looking. Not at yours. I'm looking at something real quick. Hold on.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, apparently. Bad religion, thank you for the hat. Kim, thank you for the live. I appreciate that. And Kim, also, thank you for the paper crane. Guys, thank you so much for being here and for gifting and supporting and super chatting and having to sit through a guy who thinks ChatGPT is an actual authoritative source.
We'll go to Luke 3:31.
I'm in Luke 3 right now. I'm waiting for the verse that talks
about... Go to 31.
Okay, 31. Says, son of Melei, son of Mena, son of Mathatha, son of Nathan, son of David. Funny, there's no Mary there. And you've got a second problem. Luke chases the genealogy through Nathan, the son of David, but according to the book of Chronicles and the book of Samuel's, the genealogy of the throne goes through...
Matthew's genealogy traces Jesus' legal descent through...
Goes through not Nathan, it goes through Solomon. That's in First Chronicles, and it's in the book of Samuel. The genealogy has to go through Solomon, not through Nathan. And again, even if it went through Solomon, which it doesn't, it still terminates in Joseph, not Mary. So all you have to do is read it and find me where it says Mary. Also, Dr. Joe, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the cranes, Dr. Joe. And Mocha, thank you for the hat.
Let me give you these 2 lines. This is the main focus, because Matthew writes primarily for Jewish.
So I need you to actually focus and stop pivoting. You said that one of the genealogies, namely Luke, goes to Mary. Can you show me where it goes to Mary? That's where we're still at right now.
Mary gave birth. Are you kidding me?
I know. I'm asking about the genealogy. We're talking about the genealogy going to Mary. Where can I find that genealogy? You said it was.
That's not significant.
You brought it up, motherfucker. You said the genealogy in Luke went to Mary. I'm asking you to show me where. Can you show me that?
Him.
You said the genealogy in Luke went to Mary. You said that. Those were your words. Now you're up here lying. Put a 1 in the
she passed.
Put a 1 in the comments if you heard the guest say that Luke chapter 3 genealogy went to Mary. Put a 1 in the comments if you heard him say that. I'm going to clip this. Everyone's going to hear you lying for all of eternity on YouTube. It's being recorded. Everyone's going to hear you lying. So the only thing I need for you to say right now is whether or not the genealogy of Mary is ever given in the Bible. Was it ever given? Yes or no?
No, because there's not a reference to it on why it matters.
Cool. So
why would it matter?
It matters because you brought it up, not me.
Well, the main topic is the Bible, not me. What matters is that Matthew points to it for Jewish audience, and Luke writes to the Gentile audience.
But nobody cares about their audience. The question,
yes, it does. The book does. That's the point of the book.
Nobody cares. We're talking about the genealogy.
Yes, Davis, and Matthew.
David, does your mother get online? Does she watch YouTube or TikTok?
Luke writes to the Gentile audience.
If we're all aware, I'm asking, does your mother know?
Yeah, okay, so now you understand.
Full of yourself?
Dude, I've cooked you on every single one of them. You just don't listen.
Not even close.
If you understood poetry, metaphors, and you understand the larger picture, and you read the book in its entirety.
Not only do I understand poetry and metaphor, I know when it is poetry and when it's not poetry. It's not poetry and metaphor just when you don't like what it actually says. That's the only hermeneutic you've got.
The whole
you don't like what it says.
Completely lost that.
Not even close.
You lost that entirely.
Not even close. A war horse is a war horse. That's why when you go to the actual prophecies about
Did he come in as a war horse?
Did he come in as a war horse? It doesn't say he will be a war horse, dummy. It says he will.
Stopped it.
It says he will cut off the war horse.
Well, I'm gonna let you go. I'll pray for you.
All right. I will be praying for you and your sick religion. No. Imagine having that level of confidence in a book you've never read, getting utterly annihilated while thinking that you're cooking. It's crazy to me. I hope his mother doesn't see this. Guys, make sure you don't figure out if his mother's on TikTok and send this to him. Whatever you do, don't find his family and send this video to him on TikTok. All right. He doesn't know how to leave, apparently, so I'll just leave him teacupped. I'm going to read some super chats. Thanks for being here for the long conversation. I know long conversations can get boring, but when I get jackasses, I like to cook them as much as humanly possible so that maybe they'll learn a lesson. I don't know. I don't think that guy's ever going to learn a lesson. But Kenneth, thank you for the super chat. It says, went on a Christian TikTok live and asked questions. I got banned because Satan gave me knowledge of the Bible. I told them the Holy Spirit helped. Listen, the last thing you want to do to Christians is quote the Bible to them. They don't have any explanation for anything in the Bible. I was hoping we can get around to even talking about slavery tonight with that guest. But let's go GH. GH says, the one with the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is the one whining about being unfair. I know. Imagine having the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on your side and then not being able to win a conversation or a debate. It's crazy to me. Jesus said the Holy Spirit's going to lead you in all truth. Doesn't seem to be happening. Constantinos, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I am in a very dark place because of evil people. I cannot stop thinking of revenge. I am a believer, but I do not have other choice. Well, listen, Constantine, you shouldn't be a believer because this religion is nonsense. It does nothing for you, and it's not necessary for anything. I'm sorry that you're having a rough time. You know, we hope that whatever the problem is, you can find some solution to it. But just come to atheism. It's easier. So Cora, thank you so much for the $5 over Cash App. Big W. I appreciate that, Cora. And then we also got another donation. I'm so sorry. It kind of came and went while I was talking. Let's see if I can find it. I think it came over through Venmo. We'll see if it's in there. But while we're doing that, let's grab our next super chat. Nolan, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I think you should set up a fallacy counter along with the look at the trees counter. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I kind of like the idea of setting up a fallacy counter. All right, let me think on that. Actually, I think we do need a fallacy counter. All right, I didn't see the donation on Venmo. Maybe it was over PayPal. Listen, if you donated money, I want to make sure and thank you for it. But sometimes when you donate it over like Venmo or PayPal or things like that, sometimes like the notification doesn't really stay up very long on my phone. Looks like John. Thank you so much, John. I cannot pronounce your last name, John, but John says, congrats on your upcoming modern day debate premiere. Looking forward. Let me see. Looking forward to hearing all about Isaiah 53 is about Jesus, how Jesus spiritually fulfilled prophecy. You nailed it, John. That's exactly what's going to happen Saturday night on Modern Day Debates. It's going to be just like the conversation we just ended. A whole lot of it was fulfilled spiritually. And JMR, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Jesse bites toenails before cry. He does. Jesse is the biggest crybaby of them all. He might come back. We'll see if he comes back. Jesse was just as delusional as the last guest. He thinks that saying "nuh-uh" is a valid form of argumentation or it's spiritual. Jam and Jay says, everyone knows vampires hate garlic, ergo fact. Exactly. I know it's true. You know it's true. It must be true. And Joe says, where do you think does love your enemy come from? It's also in the Old Testament and ties merely into love your Jewish neighbor. Or is this something new, universally good, made by Jesus? Well, it's not new. It comes from Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18. And the only thing Jesus does is he modifies the idea of who is your neighbor. Whereas in the Old Testament, the idea of your neighbor was like your kin, someone who is relatively close to you. The Hebrew word re'ah, which is used in Leviticus 19, just refers to someone that is very close in proximity to you. And sometimes it could be referred to as like genetic proximity. So it's not referring to everybody in the world. It's not saying you should treat everybody in the world a particular way. Jesus seems to reinterpret it as such, is that like, listen, really everybody's your neighbor. So I think Jesus was taking something old and kind of putting a new face on it, if you ask me. And Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Jesus clearing the temple means he took a deuce. Yeah, you could say Jesus came into the temple and actually washed it out. He cleaned out the latrine, and that was clearing the temple. It was a spiritual fulfillment. And let me grab the next super chat. Sorry about that, guys. We got a super chat from Victor. Thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. I appreciate that. And XJW, thank you for the $4.99 super thanks. Big W there. And LS, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Dias fricasse is my favorite dish. I don't know what fricasse means, but I assume it's a dish. And listen, that guest couldn't cook even ramen noodles. So, we had to cook him. He wasn't going to do any cooking. But thank you for being here. And Leo, thank you for being a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. And Master Sheeter, again, says this caller is trash, and I don't say that lightly. We agree with you. That last caller was a lot of trash. And Tarek says, Pamela Anderson keeps Doug's son, Kid Rock, hard. Oh, God, I forgot about Kid Rock. Kid Rock might be the biggest loser in the music industry, honestly. But I do not affiliate Doug with Kid Rock. Barbara says, this guy thinks he's cooking Justin. Okay, bub. The level of arrogance you have to think that you're cooking with those answers. Tron the Con says caller's volume is very loud. Praise Doug. I didn't realize his volume was loud. I probably could have turned my mic up. And Iceman, thank you for the super chat. Says this caller cannot boil water, so I know he's not cooking. Justin, you're right. No way. Guy doesn't even know where he left the knobs to the stove. He ain't cooking. And Texas Panhandler, my friend, good to see you, says context is king, but did it ever ride a donkey? Maybe context is the Messiah. I love it when they say things like context is king, and then when you read it in the original context, you're like, no, it doesn't mean what it says. It's symbolic. It's spiritual. Just ignore the actual context. And it's just K. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, sounds like Jesus isn't your king. All hail context, the king of slow Christians. Praise be. Praises be. Listen, you don't have to be a genius to recognize that Jesus was never actually a king. I don't think that that's a defensible position. And Tyler, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero, hail Satan, hail Tyler. Says, Justin, please, you're cooking like a madman. This guest is well done and butterflied. I prefer medium rare. I know. But listen, when they come in that cocky, you know what I do. I cook them as much as humanly possible to give them a second thought next time they want to say something stupid publicly. And iReactor, thank you for the 666. In spiritual fulfillment, spiritual is synonymous with not actual. You nailed it. When somebody says they spiritually fulfilled something, it means it didn't happen, and they have to cope now. Hail Doug, I just got here. What's the lat count? The look at the trees count, believe it or not, is at 0, but it's coming. You know the look at the trees is coming. And Blaine, thank you for the super chat, says, I ate Doug's, you know what, symbolically. Well, big W for taking care of Doug's crevasse. He appreciates that. And CJ says, why can't your God inspire people to write a book that we don't have to interpret symbolically? That's the crazy thing. Symbolic interpretations, it can be anything you want to. Once it becomes symbolic, it's just anything that looks vaguely familiar, which is why I started the conversation with that. And Reverend Dr. Cal says, Zechariah 14:2, what's Jesus going to do to the women? Good question. I mean, obviously they think everything is about Jesus. And in Zechariah 14, there seems to be a war happening, right? And in the war, there's going to be, you know what, happening. Says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Yay, God. What a good God. God's going to bring the nations against his own people and have the women raped. What a merciful God. He's so good. He's so good. And it's just Case says, I'm confused. If Jesus was the king, why wouldn't the Jews, the writers of the Old Testament, believe in him and declare him as Lord? Yeah, I agree. If he was the king, and if he actually did what the prophecy said he would do, they wouldn't have rejected his ass. And Beandog says, I just cooked you, he says, as he cooks his own feet on a Foreman grill. Bub. It's crazy. And I agree, Small Johnson. Bub, you're cooked, Bub. He's definitely cooked. I think when we clipped that, we just got to clip it as the Bub clip. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Yeah, hard work, I'm with you. With all the BS Christians spew about prophecy, why don't we hear them argue the virgin in Isaiah is a spiritual or symbolic? I want to know what a symbolic virgin is, because that's the only way to interpret that passage. Is it's got to be a near fulfillment and a far fulfillment, or a literal fulfillment and a spiritual fulfillment. We're trying to get Dogs of New York up in here. We'll see if they'll connect. Rob says, so funny when they say we can't know God's ways, yet are so confident in what you were saying isn't God's way. I know. I was like when they say God is good, but he's also beyond our understanding. So, okay, so you can't understand God, but you know he's good. Sure he is. Space Lord says, Guy believes in eternal security. If that's true, I'm set, I guess. Weird, I know, right? It's crazy. I pointed out that Hebrews chapter 6, verse 4 contradicts that. We didn't get time to go over it because he was a gish galloping queen. But it is what it is. Let's get our next guest in here. All right.
Hi there. How are you?
Yeah, good. How you doing, Pig?
My name is Eli, actually, but
well, I mean, your name isn't on your profile, and you've got a picture of a pig, so I I only had one choice.
No. Okay. You got me. I don't know. But the thing is, I'm not a Christian. I actually just turned into an atheist, and I feel like I can help. The people trying to convert you, them saying that, oh, what's it called? You're lost. You're blah blah blah. So we can disprove the Bible or any religious text, but because the majority of your audience is Christian, let's do this. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Blah.
Cool.
I don't know what that was.
And we're not doing that. Whatever that was.
Yeah, I just want to come up real quick and say if that's the best Chat GPT has, like L Chat GPT.
Yeah, we failed on AI technology. It's not very good at all. It's also remember GPT does not have any access to scholarly literature. The scholarly literature is all behind paywalls. Only like guys who like me that are willing to pay for it have access to it. AI models do not.
Yep. As I gotta get back to work, I just wanted to come up and drop that W Justin L Chat GPT, and let's remember, technically it was King Zedekiah. Jeconiah's uncle was the last king, so the line couldn't even have continued through Jeconiah.
That's true. You're right. That's a very good point. I'm glad you pointed that out. In fact, I've heard a rabbi mention that before, and I totally forgot about it. I need to lock that into my memory.
Anyways, you have a fantastic rest of your live. I'm going to keep listening.
Thanks, brother. Good to hear from you guys. Make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction on TikTok and on YouTube. He's amazing. So we've got Snyder in the box with us.
Yes,
how you doing,
sir.
Snyder?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Snyder, are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind?
I'm 28 and I do believe in God.
Cool. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in God. There's only one God.
Does your God have a name?
God.
Does he have a religion?
He has multiple.
Does he have a holy book?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Which holy book is pertaining to your God?
The Bible.
Okay, so you're a Christian. You're just a coward.
Yes, I am. I am a Christian.
Why are you afraid to say you're a Christian?
Why you gotta call me a coward, though?
It was an easy question. Listen, when I was a Christian and somebody asked me who my God was, I would have said, Jesus Christ is Lord and Yahweh is his Father God. And I would have said some nonsense about the Holy Spirit. So, okay. So
you literally asked me who my God was and I said God.
Yeah,
I'm confused. What's the difference between God and Jesus?
I asked you if your God had a name.
And I said God.
That God is not the name of God.
What is the name of God?
The name of your God is either Yahweh or Jesus. So
okay, whatever you think.
Cool. So what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for your God being real?
I saw God.
That's adorable. I have a friend who saw the Hindu God. So what? Is that
that's my reason for God existing.
You know, there are medications you can take to fix your hallucinations.
Why I gotta be an hallucination?
Because if I told you that my friend, who was visited by two of the Hindu gods, said that that was proof of his particular religion, you would say that either A, he was hallucinating, or B, he was visited by some sort of demonic entity, right?
So if someone claims something, why can't it be true?
I'm asking you, is it true that he was visited by two of the Hindu gods?
I think it's possible, yeah.
Oh shit, so you believe in multiple gods?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, he either did or he didn't.
I don't know what he saw. I'm telling you what I saw. I'm coming from my argument.
So you're agnostic to whether or not multiple gods exist?
What does agnostic mean?
It means you don't have a position of knowledge?
No, I guess not. But what I said is my God, the God that I worship, he exists, and I've seen him.
I'm sure he does. How do you know that you weren't hallucinating?
How do I know I wasn't hallucinating? Because that happened more than once.
So?
Exactly the same.
So?
So that's why I believe.
You know
but I mean, why don't you?
You know that people that hallucinate have multiple hallucinations, right?
I'm not disagreeing with that, no.
Okay. So the fact that you can have
So,
multiples isn't interesting at all
okay, sure. Let's not talk about my hallucination. Why don't you believe that God exists? Do you have any proof?
because there's no evidence.
S- Okay, so does that prove that God doesn't exist?
There's no such thing as proving non-existent entities. Just like you don't have any proof that the tooth fairy doesn't exist, do you?
Okay, cool. So, do you
I can prove that your
have?
God doesn't exist, though.
Okay, please do.
Okay, because your God theoretically created all things,
Mm-hmm.
and your God is omnipotent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your God is all-knowing,
Mm-hmm.
and your God is all-loving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I don't think that he's any one of those three omni properties. Which one do you want to start with?
Whichever one you want, I'm listening.
Okay, we'll talk about omnipotence first. What does it mean to be omnipotent?
Well, I know it means one of the all-seeing or all-knowing. I'm not sure exactly which one.
Omnipotent means you're all powerful. You can do all things,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that God can do all things?
Yes.
So there's nothing he can't do.
God can do all things, yes. There's
Okay.
nothing he can't do.
Can God get pegged in heaven?
If God wants to, sure. Why not?
Well, the Bible would suggest that he couldn't even be tempted to be pegged because it says God cannot be tempted, assuming God cannot be tempted to sin, and theoretically pegging is a sin
How you know that?
because it's man on man action. It's a sin according to
Wait.
Leviticus.
Okay, so I'm confused. How does God being pegged prove that he's not real? I'm confused.
No, the appropriate answer is you're supposed to say God can't be pegged, but I can actually work
No,
with this. So what you're
I'd
saying
say
then,
there's no.
so what you're saying then is the Bible's wrong. So you've
I'm
disproved
not
God.
saying the Bible's nothing.
You've
I don't know
disproved
the
God
Bible enough.
anyways.
I'm not gonna speak on the Bible because I don't study the Bible enough
Yeah.
to talk about it. I'm talking about God from my own experiences and my own beliefs.
Okay, so
And what
big W then God can be pegged.
I don't know. If he wants to, I'm sure that's something God would be able to do if he's all powerful, right?
Fair enough. W for pegging in heaven. Okay. So the second question is, can he create a rock so heavy they can't lift it?
Sure.
He can create a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it.
Oh, you said God. I thought you meant anyone other, like some person.
No God.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure if he wanted to, he probably can.
So he can create the rock,
Potentially, if he
but
wanted to, right?
but then he can't lift it.
Potentially.
So then there's something he can't do.
So then God would be the one creating that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Which would make God exactly what we think of him to be.
No, it would make him not omnipotent because there's something he can't do. He can't lift the rock. It's just definitionally true.
I mean, you saying that like you understand what God is to say that doesn't prove exactly that that's why God is God.
It's just an argument by definition. Good to see you, Benny. Welcome up,
Okay,
Benny.
Hey, long
I
time
hear
no
your
talk.
argument. I hear your argument, but I feel like you're thinking a little too hard about what God is
I
supposed to
don't
be.
think you're thinking hard enough. It's just a
I was just about to say.
logically based question, right? So if God can't lift the rock, that means there's something he can't do. And if there's something he can't do, then that means that he's not omnipotent, because being omnipotent means that you can do all things.
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's why I think you're thinking too hard. Because what is God supposed to be?
I'm not there.
You're
Hey,
not even
can I?
answering my question.
I don't think.
I just want to interrupt real quick.
Can you not interrupt, please? Can I ask him the question
Well,
again?
it's a thing about the YouTube is the volume for guests on TikTok is like extremely high compared to yours. I don't know if there's a way to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if you
I
have
can
it
turn
like
it down.
doubling up.
Are you saying you can't? Are you talking about the creator or
All right.
me?
It should be a little bit better now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just stick up here just while I get some responses back from them.
Yeah, stay up as long as you
Continue.
want, buddy. I can crank up the volume on my mic a little bit too if I need to. I've got it down. It's only at like
Volume is fine to me.
2/3 or so. Yeah. Oh shit! What? Why is it so far down? It's like at 0 almost. I didn't turn.
Oh, is it your mic?
Yeah. All right, what about now? Is that better?
Woo! That's loud.
Dude, what the fuck was going on? I didn't turn it down. It's turning itself down right now. Why are you turning yourself down?
You
Guys,
guys,
God don't exist.
the Holy Ghost is up in your.
Absolutely.
I literally hate mic. I fucking hate microphones that auto adjust. The worst invention ever. I've got the auto adjust turned off. Okay.
It sounds like it's flipping.
All right. It should be a little bit loud now. I turned it away from my face. Okay. I think we're okay.
Yeah, that sounds all right. You weren't clipping.
Okay.
Is it? Oh yeah. We'll continue.
We'll see what happens. All right. So Snyder, I apologize. Do you understand the argument? If there's something God cannot do, then it's just definitionally true that he's not all powerful.
I mean, to me, that doesn't not make him all powerful. That makes him not being able to be understood. That's a concept we wouldn't be able to understand, isn't it?
No.
Okay, yeah, you're way too loud, Justin.
All
Sorry.
right, let me turn it down a little bit. All right, what about there? It's a little bit lower.
Yeah, that's perfect, I think. Well,
Okay.
Chat, what do you think? What do you think, chat?
See if that's any better.
Just waiting for them. Perfect. Yep.
Oh, good. All right. I really appreciate that. I didn't realize that this microphone was auto adjusting. I knew that it had the auto adjust feature, but I had it turned off. So I don't know why it was auto adjusting. Apparently it doesn't care about settings or something.
Yeah.
I had the same problem with my last microphone made by Shure. I will never buy a Shure microphone with the auto adjust feature ever again.
Well, my buddy has that same microphone, and he accidentally mutes himself all the time because it's got like a touch mute. So anytime he like adjusts the mic, he accidentally mutes himself, and it's funny.
Oh well, I got it over here. It's the place it's hard to touch.
That's a good one. Yeah.
So I think I'll be okay. So Snyder, do you understand that this right now the discussion we're having requires you to understand definitions, right? So the definition of being all powerful means that there's nothing that is outside of your capabilities. So the minute you say that there's something God can't do, then that means he can't be all powerful. Do you understand?
So that's what I'm saying. That confusion.
It's not confusion.
It's like, well, okay. Listen to me. Can I finish? Let me finish, please.
It's just definitions.
Yes, sir. Definition.
Okay,
but
so
now you're talking about.
All right, so definitionally speaking, if there's anything that I can't do, you understand that means that I am not all powerful, right?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
So if there's
What
something
I'm trying to say is that
God can't do, then it means God's not all powerful.
to me that doesn't prove that. Because you're talking about God. Can I finish? Please? Can I finish?
Snyder, no, because you don't understand.
If you're not gonna let me finish,
Snyder,
what I'm saying.
I don't want. Snyder, nobody wants to hear what you're saying because you're not on topic.
Keep cutting me off.
Snyder, focus. We're talking about definitions of words. Definitionally speaking, can anybody be all powerful if there's something that they're incapable of doing? Is it possible? That's all we need. And the answer is just a yes or a no.
Can I talk, please?
Are you going to answer my question?
I'm trying to, but you're not letting me.
Okay,
sir.
it's a yes or a no.
Yes. Now can I speak?
Yes, what?
Because I'm still trying to raise my argument, but you're not letting me.
But do you understand that?
I said yes like 5 times.
Okay, so then you know.
And I answered your question that God making a rock that he can't live would make him not all powerful. Now can I speak?
Okay, so we agree then finally.
I never disagree with you.
You did, but go ahead.
No, I didn't. I was trying to speak. You never let me. How can I disagree with you when I never got to speak? That doesn't make sense.
You kept trying to move on to a different topic. Go ahead now. What's your
crying this whole
No,
time?
you never let me speak. How am I supposed to disagree with you when you never let me speak?
All right, just go ahead.
Literally begging in the chat. My point is that you sound like you're trying to define God based off human terms. Like
Nope.
God is supposed to be some type of human.
Nope.
Like that's your idea.
Not even close.
That's your human. That's your human idea
Nope.
of what is impossible.
Wrong.
That's your human idea. Literally, God cannot be defined by that. Why are you speaking about God like God is something that you can understand?
Do
Well,
God.
do you want God to make sense or not?
Say that again.
Do you want God to make sense or not?
God does make sense.
No, he does not make sense if he
Okay,
can
what
lift
is
a
God?
rock that's too
What
heavy
is
for him
God?
to lift.
What is God?
Do God, thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. So
Can we define what God is so we can
Snyder,
so we can
Snyder, you don't even know what God is. Defining him is useless.
Sure.
The question,
God is a concept of
Sny-
how the world.
Snyder, just listen. Just learn something for once in your life, okay? We're talking about the properties of God. And you said that one of the properties of God is that he can do all things. And then you just said there's something God cannot do, which means you cannot do all things. Do you understand? So what that means, if you're following, is that God is not omnipotent. Can we agree that God is not omnipotent according to the definition of the word?
Just say yes.
I agreed. Once again, I agreed.
Okay. So
And
then
repeat it what you said.
okay, so we'll start from the beginning. I'll ask an easy question. Is God all powerful?
I believe so. Yes.
You just said he wasn't. So that's why I have to ask you the question 5 times.
And I'm
So
trying to explain to you.
if God is not omnipotent, then he's also not all powerful because they mean the same thing.
Sure.
Yes. Snyder, repeat after me. My God is not all powerful because he cannot do illogical things.
God can do illogical things.
So then
That's why he's God.
can
I speak, please?
Can
Can
God
you give me just
God
1
be
minute without hurting me?
no? Can God be an
Okay.
atheist while still existing?
Can God be an atheist while still existing? I don't understand that question. That doesn't make sense.
It does make
Only
sense.
humans
All right,
can be atheists.
we'll step through it. What does atheism mean?
Atheist isn't you don't believe in God.
It means that you don't believe in God, right? Okay. Now,
Okay.
can God be an atheist?
God cannot be an atheist because God is not human. That's a human thing.
There you go.
Only
So then
humans
there's something
can
he
be
can't
atheists.
do. So again, he's not
Why
all
are you?
powerful.
I mean, technically, if you want to go about who God is supposed to be, technically he can't be an atheist because he created us and we're supposed to be some type of extension of God. So I'm tired of hearing you talk about God like that's something you know for a fact doesn't exist. How do you know God don't exist?
Because
Because what you're saying,
there's no evidence for God existing, and I know that your God doesn't exist because the God that is described in your book is not only illogical, he's a liar. He lies on multiple occasions. He didn't fulfill a single prophecy. He thinks that slavery is okay. He thinks that raping women is an adequate punishment for crimes that they've never committed, and he thinks that killing innocent babies is cool. And he's also down with blood vengeance. Do you think that all of those things are good?
I have a question for you now. Why can't God want that?
It's funny that you didn't answer my question. Do you think that those things are
I
good?
answer your question.
You
I
didn't.
do believe that's good.
Okay, so slavery was good.
That's amazing. If that's what God wanted, yes, indeed.
Okay, so slavery's chill. So you didn't have a problem with the transatlantic slave trade then?
If that's what God wanted, then it was perfectly fine. Maybe that's why it's
Oh
lasted so
shit.
long.
Okay, so anything that God wants is by definition good.
Whatever God wants, yes.
Okay,
Because
so
God is God.
if God said, Snyder, I want you to go round up all the babies at the orphanages in your state, round up all of them. I don't care if there's 100,000 of them. Round up all the babies and then throw them through a grinder and turn them into meat paste. And then go ahead and just
Graphic.
go ahead and dry it out, put them on a dehydrator, and then turn them into yarn. And then I want you to take that yarn and make a nice
Okay,
winter.
you get it back, Joffrey. I get the point.
I want
get
you.
the point.
I want you to take that yarn and make a nice winter sweater to keep you warm on the cold evenings. Would that be the right thing to do?
If God told me to do that, that's exactly what I would do, sir.
And that's why you're sick.
And I'm sorry. That's what I'm saying. God is God. You keep
Do you
talking
not have free
about.
will?
Can I finish? Can I finish? I'm getting cut off again. Please. Thank you. You're talking about God like God is human. How dare you think you're gonna tell God how to run His world?
So how do you know that God's
If God
good?
thinks slavery is fine, then slavery is fine. Do you go to a job and tell your
Snyder,
boss how to run
Snyder,
his job?
how do you know God's good?
Anything God want is good. That's what God want. I'm
Right, but I'm
confused.
asking you, how do you know that God is good?
Good and bad are human concepts. Why that
I'm.
don't apply to God?
How do you know that God is good?
God is everything.
How do
So
you
of course God will be
how?
good and evil. Everything.
But how do you know He's good?
I know God's good. I've seen good things happen. I've
So
had miracles. God done bless me.
so Hitler did bad things and good things. Was Hitler a good guy?
That's based off your point of view. Because
Was
based on if you were not,
was Hitler a bad guy or
let
a
me
good
ask you a
guy?
question. If you were a Nazi, you would have thought Hitler was a good guy.
God created Hitler. Was that good?
Whatever God did, God did.
So
Yeah.
Snyder, I need you to actually pay attention
Talk about
to
good
the
and
question
bad.
coming out of my mouth. My question was
I am.
Hitler a good guy or a bad guy objectively, not in the mind of the Nazis?
So you're talking about for me? What do I think?
Obviously, I'm talking to you. Was Hitler good or bad?
In my opinion, Hitler was a bad person. He killed people.
Why? Because he killed people.
You
That's
said,
it.
then why do I think he's bad?
Okay, so his method of being bad is that he did bad things, not because he told you he was good.
Say that again. I don't understand what you mean.
The method that you used to determine that Hitler was bad was because he did things that were bad. And so you say, okay, he's bad. It doesn't matter if he said he was good. So now I'm trying to figure out why you give a different measuring stick to God. You're not willing to look at what God did and say that's bad. You're just saying, well, God is good because he said so. But if God was bad, could you know it?
Yes.
How?
Do we not see the hurricanes and people be dying?
Okay, so God is bad.
Yes, I told you that. God is
Oh,
everything,
shit.
so he would be good and evil.
And you worship a
Good
God? You worship a God that's evil? That's
Do
some
you
bullshit.
hear yourself?
Do you not hear yourself? I'm confused. Why are you
It's
equating
embarrassing.
God to human standards? God is gonna be whatever God is. A king doesn't come on, a king gonna rule. He gonna do whatever he wants.
What percentage of God is good? Is it like 50-50 or how do you split that up?
I don't know, homie. That's not in my knowledge.
Because it seems like he's
It's
way
like,
more bad than good. Like he gave us
how you know?
diseases, he gave us childhood bone cancer. We've got 200 or 100,000 people a year dying in natural disasters. 3 million children a year die of starvation. Many of them Christians, by the way. He seems way more bad than he is good.
And how do you know that he's not doing good deeds by that?
Show me what he's done that's good.
God is supposed to be able to see the future. In a situation where he's killing a whole bunch of people who became mass murderers, you don't know that.
Oh, so you think the whole island of Haiti?
So I'm confused. What if?
So the 200,000 people that died in Haiti in 2010 at the earthquake, every one of those 200,000 people were going to be mass murderers?
Bro, I'm from Haiti. I was born there. That's a country with a lot of hateful ass people. So that's what I'm saying. You don't know.
Haiti's
You don't know whether or
97%
not.
Christian.
Yes, like I said, I'm from
So
Haiti.
do you think
and I said I was.
do you think all 200,000 of those dead people were going to be murderers?
I'm not saying that, but you don't know what they may have wanted to do. So you don't know what good is being done by godly acts.
Why wouldn't God just take out the bad people and leave the good people?
How do you know he's not doing that?
Easy enough.
Because you just said that the 200,000 people that died in the earthquake, you don't know if they were good or bad. So I'm just
I
asking
said
you.
I didn't know. We don't know.
Okay, then that means God is killing righteous people alongside of the wicked.
Potentially, if that's what God wants, why is that a problem? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is that a problem?
So you think it's okay for God to kill righteous people and make them suffer?
Why can't God do what he wants? I'm confused. Why do you have a problem with God doing what he wants?
You actually don't have a definition of good, do you?
Oh my gosh. Once again, good are human concept. That doesn't apply to God.
So you literally believe that God is evil and you're okay worshiping an evil God? Why?
Why aren't you?
Why would you worship an evil God?
Why aren't you?
Because I don't worship evil entities. I don't even like evil entities. Like if I had a parent that was evil, I would not associate with that parent. And if I had a God that was evil, I would not associate with that God. Why are you associating with an evil God?
So that's what I don't have no problems being God's slaves, because at the end of the day, God is the creator. And I'm gonna follow the creator. Who are you to think you could judge God? Are you God?
That's wild. Well, first of all, there's no God.
Are you God?
But second of all,
are you not human?
I want to make sure that you actually have heard what has come out of your mouth today. You're okay with the you're okay with the slave trade. You're okay with God wiping out innocent children. You're okay with 3 million children a year dying, even though you know that it's being caused by an evil God, and you're gonna worship that asshole. That's crazy to me.
Whatever God wants.
That's called Stockholm syndrome. Do you know what Stockholm syndrome is?
What is it?
It's when you're being abused by a captor, but over the course of time, you grow so used to your abuse and you start to bond with your captor to the point where you actually start to feel sympathetic to your captor.
But if that captor created you, what's the problem?
He is the problem. That's
Why
what I'm
are you
saying.
so mad at God?
Nobody's mad at your
What
God.
did God do to you?
Your God doesn't.
Okay, what did God do to you?
Your God doesn't exist. It has nothing.
Yes, he does.
He does not exist. Do you think that
you
it's
just
okay
told me
for
that God kills a lot of people in Haiti? Now you're saying he don't exist. What are you talking about?
He doesn't exist. I'm critiquing your
Your
worldview.
argument
Try to pay attention, child. Try to keep up, okay, child? So your God doesn't exist just because I'm critiquing your worldview of God. So next question. Do you think it's okay if a man commits a sin that his wives would be raped for punishment of his sin? Should that be a thing that ever happens?
You said, repeat that again. Sorry, my bad. I couldn't.
If a man commits a sin, should his wives ever be raped as punishment?
If a man commits a sin, should his wife be raped as a punishment?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Is it okay if God does it?
Why can't God do that?
I'm just asking you, is it good when God does it?
Yes. If that's what God, I'm gonna always say yes. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, because you can keep. No, hear me out.
And this is why your religion is sick, because you'll justify anything in that book. There's not a single thing in that book that you won't justify. You're a walking red flag. You're a hazard to society, and I hope they lock you up.
Wow, that's crazy. What did I do for me?
Imagine justifying raping women for their husband's sins and then saying, "What did I do?" What a sicko!
He just there was no hesitation. I've asked my mom. She's still a believer, and I asked her, if God told you to, would you, kill or unalive me or the grandkids or anything? And she's like, no, I'd go to hell.
Right.
It's that easy.
That's how I feel about it. Like if a God appeared to me today and said, Justin, you need to do this horrific thing, I'd be like, absolutely not. Send me to hell. You're an asshole. Why would you even ask me to do that? I'll never understand anyone who would commit an atrocity because a voice that they thought was God was telling them to do that. But let me read a couple of super chats here. Chip, thank you for the super chat. Says, David, I think you mean Davis, the last guest. Your reliance on Chat GPT means you can't think for yourself. You don't know or understand anything. Hail Doug, the Rock of Salvation. Big W, Chip, and Hail Doug, you're right. And I kind of mentioned that to him. Like the fact that he doesn't, I want to know what's on his brain. I don't want to know what he's Chat GPTing, but apparently he can't think for himself because he doesn't have the Holy Spirit. And hard work, thank you for the super chat, says, Jesus, I'm king. Source, trust me, bro. That was his source. His source was, trust me, bro. Oh, where's your kingdom? It's very far away. You don't know where it's at. Jesus's kingdom was the equivalent of the Canadian girlfriend that that weird guy in school had. You know what I'm talking about, Benny?
Yes.
The guy that had like the picture of the supermodel in his wallet, and
She's in Canada. Yeah.
you can't meet her because she's in Canada, guys. What could I do? She looks 32. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so sorry that I'm backed up on super chats. I'm doing the best I can. Zed, thank you for the 10-hour super chat. Says, this dude's brain is an empty vessel. He literally has no opinions of his own. Yeah. At least, the last guest we talked to, not Davis, had some opinions. They're horrific opinions, though. And Evan says, I feel like this caller is married to his cousin. Yeah, Davis, he had the right voice of, I'm banging my sister or my cousin, I think. Enough of that twang was in there. And Cameron says, this guest is freely embarrassed himself. Overcooked. He was overcooked. But that was my goal. My goal was to cook him as much as humanly possible, to rough him up a little bit, and maybe he'll learn a lesson. And Pat, thank you for the super chat. Says, spiritual words don't mean words. They never do. Listen, if words just have spiritual meanings, that means they have no meaning. And Absurdist says, Doug versus Chat GPT. Doug's going to win every time. Chat GPT is software, and Doug is hardware. Doug will crush Chat GPT.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Every time. Rock hard for Doug, guys. Thrawn says, Justin, please turn up your volume. Hard to hear you. I'm glad I know now. I wish I had known prior, because now that guest that was talking over me the whole time, you're not going to hear when I was yelling at him. Well, whatever. Space Lord says, the current capital of Israel is Tel Aviv. That's true. And it turns out there's no Jesus on the throne there either. And Falcon, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Satan. Hail Lucifer, the Dark Lord, and Nero. And it says, I've dropped my Chat GPT. I can't read my Bible without Chat GPT. It's wild to me that, I know that technology is hard, but it's wild to me that rather than reading the text and saying, well, this seems to be what it's about, you would turn to an AI model that's literally just scouring the internet for information. Like the internet is going to help you.
Yeah, it's like pulling the first 5 links off of Google from a search engine, and they're always answers in Genesis. There might be a Bart Ehrman thing in there.
Yeah. I've tested it before, and I'll find they'll even pull up answers that come from a chat forum, some guy in a random chat forum. I'm like, that's not a source.
Seriously, yeah, I've seen it too. I've asked a question before, and its source was just somebody from Reddit.
Right.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, guys, don't use Chat GPT as a source. It's not a source. Jam and Jay says, this bub shouldn't be handling other people's money. I agree. That guy, I would not trust with a dime of my money. And remember, an FA, a financial advisor, has a lot less fiduciary responsibility and criteria that they have to meet than somebody who is like a CPA or there's another word I'm looking for. Finance bros, let me know.
My language. Like a a financial advisor or an analyst, would not have as much direct control of the money, but they would be looking at your budgets and what have you. But a CPA would be entering everything into your budgets and moving money around.
Yeah, and not taking absorbent fees. They don't charge you 10% because I bought a new stock today.
Right.
Cranky, thank you for the super chat. It says, hail Doug, Ave Sharon, felicitations to Rocky. You've got some good cooking going tonight, Justin. This Davis guy is a dud, but this is super entertaining. Keep it on. Well, thank you so much, Cranky. I appreciate the support and the super chat. And we're going to keep cooking as much as humanly possible, guys. We really are. Acme in the house tonight. Acme says, you can lead a theist to knowledge, but you can't make them think. I love that saying. I need to steal that. You're going to see that coming up shortly. And Sean, thank you so much for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. Big W, Sean, for supporting the channel. And Meg, again, thank you for the super chat. Says, sad part is he doesn't even know the Bible at all. He's using Chat GPT to fight his fight. Painful. I know the crazy thing is when not only are you relying on a third-party source to outsource your thinking, but when you actually think that the internet somehow is a better source than like the scholarly literature. Wilma Dickliff, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you tonight. Says, isn't Luke writing to the Gentile against what Jesus commanded in Matthew about not going to the Gentiles? Not so much. I've heard this argument before. I don't think it checks out. I think Jesus, if you read the Gospels, Jesus's mission was to eventually get to the Gentiles, which is why you see parables about, for example, him cursing the Israelites as though they are fig trees or wicked tenant farmers, like the parable of the tenant farmers and the parable of the the parable of the tenant farmer and banquet. Both those parables about how God's chosen people were initially invited to a task, and then they abdicated their duties. God sent messengers to them, the prophets, and they rejected and killed the messengers. And then finally, he invites them using the sun, and they kill the sun. So, and then what happens? Everybody who wasn't originally invited gets invited. So the parables of Jesus are like a sideways way of saying, like, you guys were invited to the party first, but since you said no, God's going to open it up to everybody else. So perfectly flawed. Thank you for the subscription, as well as KR Young. Thank you for subscribing to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Randy, thank you so much for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's very generous, and I really much appreciate that. And Dr. Steak, I love a good steak, says, "Wee, that was painful to follow along with. That dude was cooked hotter than a Thanksgiving turkey. He was definitely deep fried. He was a crispy critter." And last one, Danger says, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Have you chosen your favorite secular charity yet? Hint, hint. Check us out if you get a chance. Well, Danger Aware Organization. I didn't know you were a charity. Now I know that you are a charity, so we'll definitely keep you in mind. So thank you for letting us know that you've got a secular charity. And with that, we're going to get our next guest in here. Looks like Zaria. How you doing, Zaria?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Zaria, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 23 and I am not, but I wanted to ask you a question, but you can boot me if you just want people that you're debating with tonight.
Well, yeah, we do want debates, but if you got one question, I'll answer it. You're already up here.
Yeah, you were talking about the ancestry of Jesus and how there are like there's incorrect things going on with that, and I didn't fully catch that conversation. So like, what's the most like alarming one for you?
Well, I think the biggest issue is that the genealogy terminates in Joseph on both occasions. So if the genealogy go to Joseph and your way of fixing it is like, well, Joseph adopted him, this is like a really bullshit way of getting around the fact that Jesus didn't actually have lineage going to David. And then the fact that Luke goes through Nathan, which isn't allowed, it has to go through Solomon, and Matthew goes through Jeconiah, which isn't allowed, it can't go through Jeconiah. So even
he's cursed.
Exactly, he's cursed. It's like, yeah. What are you doing here? Even if we would count adoption as being legitimate, doesn't matter. Both those lineages are cursed. They're not cursed, but one of them's cursed and one of them's improper.
That's interesting. Okay, and just one last question. I promise I'll leave you alone. So I was reading about how there's 2 like sets of 10 commandments. And I was kind of reading it to try to understand what was going on there, because like while I'm like following along in the Bible, like in Exodus 34, and it says like he writes on the tablets like these are the 10 commandments, but it's something completely different from what we know as the 10 commandments.
Right. So the 10 commandments in Exodus 34 are not the same as the ones in Exodus chapter 20, if I remember the chapter right. So, obviously the problem there is that we had 2 independent narratives that got thrown together into one narrative, and it wasn't done very
good. Yeah.
Very good. It was just kind of sloppy. And we see that a lot. That's why we've got 3 episodes in Genesis where a guy and his wife are basically kidnapped or near kidnapped by a king. It happens in Egypt with Abraham and Sarah. Then it happens in Gerar with Abimelech. And then it happens again in Gerar with Isaac and Rebekah, although it stopped before she was stolen. So, like, what's the reality? Does this really happen 3 times? Or was there once one story that got morphed because it was carried by different people groups? Now they're like, oh shit, we've got 3 different stories, but they sound different enough that now we have 3 different stories that we have to work with. And so when they stitched all the stories together, like, I guess we'll just stick them together. Yeah. Just like Jacob is named twice. He's given his name Israel by God twice in the book of Genesis. The city of Bethel is renamed Bethel twice. It was previously named, I think it was Luz. The prior name of Bethel was Luz, and twice it gets named Bethel. There's so many doublets in the Pentateuch that the only thing that really explains it is the fact that there was a double tradition and they got stitched together poorly.
Gotcha. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much. I appreciate your channel.
Thank you so much. Thanks for watching and supporting. Good to hear from you, Zaria.
All right. Thank you.
I do love some good source criticism. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get another guest in here. We've got a dynamite name coming in. We got Smite.
Please be ironic.
Yo.
Yeah, Kesar says, "Bub, so saith the anti-Doug." Thank you for the super chat. Smite, welcome in. How you doing?
Yo, you remember me?
No, I don't.
Seeker, remember?
Truth Seeker?
Oh, yeah, we talked about Isaiah 53.
Like 2-3 weeks ago, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't really believe Christianity anymore, man.
A big W for thinking critically.
Big W.
Yeah.
Wow, that takes a lot.
Yeah, so I went to church today because you can go on Wednesdays and Sundays, and there were a few like questions I had, you know, regarding hell and the sex slavery in the Bible, and I asked them, like, how is it fair of God to throw someone in hell who he knew would not be a believer forever? And they were just like, oh, it's Jesus, you know, he just wanted a relationship with them. And I'm like, but he knew they were gonna reject him. And then they made this analogy where it was like, imagine if I wanted to be someone's friend, but they didn't want to be my friend. Well, I rejected, you know, they rejected my friendship, so they don't want to be near me. And then I said, well, God knows everything.
Right.
And they were just so, and I'm kind of just overwhelmed right now, so I'm not explaining things good.
No, you're doing fine.
But
Well, like, so Romans 9, he says, like, he made them to reject him.
Yeah, vessels of wrath.
Yeah, and then I was like, how God, because in 1 Samuel 15, God commands the killing of kids, babies and children, and I'm like, well, how is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And they just say, like, God is, like, these people, they constantly rejected God, and I'm like, okay, so what did the kids do?
Right.
Like, how is that fair? And they just came up with all these excuses. And then I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to judge Christianity how I'm going to judge Islam, you know?
Exactly.
Like, Muslims, they're going to justify pedophilia and all this other crap. Christians, they're going to justify murder and the sex slavery. And I'm just like, you know what? It's all false. You know what I mean? Like, it's all fake. It's just a bunch of fairy tales. It's just people are afraid of dying, and so they just want something to cling on to.
Right.
And I wasn't brought up Christian, see, you know? So I didn't... These people are so brainwashed into what they actually believe. Like, I tried to tell them, and they're just like, well, Jesus made a sacrifice for us, and this and that. And I'm just like, dude, like, so what? I'm like, how can God send someone who does good things into hell, but someone who's done horrible things, they go to heaven?
Right.
Because they accept Christ.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer is in heaven.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, how is that just?
Exactly.
So they say God is just. Well, what justice is done for the rapist who repents of his sin, Meanwhile, the person who got raped, they might be in hell.
Yeah, exactly. And even if they both ended up in heaven, guess what? The rapist and the victim are both in heaven now.
Well, yeah, in the Old
You're spending
Testament,
time with your rapist.
in the Old Testament, the like victim has to, you know, marry their abuser and
Yeah.
you know,
And
like live with
I
them for
really
the rest of their lives.
I really wish I brought that verse up, but I brought up Numbers 31,
Mhm.
17,
Oh,
18. You know.
that's a good one.
With the children, yeah,
Yeah.
they're little
So,
girls.
yeah, I was like, so God wants to kill all the men, all the women, but he wants all the virgin girls alive. And I was like, why is that? And they say, well, they knew, this is what they said. They said they knew the virgin girls weren't going to go against God. And then I'm like, okay, so what about the boys, the little boys?
Right.
Like, they're saying, because the Bible verse says this, it says, kill every infant, every little boy, every woman who slept with a man, but not the young virgins.
Right.
Like, what do they think that means? Like, why the virgins specifically?
Right.
Why the young virgins? Like,
Because they were perverts.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you want to know, I was thinking about this. I wonder how they found out they were virgins. Did they just pull their pants down and were like, oh, she's a virgin?
Yeah. Buddy, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you because the wind is blowing in your microphone.
I'm out here because I just needed to breathe, you know, because I believed this stuff for 2 years and I'm 18. I believed this stuff for 2 years and I just really tried to live it out and understand it.
Right.
And I just can't anymore. Like, none of it makes sense. I mean, they say God has objective morality. Okay, so where does God ever condemn slavery?
Right.
He never does.
Right.
Nope.
Nowhere in the entire Bible does God say slavery is wrong.
Exactly.
Here, let me get somewhere where there's not so much wind blowing.
Yeah. He says the opposite. He explicitly says that it's okay. And in fact, he commands it to be done on a number of occasions. And he tells you to follow the laws forever. He didn't say that this is a temporary commandment until I give you something new.
Yeah, and it's just that Numbers 31 thing, it's like that really like pissed me off.
Doesn't it make a little bit more sense though, like coming at it from this angle where it's like, oh, obviously these guys just were taking virgins for themselves and they just wanted to like legitimize it, so they just wrote it into the book.
Y'all gotta make sure y'all close my doors.
Okay. Sorry about that. But, and then one last thing, because I'll leave, because I know I sound kind of like, you know, I'm not very good at explaining because I'm just so stressed out.
Well,
but
we're happy to hear from you, though.
Yeah, Numbers 15, where
the guy gets killed
for picking up sticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill someone for picking up sticks.
And they didn't even know it. They didn't even know it was wrong. They had no idea.
Yeah, but they don't condemn Moses for getting a bunch of child brides, and where does God ever condemn the guy who sacrifices his kid to him? He never even says anything about that.
Yeah, in Judges 11.
Remember, immediately as the Spirit comes on him, he kills his kid.
Yep.
God never calls him out, but it's just really hard to believe in that stuff. And
the more you read it, the harder it is to believe. But
I followed you, Smite. We got a Discord for people that are, you know, like in this stage, and I think you'd be a really good addition to it. Do you have Discord?
No, but I'll download it.
Yeah, get Discord, and then you can even go. I think Justin's got it. It's like tinyurl/DZ Discord. Okay. It'll invite you right to it. Yeah, right there. He's got it right up on the background there. And yeah, I run the whole thing, so you're talking to the right people. And yeah, we'll make sure that, you know, you get some information, you get a place to kind of discuss with people that are kind of in the same boat, because you're not alone, man.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us.
Maybe one day I'll just talk to you guys and explain it more thoroughly. I'm just so overwhelmed right now, which is what I believe, but I enjoy talking to you, man, and I appreciate this. And you know, it's a hard pill to swallow when something you've believed for years and years, and you've put, I've only been a Christian for 2 years, but like I really tried to live for it,
Right.
Like I read my Bible almost every day, prayed a lot, went to church a lot, did a lot of things. And when you find out it's all just a hoax, it's just a lie, it's just so hard to like accept that it's like false. And these people that I was talking to in the church, like they seemed really sincere. They really like believed what they were saying was like justified and good.
Mm-hmm.
One guy's face, his face was turning like really red.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for religion, like no one would justify these things.
I agree. If they weren't trying to save face and preserve their religion, no way they would justify it. If you took those same verses and you just took the pages out of the Bible and stuffed them into a Quran, and then walked to somebody in church and said, "Hey, listen to this verse in the Quran," you read it to them, they'd be like, "Oh my God, burn that evil book." But the minute they know it's in the Bible, they turn into pretzels.
Yeah. I saw this is off topic, but I saw this YouTube short. It was a Christian talking to a Muslim, and he said, "Oh, these evil verses in the Quran where it says fight the unbelievers. That's literally what God commands. He in the Old Testament, he commands that the Israelites, they go slaughter the Canaanites and the Amalekites and all these other people. It's like, what makes this God better than the God of the Quran? He's not just, he's not merciful. He doesn't care about people who actually want to do good.
Right.
He created the parameters of how to get into heaven. He doesn't care about anyone doing good.
Right. Yeah.
Like, if this God is real, because the claims that I made and the things that I said, it doesn't prove whether this God exists or not. But if this God is real, this God is a bastard.
Right.
This
He's
God
got a
is
lot of
God
explaining.
who cares about himself. He doesn't care about anyone. He just wants people to kiss his ass and
Right.
just be blind. It's this cult. It's a cult. That's what it is. Christianity, it's just a cult. Jesus was a cult leader. Even in Matthew 10, you ever see what he says?
Well, it's just quite a few things.
Yeah. I turn brother against brother and son or daughter against mother. Like, it's just, it's a cult. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And the earliest Christians, they were a cult.
I always say that's
was all a cult.
That's the prophecy Jesus fulfilled, actually.
like, I want to know what makes Christianity different from a cult by definition. Like,
nothing.
What makes it any different? There's no difference.
Right.
There's no difference at all.
Christianity was a Jewish death cult. It was an end of the world Jewish death cult that failed. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, this is a question, but where do you think Christianity like came from exactly? Like, why was it? Who created it, and why?
Well, my theory is I think they were doing something in the first century that was already happening. I think that Jesus was probably an actual Jewish figure that was popular enough to have a following. And we know from history that people that had religious followings, it was common for them to theoretically raise from the dead. You know, we see that even with people that weren't religious. So in book 4 of Herodotus, he talks about a guy named Dositheus. Origen talks about Dositheus. Aristeus rises from the dead and appears to many in Herodotus. In the writings of Origen and elsewhere, we can read about a cult that lasted for quite a while from a guy named Dositheus who rose from the dead. So, but what most likely happened was that somebody died, and then somebody looking like that person came along, and somebody either accidentally or purposely mistook that person for the dead person. And the most famous case of this is with Nero. There were so many Nero imposters that the Roman government started executing people for being imposters. And one of them was convincing enough that the Parthian army went to war with Rome, thinking that the resurrected Nero was leading them into battle, and they were going to march into Rome and put him back on the throne. Of course, they got annihilated by the Romans. But I think somebody came along, claimed to be the resurrected Jesus. Enough of his followers believed it. The guy disappeared into the night, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, Jesus appeared to me." And before you know it, you've got your own, your own cult.
That really tracks. Like, if you even think about like even modern times with during the time of like Rasputin, I guess not too modern, but with Anastasia and the Tsar's family, like she was said to have run off and was not part of the family that was unalived by the Bolsheviks. But we did just recently go and check out the graves, and they did DNA like testing, and she was actually in with the rest of the family. She was unalived with them, but there was a lot of people that said that Anastasia was still alive, and said that they were Anastasia. Some old lady like was pretty convincing actually. So, it's not too far fetched.
And even Elvis, people claim to see Elvis every year. Like,
yeah, I heard that.
So that's what I think happened. I think somebody believed that they saw the resurrected Jesus. It was enough to fool them. They told their friends, and before you know it, everyone's saying, "Oh, we saw him. We know he's coming back." I do think there was a guy named Jesus that predicted that he would die and come back. I actually think that that's a real thing that happened in history. But I don't think he actually did come back. I think he's still dead. I think there was an imposter pretending to be Jesus, and he only had to convince a couple of people because all of his predictions didn't come true. If you look at what he says he's going to do when he comes back, he didn't do them because he didn't come back.
Right.
Yeah, the second coming.
Right. So, but anyways, Smite, thanks so much for checking in with us. Definitely join the Discord. We'd love to hear from you again. And
I will, man.
I'd love to have you part of our community.
All right, man.
All right,
big W.
I got
Cheers,
a lot
man.
more
Big
I want
dubs
to say, but I'll
for
let you
Smite.
go on to another caller.
All right, well,
I just need to breathe a little bit,
I get it.
I
Take
just don't
take
like
some
how
time.
Christianity, like, this is the last thing I'll say, and then you can, get me out of here. But the tenets of accepting it, you have to believe that you're so evil, like mankind is just so evil that you're worthy of hell. Like, you made a little lie before, well, guess what? You're so evil, you're going to go to hell. But guess what? God, even though he made that hell, he provided a way out.
Right.
You just got to accept, and you just got to accept the sacrifice, and you're good.
He's going to
Praise
save you
God.
from the thing that he's going to do to you.
Yeah.
Right.
He sacrificed himself to save you from himself.
Like if your dad came in with with a bat and said, to your mom, like, I'm gonna beat the snot out of you because you burnt the chicken last night, but it's okay. I'm loving and forgiving. So if you believe that I'm God, I won't beat you with this baseball bat for burning the chicken. Like, well, holy shit. Sometimes you burn the chicken. The baseball bat's completely unnecessary. You're an absolute monster. But like, when we think about God, God's doing the same thing. God's like, listen, because you're imperfect and you're doing what humans do, now I've got to burn you for all of eternity, but it's okay.
Yeah.
If you believe that I love you and I died for your sins, then I won't do the horrific thing that I was going to do to you.
Yeah, God just wants the best for us. He just wants us to have the young virgin girls for ourselves.
Exactly.
Slaves,
Exactly, yeah.
What a loving God. What a merciful God.
Well, big W for coming up and chat with us. I really appreciate it. Take care of yourself and check in with us soon.
All right, man.
Cheers.
Yes, my people in the Discord are already saying that you're more than welcome to come in. You're going to be welcome with open arms. So,
yeah, big W for Smite for doing the hard thing. Let me grab a couple super chats. Phil Fun, I think we got it fixed now. It says all the guest volumes are high or yours is low. Mine was low. I'm so sorry. And Mr. Brief says Romana Didulo claims she is the Queen of Canada. Some of her followers get into legal trouble for not paying their utilities on her say-so. Says she's a queen. Some people believe her, so a real queen. Listen, if we learned anything from Christians, the only thing you need to do to be a king or a queen is to claim to be the king or the queen. That's all you got to do. Nothing beyond that. Good point, though. I got to look this lady up. Sammy says, I'm a friend who saw Hindu gods. Christians love selective testimony. Well, big W, Sammy. I appreciate you letting me know. My friend who actually saw the Hindu gods was from India. He immigrated to America And I love talking to him about his religion. It was really interesting. We worked together for a period of time, so I had the opportunity. Acme says, you think too much, Justin. I know, Acme. I'm sorry. I do think too much. It's got me into quite a bit of trouble over the years. And Scylla says, remember guest pre-clear, pre-cum? Yeah, he's getting clipped. Bro, I did a word count. He said, bro, 149 times, like 126 times. So I'm glad you gave me a count. I'm actually clipping that video. I've already got the video downloaded. I'm working on getting some stuff clipped. I just haven't really been able to do any editing this week because I'm getting ready for a debate on Saturday. So Saturday night, I'm debating on modern day debates. So I haven't really had time to do any video editing and clipping. Should be a lot of fun. I mean, it's going to be more of the typical. We're debating on whether or not Jesus was the Jewish Messiah. So it's going to be an endless game of words don't mean words.
Yeah.
But Rainbow Wolf says, this caller proves Christianity is cancer. If God told him to Jeffrey Epstein some kids, he probably would. That's a really good point. You have that last caller saying he would make sweaters out of the babies. These people have no moral compass. Evan, I don't even think that sweater would be comfortable, but I just, whatever, that's beside the point. Prime example of why religion is so dangerous. I agree, Evan. Religion is super dangerous, and he was a good example why. And Phil Fun says, I always appreciate when people like Snyder just admit the truth. He exposed the evil clearly instead of lying and dancing around. His view is true Christianity. Welcome to church, folks. I agree, Phil Fun. When they get up here and they're just willing to stand 10 toes down on the horrific stuff of the book and like what their actual position is, congratulations. You're a real Christian finally. We appreciate that.
Right. Honestly, and it helps those that are on the fence realize like, oh, I don't want to be like that.
Right. Yes, that's a good point. Because
when they hear that, I've got a lot of messages that are just like, I had no idea that there were Christians out there like this.
Right. 100%. You're right. Yeah. That's a good point. That's one of the reasons why we have to keep at this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Snyder, Johannes, thank you for the super chat, says, Snyder worshiping evil, that makes you evil too. That's actually a really good point. If you worship something that's evil, knowing that it's evil, does that mean that you're evil as well? I think it might. I'm with you on that one. Yeah. And also from Jammin says, Snyder gets pegged by God, another caveman sage. Listen, pegging can be a good time. I'm just saying, I don't know if you want to say that as an insult, because like, do you know what happens near the prostate? a good fucking time.
Yeah.
You've ever been to a sperm bank?
Yeah, come on.
You ask for a little bit of assistance at a sperm bank, you're not going to get the treat that you're hoping for.
They ask you how many fingers.
That's right. Rainbow says he made his God in his own image. It's a reflection of his evil ego, hence why he gets offended when you question his God. That's actually a really good point. Like he's okay with an evil God because the dude's evil himself. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Pat's got a good point. Pat says, Justin, you don't have the Holy Ghost, which means I actually don't know what any words mean because remember, I don't have the Holy Spirit and you have to have the Holy Spirit. And I broke my Holy Spirit decoder ring. I have to buy a new one. It's really quite sad about that. Reverend Ricky says, this Sunday, I will reveal to my congregation that I have converted and am now a Dougite. Praise Doug and keep up the good fight. Well, thank you so much, Reverend, for being a convert to Dougism. Rock hard for Doug. Never go flaccid. Get out of that church. And Sand says, the book of Jesus, chapter 23, verse 1, I was too an actual king, and I even had a queen. You don't know her. She lives in Chaldea. I love it.
You don't know.
I love it. Oh my God, that's classic. JMR, we'll do last super chat here. JMR says, one of the saddest things to hear are, if God told you to answers. I agree. I have teared up a few times to those answers. Also, I stay bricked for Doug. Sharon ain't my type, but she cute too. Sharon is cute too. I agree.
Don't
But
blaspheme Sharon too much there. Come on now.
but Doug's got the curves.
Doug does. He's got the curves. He's got the angles.
He definitely got the angles. Well, thank you, JMR, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And with that, we'll get our next guest in here. I'm sorry, I know I've got more super chats waiting, but I kind of have to balance, the super chats and the guests to keep everything flowing. So we've got Eli in here with us. How you doing, Eli?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Eli, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am over 18 and I'm not a believer, actually. I just wanted to say my own experience with it because I stopped being religious not that long ago, actually. I read the whole Bible and all that stuff, but
Right.
the evidence, I just want to give my testimony, basically.
Well, Eli, we really appreciate that you found your way out, but this is a stage for debate. That's what we're here for. But join our Discord and definitely share with our community in there. But we got to get a guest in here to debate with,
Yeah, Eli.
100%. 100. By the way, I was the guy after that Davis guy. I was the guy after the Davis guy. He was just so boring and so brain dead. I went to sleep and then I woke up when when you said that, and then I saw the comments. Everyone thought I was crazy and stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not crazy. I just woke up. My bad, y'all. But keep on doing what you're doing. What you are doing is very good. My whole life, I've been indoctrinated without any I've been just indoctrinated, and then I see the evidence right. It's been right in front of me the whole time, and then you just got this kind of thing. You just have to realize for yourself, no matter how, what you said earlier before. No, if you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. So just, sometimes when they're being, not hearing what you're saying, like that Davis guy, you should just kick him out and go to another one, because someone actually might take your words into account, unlike the other guy.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Eli, we are doing some voice chats and stuff more often too in the Discord, where we're all kind of sharing our stories and sharing some information. It's been really great. There's been 2 in the last week that we've done, and they've both been pretty good successes. So I hope to see you in the Discord.
Hell yeah, brother. Yes. Is there a link or something that I can join? Because I don't know. I've been trying to get within the atheist community, because I feel with the last community, with Christians, I feel is that they don't. They will only I'm not gonna speak for all of them, obviously, because I have no right to say that. But with the moment you tell them that you're not, you don't believe in Jesus, or you have some questions about the legitimacy of what's being questioned, and they're like, nah, you just gotta have faith, bro. And then I'm like, what happens if the Hindu god, or a Hindu or a Muslim says the exact same thing,
Right. Yeah. We love Eli, we love that you're thinking critically, Eli. The link to the Discord's on the screen. It's also in most of our profiles. If you go to our profiles and click on the link tree, you'll find a link to the Discord. So love to see you there, but we got to keep the show moving. Okay. Thanks for coming up, buddy.
Also, I followed you, Eli, so I'll be checking on you.
Definitely check up on him, guys. Make sure you drop him a follow. Catmandu and Maine, thank you for subscribing on TikTok. I saw that. And La Paquette, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that too. And Nicole and Miss Michelle, thank you so much for the hand hearts. And guys, make sure you're showing Benny some love. Benny literally runs the Discord. He's the guy making all things happen. I just pop in and chat with people, but he's the guy that is actually making stuff happen. So
whatever. I just trying to force you guys into doing things, and then you end up blowing up on the internet, and it's awesome. So.
It is what it is. But we love our deconstruction community. It's such a good community.
Absolutely.
Blaine says Jesus' disciples symbolically paid for that donkey. That's actually a really good point. They didn't pay for no damn donkey, which is crazy to me that I mean, I guess God gave him treasures in heaven. He got treasures in heaven for the donkey. And Pomp says, wish my dad were still alive so you could cook him. Well, J Pomp, I'm sorry that he's no longer with us, but if he was a Christian and he was in my box, I mean, you know what's going to happen. It's going to get cooked. And AR says, watching Davis, Human Centipede, Chat GTP is wild.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we had that. You remember that time that guy all he was doing was entering your answers into ChatGPT and then spitting out.
Yeah.
You were basically just talking directly to the AI, and you had to correct the AI.
Yeah, that was Accolade was the guy that was doing that, and he's actually a decent fella. He just wanted to see what would happen, you know.
Yeah, he was nice.
Tucson Cake says, caller may have been referring to the ritual 10 commandments in Exodus 34, 14 through 26. I don't know what you mean by ritual 10 commandments. If you compare Exodus 24 to the other passage, I think Exodus 20 that contains the 10 commandments, the 10 commandments don't actually match, that's kind of the problem that they were alluding to. And Mr. Marcus says, one day you're all going to get to ask God himself these questions. It's easy to be tough on earth. Marcus, it's easy to be tough in the comments. Get into the discussion. And Jeff, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And last one, thank you so much, Blaine, for the super chat. It says, mad respect to Truth Seeker for staying true to his name and true to himself. I say mad respect to Truth Seeker, especially at that age. It's so easy to get caught up in something. Is it
Buddha?
Buddha fly?
Nye Butterfly.
Nye Butterfly? Okay, so
yeah, that's it.
Is your name Nye?
No, my name is Urshel, but this is my gamer tag.
Fair enough. So, Urshel, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm well over 18. I wish I was younger, but I'm not a believer. I have a simple question for you. It's not multiple questions. It's really just one, and I'll get off. In Genesis, the consequences of eating whatever fruit that was, aside from, the exile and all of that and the curse and whatever, what was the result of eating that fruit?
They became like God, knowing good and evil, and then God had to kick them out of the garden so that they couldn't eat from the tree of life and live forever.
Right. Who said they would become like him? Was that him, or was that the snake who said that?
No, Snake said it. Snake was right. Snake was telling the truth. God lied.
Okay. The reason I asked this question is because Christians often say you can't understand, or you'll never understand what God is and whatnot. But wasn't that the result of eating the fruit that humans became like God and were more able to understand what Yahweh was or is, or something like that?
It seems to be the case. It's suggesting that they became like God in that they could know good and evil. I don't know if it's suggesting that they became like God in any other way, but they definitely became like God for sure. So much so that God was afraid of them.
Right. Okay. And I don't know. I said there was one question. It led into something else. I'm sorry, but thank you so much for answering that.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up. But join our Discord. If you have more questions, you can ask them in Discord, and we get lots of responses.
Definitely.
All right, cheers, friends.
All right, now. Thanks.
For the next guy, Justin, I do have to drop duty calls.
I get it.
Got to spend time with the pets and family at home. But
Ben, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it.
It's been too long since we've had some back and forth, so this was fun. Also, to any friendlies that are in the guest box, just withdraw your we want some debates going on, guys. Join the Discord. You'll have plenty of time to ask Justin any questions that you want. You're gonna have a lot of people that have a lot of knowledge to ask questions to and with. So join the Discord. It's that simple. And then we can watch Justin cook more. So
thanks, Benny. I appreciate it. Guys, make sure you're dropping Benny a follow and make sure you're joining the Discord. And with that, let's keep rolling, guys. All right, we've got some people that have been waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. So we're gonna grab some people from our YouTube queue. Berserk, thank you for the super chat. It says crazy man, Truth Seeker was just here a few days ago. I know, right? He was just here a few days ago, and he had an honest deconstruction experience. And Noah Lyons, 8 dead babies on the ark. Big W for the $9.99 super chat. Good to see you, my friend. Says, was listening to Joel Reed's Bible on my days off. Never occurred to me that Abraham and Sarah were swingers. That must be where the Mennonites got the idea of pimping out their wives. I know. So Joel has this bit where he talks about how Abraham pimped out his wife Sarah to the Pharaoh, which is an interesting take on it. It seems to be that he was okay with it, right? He went to Egypt knowing what was going to happen and allowed it to happen. He probably could have said, nah, I think I'll stick it out. I think I'll tough it out here. I'll just put up with the famine. But he's like, no, we're going to go to Egypt. We're going to let her get pimped. Oh, Todd, welcome in. How you doing? Todd?
How you doing, brother?
Good. Todd, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Oh, from way back, my friend. And I'm outside, so if it gets windy, tell me and I'll change venue so I don't blow out your audience, okay?
Sure, fair enough. So
appreciate it, man.
Todd, you said you were a believer?
Yeah, man.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
Which God do I believe in?
Mm-hmm.
Expand on that. What do you mean?
I mean, does your God have a name, a religion, a history, titles?
Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Shalom, Jehovah Rapha. You went to Bible college, bro.
Yeah, I went to Bible college. That's why I know that Jehovah's not a real name for God. But okay, so you're a Christian then.
You don't. So you don't believe in Hebrew.
Not only do I believe in Hebrew, I know why Jehovah is in the Masoretic text. Jehovah is not an actual name for God. The original name for God was Yahweh, and they put they put different vowel pointers on it so that you wouldn't actually pronounce the name of Yahweh. Because it's just a placeholder. And if you actually read the notes in the Masorah, they kind of point that out. So
they had such mad respect for the name of God. The scribes, as you know, actually had to destroy the instrument they wrote the name of God with. They had such a mad respect for the name of God.
The Masoretes, had some really interesting laws pertaining to how they copied the manuscripts. Prior to the Masoretes, though, it was kind of a free-for-all. But now that we know that you're a Christian, what would be your most convincing argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
What would be my most convincing argument for why the Christian God is real?
Yeah.
I think a better question would be to ask you to
So you don't have an answer?
that question. No, I have an answer, but I'm going to ask you to give me an example other than these pedantic, can God make a rock so big
you're just gonna
arguments?
So you're just going to burden shift?
No, I'm not going to burden shift.
Okay, so you don't have enough.
As a matter of fact, I will burden shift. I'm going to put the burden onto you, my friend.
So you don't have enough Holy Spirit to answer the question. So just want to keep in mind the question was really easy. The question was, do you have like a compelling evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real? If it's no, just say no. We can move on.
Do I have a compelling argument as to why the Christian God is real?
Yeah.
What do you want from that, man? Because
evidence is anything that could raise the probability of a proposition.
Okay, let's start with this. We'll start with this
so you do have evidence. I love it when they get really excited when I ask easy questions.
Well, no, they're not easy questions. The setup question, dude.
Well, it's either yes or no. So either you have an argument or evidence, or you don't.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way.
I love it when they think they're going to come on and tell me how I'm going to do things. So we'll just make it easier. I won't even ask you for the argument or the evidence. I'll just ask you if you have one. Do you have an argument or evidence? And all you have to say is yes or no.
As evidence, I want to play in your field, and I want to be fair to you. That's a fair thing, right?
I already told you.
Both agree on the terms.
Evidence is anything that raises the probability of a given proposition. So, do you?
Excellent. So are we here?
So
yes
then,
or no?
So then, yes or no? Do you have evidence or an argument?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Cool.
Are we
I'll
here?
say.
Yes or no?
Is it going to be in the form of evidence or argumentation?
It's going to be in the form of evidence. Are we here? You and I. Do we exist?
I have no reason to believe otherwise. I think I exist.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Cool. You think you exist. You're not 100% certain you exist?
I don't think there's a way to have 100% certainty about anything.
You're not 100% certain that you're real?
I said I don't think there's 100% verifiable evidence of anything. I think
So you're
that
saying no. You don't think
all
100% you're real. There's a 99% chance you could be.
try this again. So all propositions about reality are like inherently subjective because we're experiencing reality using our brain. But as we know from psychology and from biology and science, sometimes what we're experiencing with our brain isn't actually what is in the theoretical real world. So for the same reason that you can't prove and I can't prove that we're not actually just brains in a vat, I would also then say, I believe that I exist, but I don't claim to know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. All claims about
Okay,
reality.
so then let's do this. Let's do this. Justin. Let's do this.
So all claims about reality are essentially tentative, right? We treat them as true until we find evidence that they're not true. Do you kind of grasp that?
Justin, do you believe in a definitive truth, or is all truth subjective? We have to start there, man, if we're going to get anywhere.
Well, truth is a description. It's not a thing that exists. So that's your first problem. Do I believe that there is an objective reality? I do believe there's an objective reality. Do I believe that we can know with certainty that we're experiencing the objective reality or that we understand the objective reality? I don't think we can know that with certainty. I think we can know that with a great deal of evidence. But again, all claims about reality are subjective. We have to use our brains to get there, and our brains are sometimes faulty.
Yeah, no, I agree that we can fool ourselves and we can pigeonhole ourselves and we can create a vacuum for ourselves, and then we can presuppose our own conclusions and then double down on those conclusions. But I come back to, do you believe that all truth is subjective, or do you believe that there are certain truths, okay? There are certain truths that are absolutely irrefutable. Or do you believe that what's true for you is true for you, but may not be true for me?
So I already described this. Truth isn't a thing that exists. It's a description. So when somebody...
I'm agreeing with you.
So when somebody...
Are these descriptions we call truth, are they...
So when somebody makes a description of the world, or they make a proposition about the world or about anything else, and then we observe and we look and we say, yes, the proposition that was made is in accordance with the reality that we know, then we say the proposition was true. But truth as a thing, as a metaphysical thing that actually exists, doesn't actually exist.
I agree with you.
Do you actually?
Hey, dude.
Okay,
I
cool.
said. How many times did I say I agree with you?
Well,
I agree with you that truth is that.
The funny thing is that like you say a lot of things and then you keep talking, which is why like we can't actually have a productive conversation, because you actually say too much without saying anything. So we agree that truth doesn't really exist. So what's your next burden shifting question?
We don't agree with that. We don't agree with that. The truth doesn't exist. Okay. Truth exists. You said truth is a description, so that description must exist. No.
No, things are described aren't necessarily things.
Okay, we'll unpack that at a later date.
That's fine. If I said
what I want to ask you is this.
If I said that there's something high up on my bookshelf, something being high up is a description. It's a descriptor of something. But high, the idea of high up doesn't exist. Truth is the same way. We describe something as being true, but truth itself doesn't exist. Do you understand?
Okay, so truth itself, so truth itself does not exist. That's your stance, yes?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Then this is going to be very, very circular, I'm afraid, because if you want to take the stance that truth does not exist, how is anything that you say and you believe that God is not real can be taken as truth? Because you're making one truth claim after another.
Because
right?
I'll explain it to you. So truth is a description of things, right? When we say that something is true, we're just saying that the claim being made matches the reality that we know. And so we call it true. That's what it means to be true. I don't believe that truth exists for the same reason I don't believe that high up exists. It's just a description of things. I think this is getting very difficult for you.
Based off, it's not difficult for me. You're talking in circles, bro. So
I'm
something
not.
is not high up based on perspective. If someone is 3 feet tall, okay, a child is the top of the refrigerator not high up
Right,
for them
but
versus someone that's 7 feet tall?
but
It's
does
perspective,
but
right?
does the idea of high up exist transcendently, or is it a description?
It's a both.
It's not.
High up.
Okay,
High,
show me where.
It's not both. Okay,
show me where I can find a metaphysical high up.
A metaphysical high up. Yeah, you have a toddler that wants to get the cookie off the top of the refrigerator. It's high up. High up exists.
That's just a description.
It's a truth, right?
It's a description of something.
Yeah, and truth is just a description of something.
But
that we hold evidence therein in this reality. No?
Descriptions are not things.
So here's the point of all this. The point about me going down this ridiculous
I know
philosophy.
it actually really is ridiculous.
It's dumb. It's
sounds like you've been
in college, dude.
I know, and it sounds to me like you're actually struggling with some of these basic definitions.
No. I'm not struggling with the basic definitions. Here's what I ask you. Okay, one of the things that I wanted to chat.
I was still waiting for the argument that lands in your God being real. Is this part of that argument?
Yeah, it is. But I was trying to establish: do we have it? What is our understanding of truth? Is my God being real? The first place I would start with is this: is that we? Do you want me to answer or no?
I'm asking you. What's the first premise of the argument?
The first premise of the argument is that we exist. We are here. Now, maybe we want to think it's a matrix or whatever, but if you pinch yourself, it's probably going to hurt. Okay?
I mean, I agree. I think we do exist.
Sure. Okay, cool. We both agree that we exist. Okay, so since we exist and since we are real, this is going to be just classic 101, okay, law of first cause. Existence doesn't occur on its own.
Who made the law of first cause? I think you're confusing the Kalam cosmological argument.
I'm not confusing it because this is just common sense. You can't have something from nothing. Okay, every atheist has debated this. You can't have something
agree.
From nothing.
I don't think there ever was nothing.
This is right. This is.
So I don't know, like talking really fast in a way that you think I can't respond doesn't actually help your argument. I don't know if you've been tracking in the conversation so far, but like talking really fast is never going to help you out here. So you made like a really silly claim, assuming that I agreed with that claim, and then you kept going, which is why I had to stop you. I don't believe there was ever nothing. Therefore, I don't believe that something came from nothing. Do you understand?
Okay, then I understand that. You don't believe there was ever nothing. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Unpack that. How could there never not be? How could something have always existed if there wasn't something to create the something? Pretty basic, you know.
To say the same way your God always existed without it being created. See, if it's logically plausible for something to exist without being created, then it's logically plausible. The only difference is
you understand this though, dude. You understand this.
The only thing between your God and the thing that I think that always existed is the thing that I think always existed. We actually have evidence of, like the stuff all around us. We have evidence that stuff exists. It's much more logically coherent to believe that the stuff that we know exists always existed, rather than inventing something for it.
Gotcha. So the stuff that we know exists has always existed. It is eternal, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
right?
matter.
Or am I wrong?
Matter, space, and time appear to be eternal. You can't have something from nothing. Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Yeah. So if you agree with the principles of physics that matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed, that means it's been here forever. So logical syllogism is quite easy.
Right.
Yeah,
no, it's
eternal. There you go.
It's a contradiction, bro. It's a contradiction.
What's
you know where we're going.
All right, give me the P and not P.
Give you the P and not P?
Yeah, give me the contradiction.
I'm not smart enough to know what that means.
You're the one.
Okay.
You're the one talking about philosophy 101.
That's great. That's
so,
great.
Okay, so in philosophy 101, you would have learned about how contradictions work.
Do you want me to answer?
So So go ahead and give me the contradiction. I can't wait for it.
Great. Oh, it's simple. Your claim is that everything has always been here. Is that correct or no?
I think the universe has always existed. Yep.
Okay. How does that happen?
How does what happen?
How does existence occur magically?
It didn't occur magically. It's always been. That's what happens when something exists forever.
Where does it start, man?
So Todd, it doesn't start. That's the whole point. So
so
I
it's
know.
eternal. So it's God.
I literally just said that. No, the universe is not God. The universe is matter, space, and time existing eternally.
Bro, so
I know this is very difficult for you. So the same way that your fake mythical God could exist forever, the universe could exist forever. And again, there's no logical principles being broken here. There's no contradiction with this. And we know for a fact that the universe exists.
Justin, you're saying that matter has always been, and you're totally ignoring the logical premise that something must have a first cause.
No.
Now the question comes.
I disagree.
You're making the leap. And hold on, let me finish.
So it would be logically true if everything has to have a first cause. Then it would be logically true that your God needs to have a first cause. There's no principle saying that something has to have a first cause. That's not a real thing. I believe that the universe is an infinite chain of causes, both in the past and will be in the future. Where's the contradiction?
Okay, cool.
Where's the contradiction in that view?
The contradiction in that view is number one, is that it's assuming that everything around us is eternal. We'll leave that there. I'll give you that.
Find me the evidence that it's not.
Okay, well, the evidence that everything has to be made somehow.
Why?
Except in this case, why? Because, okay, a rock doesn't manifest itself, does it?
Literally,
you didn't create yourself.
It literally forms. It literally forms out of. I love it when they ask questions and then they think they're going to keep talking. So rocks form out of like more elementary particles that then form molecules and then form physical bonds and then eventually create rocks. And one day those rocks won't exist. Every rock on the Earth is eventually going to be utterly annihilated when our galaxy collides with the Andromeda galaxy. So yes, rocks do spontaneously, whatever you want to think spontaneously, do eventually form on their own. We watch it happen. Just look at how the other planets are formed. They're formed naturally.
Right, but the ingredients that make up all this stuff, though, it's just always been here. That's
always existed.
That's your argument.
Yeah, matter.
Awesome. I'll give you that.
Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Great. Let's go to the God question, because the question you're
asking. That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for the explanation that leads to your God.
Cool. If I've been mischaracterizing any of your arguments, I apologize. Okay. The question to me, and if I'm wrong, then if I'm wrong in how I'm steel manning your argument, forgive me. The question you're asking me is, if everything requires a creation, then how can God be an uncreated being? Is that a fair question?
No, that's not my question at all.
Okay. Then what is your question regarding in relation to the creation or the existence of everything? And then because it sounded like you were asking me then how could God be here if everything requires a first cause? If that's not what you were asking me, I apologize for misunderstanding. I'll let you clarify.
That's not a question that I need answered. It's a question demonstrating the folly of your logic. I know the answer. The answer is that you don't have an answer. So the question that I want to know...
I'm trying to steel man your argument first before I answer.
That's not my argument. You haven't asked me to give an argument yet. There's no argument to be steel manned. Remember, Todd, you're the one providing the argument for your God, not me. You don't have to steel man my argument.
Okay, cool.
I haven't given you an argument yet. I'm still waiting for your argument.
No, I was steel manning your question when I referenced first cause, and then you referenced where does God come from? That's what I'm addressing. Now, my answer to that is this, which will tie into the original question. Hey, Todd, prove to me your God, your Christian God's real. Right? Right. Okay. God, by definition, not Christian God, but God as a concept by definition exists outside the laws of physics. God, by definition, must, because it is not natural. It is therefore supernatural. Right? So that is
we know the definition, Todd. We're asking for the evidence.
The evidence of the Christian God versus, I don't know,
because
Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, something like that.
Because there's a logical contradiction in your God existing outside of time, which is why I don't accept it.
Okay, unpack that for me.
Does your God act?
Does he act? Yeah. What do you mean by act?
Has he ever done anything?
Sure, yes.
Okay, what does it mean to act?
You tell me.
means to do something where you have state A, and then state A transitions to state B, then state B to state C. It's a sequence of events, right?
Right. Sure. Okay.
Okay. So like any action, like throwing a ball or having a thought or having a feeling where I love somebody or something, those are things that happened all in sequences, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if God is acting, then he must be in time, because without time, you don't have sequences. Sequencing is the thing that allows one thing to be true at one point and then not true at another point. So, for example, if you think God created time, it was not true that time existed at one point and then true that time existed at another point. But that claim, that group of claims, demonstrates that time must have already existed, because God can't create without time already existing. Because without time,
Why not? Why not? Hold on. Let me stop you. The question would have to be why not? Because God, by definition, right, would be limitless, unless we're going to do a whole "can he build a rock so big he can't lift" argument again. But God, by definition, absolutely can do things that exist outside the laws of physics, time, space
he
that
can't.
we understand, because we are finite by definition.
You can't do anything that requires sequencing outside of time. Time is a thing that allows.
It falls apart, dude. The definition of God makes that fall
time
apart.
Is
God
the
is
thing.
You're trying to box God up.
Time is the thing that causes sequences to happen. Do you understand? Like without time, there's no such thing as sequencing, right?
What I understand is that you're framing it in such a way that God must exist, okay, within the framework of a creation and
no,
sure, but God by definition is supernatural.
We'll just do some logical premises, okay? So premise number one: creation, like anything, any act of creation, whether he's creating an ant or whether he's creating time, is a change of states. Yes or no?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, because there's a state in which it didn't exist, and then a state in which it did exist, right?
Correct.
Cool. Right. Okay, premise number two.
And I apologize if there's noise in the background. I'm having to make my son's bed up for bedtime.
Oh no, don't worry.
It was like
nobody could possibly hear anything over you yelling. So premise number two,
well, that's
change
very
of
kind
states.
Of you. I appreciate your atheist sympathies.
A change of states has a before, during, and after, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. So premise number three, then, anything that has a before, during, or after is in time.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, that means time could not have been created. If time is a creation and there's a before, during, and after state of that creation, and creation requires time to exist to have a before and an after, then that means time must have been pre-existent, always existed, can't be created.
From the human perspective and a finite understanding, yes. But
okay,
again,
so are
God
you,
by definition,
so
God
are
by
you
definition
saying
exists outside of these
so
parameters?
Are you okay? So okay, so can your God can your God do illogical things?
Can he do logical or illogical?
Can he do illogical things?
Illogical? By whose definition of illogical? God did all kinds of things that don't make any sense.
Can your God do contradictions?
Based on whose judgment?
My
judgment? Does God do things that are contradictory?
Todd, it's just definitionally yes or no. Can he do things that are contradictory?
It's not a yes or no, because I have to understand the premise of your question you're asking me.
A contradiction.
Okay?
Do you need me to give you a definition dictionary?
Give me example. I know what contradiction is.
Okay, so the easy example is doing thing that requires time before time existed. That's a contradiction.
Based upon our finite understanding and the ability in which we exist. Yes.
Okay, so then God, the answer is yes. So the answer is yes.
No, that's not the answer. No, the answer.
So Todd, the answer is yes. Then God can do logical contradictions. Is that your final answer?
No, for the fifth time, the answer is not yes.
Okay, so then he can't.
You are trying to define God by your own
parameters
and put him inside our finite.
So then God cannot do things that are contradictory, can he?
Let me ask you this question then, okay?
Okay, so then if God can't do things that are contradictory, then that means he cannot create time, because all acts of creation require time to already exist. Do you see the problem there?
see the fact that you're framing your question in
It's
such a way
it's not
that
a
it's
framed.
ridiculous, my
It's not
friend.
a ridiculous question. It's okay if it's over your head and you don't have the Holy
No, it's
Spirit
no,
and you can't understand logical
look, it's
premises.
fine.
I know
Yeah,
that
no, this is
you're
that Bible's
already
good. Look, here's the deal. Here's the
like
deal. Here's the deal.
super
Here's the deal.
super dizzy and concussed. We can go through the premises one more time because I know you weren't listening the first time. Premise number one is any act of creation is a change of states. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Premise number two is that every creation has a before and an after.
Every creation has a before and after. Yes.
Yeah, because it went from non-existence to existence. Okay. Anything that has a before and an after is in time.
Yes.
Okay. So follow me here. If all acts of creation have a before and before and after are always in time, that means time could not have been created because all acts of creation require time to already exist.
Well, why not? Because God could do anything if
Buddy,
if God is God is
you
God.
already agreed to the premises. You already agreed to them. So now you have to tell me which of the premises do you reject now?
Say that again for me. You said what did I agree to that I don't believe I agreed to?
All right, we'll try it from the top. Okay. Creation requires a change of states. You already agreed to that. Obviously, you can't create without a change of states. Premise number two.
Right.
All changes of states have a before state and an after state. Still with me?
Yeah.
All things that have a before state and an after state are in time.
Yeah.
Therefore, the act of creation has to happen in time because it has a before state and an after state, which means time itself could not have been created because it requires time to already exist.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So help me understand then, how do you define time in regards to a creating God? Forget God of the Bible, just in concept. Define time in this example because it's presupposing that time was a pre-existing thing, a concept separate from a creating God. My point I'm trying to make, or my argument at least, is anything, including the concept of time, is a created thing created by God. If God is God, by definition, has the ability to do anything, including creating the concept of time.
Okay, so he has the ability to do illogical things.
If you want to define it as illogical, fine, we can go there.
Okay, so
you can say it's
okay,
illogical
so
by your definition, so that's fine. But
the method of getting around this contradiction is just to say God can do contradictions, then, right?
if you wanted to, if you define it as a contradiction, be my guest. I disagree that it's a contradiction.
What is a
The
contradiction?
framing
You've actually agreed to it twice now. I'll go over the premises one more time since you weren't listening the second time. So
I don't
premise
need your
number
premises
one,
again, dude. You're wasting time.
So premise number one was that all acts of creation are a change of states. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and all creation, all changes of states have a before state and an after state.
That's right.
Okay. And anything that has a before and an after is inside of time.
Yes, I've said yes to this multiple times.
Which means all acts of creation are happening inside of time. Do you agree?
Are happening inside of time, a period of time like from minute 0 to minute 1, right?
Yes, all acts of creation are happening in time because they have a before state and an after state.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Which means time cannot have been created because all acts of creation have to already exist inside of time.
Okay.
It's just logically true.
I think I understand where you're coming from. And I think I understand what you're saying it because it's time essentially would disprove God of the Bible or a creator of any kind. right? Because God would require a beginning.
Well, you
Is
know,
that fair?
there are solutions to this, right?
A timeless.
Like you're
I'm trying
like
to
you're
make sure because
you're
I've needed
fighting you're
I've
fighting
needed.
so hard to avoid the
Well,
obvious conclusion of the syllogism that you haven't bothered to think that there's actually some decent answers for it.
okay, well, let me if I can, with your permission, let me just get my mind around what you were telling me here.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're talking about is, I don't know what, infinite regress. Would that be fair?
Yep,
If
and
God
there's
existed forever, how could he reach any moment, like what, in time? Is that fair?
that's not how infinite regresses work, but yeah. So the rebuttal that you're going to want to make is somehow that infinite regresses aren't possible, and I would issue the same thing. Show me the contradiction that makes infinite regresses not possible.
God, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know much about infinite regress, to be honest with you. I just know it sounded like what we were talking about was an infinite regress. The response to that I would give is this, but what you keep rejecting is that God is outside of time and
Mhm.
God created time,
He
right?
didn't.
If a guy, that's fine, your opinion. If a guy writes a book, right? If a guy writes a book, the author of that book exists outside the timeline of their book, but can write the events within the book. Is that not fair?
I agree. You're finally getting to one of the answers. One of the answers is that God lives on a timeline as well. It's just different from our timeline. Congratulations. Do you think that God has his own
Oh, well,
timeline?
I have never thought about God having his own timeline. Time, as we understand it, began with everything simultaneously. If there was nothing, you don't believe there was nothing, you believe everything has been eternal. But if there was nothing, and as the Christian God and the Bible describes it, God created everything, that would include time. Now,
Well, the Bible doesn't
if
say that.
God didn't create the heavens and the earth,
Did it say time?
didn't say that. Well, it's why would time not be created alongside of it?
Why are you
It didn't.
assuming that it? But you're
But the Bible,
Todd,
the Bible,
Todd,
the Bible
Todd,
doesn't. The
Todd,
Bible doesn't
Todd,
say
Todd, Todd,
anywhere.
Todd. You're assuming that time needed to be created. Why are you assuming that?
Because I'm a logical person, dude. Who would not come to that conclusion that time also began with the beginning of everything else? What nonsense, my friend.
Because
I mean,
God,
seriously,
we already, Todd,
why would we not? Why would
Todd, I already demonstrated to you why it's nonsense for time to have been created. I walked you through 3 times a very simple logical syllogism to demonstrate that time cannot have been created. So again,
fine, man.
I have no
That's fine.
reason.
We get my
Okay.
answer to you of it is that time as a concept and as an actual physical thing was also created by God.
I
You
disagree.
disagree.
It's not
And
even in the
that's
Bible.
fine. That's fine. You want to say it's not in the
But
Bible, that's fine.
you want to know what is in
This
the
is coming.
Bible? Let me ask you a question.
Please.
Does God
Please bring out the Amorites, bring out Old Testament law, please, by all means, go for
we're
it.
going to bring out something way worse than that. So
Do it, man.
if your God,
God's atrocious. Let's go for it.
Yeah, so if your God doesn't know something, does that mean that he's not all knowing, or does it mean that the authors of the Bible got something wrong?
What does God not know?
I'm just asking a question.
Well, okay, omniscient, omnipresent. God knows everything, but what's your example of what God doesn't
Just
know or doesn't know
answer
something?
the question. If the Bible demonstrates
I did answer
that
it.
there's something God doesn't know, does it mean that God is not all knowing, or does it mean that the authors of the Bible got it wrong?
I don't know. I'll have to hear the example, man.
You don't. It's an easy question. If the Bible says that God doesn't know something, does it mean that he doesn't know it, or does it mean that the authors were wrong?
I don't have an answer for that.
It's a
contextual question.
Todd, it's not it's not contextual, it's hypothetical. I didn't even tell you the Bible says it yet.
But
so Todd, this is very
let's be
Todd, just answer the question and stop being a coward. If the Bible says there is something that God doesn't know, does it mean that he's not all knowing, or does it mean that the author was wrong? Which one of those two is the case?
You pick for me. We'll say God doesn't know something, then we'll go with that. We'll make God fallible. Let's go there.
Fair enough. Okay, so I want to read Deuteronomy 22, and this is not a passage that gets a lot of love, which is why I read it a lot. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. Okay, so just so we're tracking so far, if a guy marries a woman, but after, doing the deed with her, she doesn't bleed, she's kind of suspect now, right? She's suspecting she's not a virgin.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is what happens when they go to the elders. It says, the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. Okay, so the evidence that needs to be presented is a cloth. This is a pretty old practice. In fact, some people still do it today, where on the wedding, during the wedding feast, they consummate the marriage during the wedding feast, and somebody sets up a room or a tent for them with a cloth. They do the deed, and then the cloth is collected by the parents of the bride as evidence that she was a virgin. Follow so far?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Okay. So God is saying that, listen, if somebody comes to court and this is a situation, then you need to present the cloth to demonstrate whether or not she was or wasn't a virgin. Now, if it turns out that the guy was right, that there's no cloth, if it turns out that he's wrong, there was a cloth with blood, he gets fined. Okay. Now, in verse 20, if it happens to be that there was no blood on the cloth, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So I've got two questions. Mm-hmm. The first question is the easy question. The first question is, both of them essentially are being charged with lying. But if the man is caught lying, he pays a fine. If the woman is caught lying, she dies. Do you think that's fair?
No, it's the Old Testament's got a lot of screwed up stuff, man. Levitical codes are screwed up. There's a lot of Old Testament stuff that's ugly, dude, because the Bible, Old Testament especially, the one thing that it is consistent with, and you'll have to agree with me on it, is that it's made up of human history. And if anything is a bloody place, human history is a bloody place. Cool. It's awful.
Yeah, the laws were given by God, right?
With that? Sure.
Okay,
that doesn't
cool.
mean they're not bloody and ugly. Where does God's law have to be pretty all the time?
Just pay attention, Todd.
Let me answer. No, I need you.
So the question was, and I only needed a yes or no. The question was, is it fair that she dies if she's lying, but he just pays a fine? Is that fair?
I have no idea, man.
Oh, so you don't know if that's fair.
Thousands of years ago.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll just move on to the harder question since the easy one was too much for you.
Go for it.
Are you?
Well, you answer. You
aware?
You asked me.
So, are you aware that only about 45% of women actually bleed the first time they do the deed?
I am aware of that as far as women's.
Okay, so that means that there's a percentage. Yes. There's a percentage of these women that would have been stoned, having actually been innocent.
Hey, hold on a second. No, for real. Hold on. Hey, buddy. I love you. I love you. Good night, baby. I know he's tired. It's okay. Daddy's talking to his new friend, Justin. Go ahead. So, yeah, 45% of them don't bleed, and a bunch of women were killed ceremoniously and with absolute, it was a travesty. I agree with you. There's a lot of stuff in the Old Testament, man, that's absolutely horrific.
Are you suggesting that God intentionally had innocent women killed then?
No, I believe in this, okay? God is sovereign, and man has a responsibility.
To kill innocent...
If you didn't keep up.
To kill innocent women?
Let me ask you this. Who's innocent? And what defines innocent? Who is without...
So, Todd, I know you're going to crash out and say that every man has sinned, and therefore everyone deserves death. That's an irrelevant conversation we can have next. The question is it fair to punish women by execution, specifically when the means of providing the evidence of their guilt is not actual evidence. Is that a good thing?
Oh gosh, no.
Oh,
That's an awful thing.
okay.
Slavery's
So,
an awful thing too,
okay.
and it was in the
So,
Old Testament too.
right.
Killing
So,
all the Amorites seemed awful too.
cool.
Again,
So,
history's a bloody place, dude. We agree on that.
but
And this is now if you
but the thing we don't agree on is I think that these types of horrific laws came from mankind, specifically from horrible men who didn't know how the female body works. In your worldview, they came from God. I'm not asking you about history. I'm asking about your God. So was it a good thing that your God told them to execute women who were actually innocent?
is it a good thing that God told them to execute innocent women? You're presupposing that God commanded them, if this woman's innocent, to execute her, or maybe men and mankind, okay, continue to do atrocities.
Todd, we're
Right
talking about the
now,
commandments of God. Are you aware that God gave all the commandments?
God gave every commandment. Now, here's
Okay,
what I know beyond that. Here's what I know
God
along
told
with that.
them. Okay, so God told them that if a woman doesn't bleed on a sheet, you can have her stoned. Do you follow so far?
Does he still command that? Am I wrong?
Well,
Is that still something that God commands?
according to Deuteronomy,
According to the
according to Deuteronomy, the answer to the question is yes, but that's another pivot. I'm not asking you how long the law needs to be followed for. Even if he said to follow it for 1,000 years, it's 1,000 years too long. So try to stay on task. I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, Todd, was it a good thing when God said that you should execute the women that don't bleed on the sheet? Was it good? Yes or no?
I have no idea, man. It seems bad.
You don't know?
But
Oh, it seems bad.
Well, we're talking about, we're talking about, but we're focused on stuff that happened then. And then what we're not focusing on is this, right? You're not going to focus on John 8, 1 through 11.
Why would I do that?
Because here's the thing. You're focused on
Todd,
the horrible, bloody parts.
Todd,
and not,
are you aware that Jesus advocated for following the law of Moses in Matthew chapter 5?
Jesus advocated that he fulfilled the law of Moses.
No,
and
he
when
didn't.
a woman actually a woman, okay, 8 through 11, John 8, 11.
I'm aware
okay,
of John. I'm aware what happened in John chapter 8 when when the Pharisees brought the woman before him and said, "You know what is written in the law of Moses, what should be done to her." And rather than picking up a stone, which he wasn't a witness, so he shouldn't have been picking up the stone to begin with, he said, "You guys, if you want to have this woman stoned, guess what? You're next." It was actually a really genius thing to do, although I don't think he actually said it because this was added in the fifth.
I agree with you.
This was added
in the Byzantines. I know. I agree with you. It was genius because.
So the genius thing that he did was he said, "Listen, you can stone her. You're correct. The law of Moses says that you should stone her. But if you stone this woman, guess what? You guys are worthy of being stoned as well." So
the Pharisees caught this woman. She was guilty, and Jesus showed her grace. What's wrong with that?
I never said there was anything wrong with it. What I'm saying is that in the Bible, Jesus routinely advocates for following the law of Moses. He never once said you shouldn't follow the law of Moses. And in Matthew chapter 5, he explicitly tells you that the law of Moses ain't going nowhere and it's going to be here until heaven and earth pass away. It says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill." What does it mean to abolish?
To do away with, to get rid of, to abolish means to negate.
And is Jesus saying that he did not come to abolish?
He said he came to fulfill it. What does that mean?
Hold on. Focus, Todd. We're not to the word fulfill yet. We need to put on your thinking cap.
Okay.
So Jesus says, "I did not come to abolish the law or the prophets." And you just said that abolish means to negate it or do away with it, right?
Yeah. Because the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Hold on. Can I answer? Or
fair enough. It was just a yes or no question.
Well, that's a problem. Everything isn't a yes or no question.
It literally is. So it was very easy, Todd.
In the context of that, no.
So I don't know why you think like just yelling over me is ever going to work. I'm going to meet you every single time. I've already had a conversation where I talked over the guest for an hour. I'm not going to do it with you. So yes or no, did Jesus come to abolish or do away with the law? Keep in mind, Those words mean the same thing you just told me.
Sure. In that context where he was addressed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He was being accused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of being a rebel rouser, a rebel, an insurrectionist. He was being accused at that moment, at that time, of a lot of things.
It's crazy
and his
how
response
all I needed was a yes or no. It's wild that like the Holy Spirit can't actually enable you to give a yes or no. So did Jesus say
you can
that he was coming
and try to just like dance around when I'm
Did
trying
Jesus
to answer?
say that he was coming to do away with the law?
No, he was not. He said, I
There
come
you
to fulfill
go.
it.
Exactly. And
Come
fulfilling
to complete it.
Okay, so fulfilling the law doesn't mean it goes away. It just means you're completing the requirements of the law. It doesn't mean that you're getting rid of the law, which is why he says, truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. So heaven and earth haven't passed away, which means the law hasn't passed away, which is why he says in verse 19, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Are you a whoever?
Right. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Jesus says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Are you a whoever?
Am I a whoever? Again, I'm still not tracking with your question because what it sounds like you're asking me.
Do you know what the word?
What it sounds like you're asking me. Yeah, I know it.
I don't know why. An hour into the conversation, you think I'm just going to let you take over the conversation. It's never going to happen. Just give up, Todd. So Jesus says, whoever does them and teaches them will be great in the kingdom. The question is, do you qualify as one of the whoever? What does the word whoever mean?
Whoever?
Yeah.
It's in what you're asking me, whoever would imply that if you're keeping the laws of the Old Testament today, then therefore you would be a whoever. Is that what you're trying to imply?
No,
that if I'm not keeping Leviticus,
that's not what I was trying to imply. But you actually raise a good point, because even if you don't think that the laws apply to you, they still apply to all of the Jews according to both the Old Testament and to the words of Jesus. Because
why? No.
Because
Jesus said he was the Messiah. Jesus said he came to fulfill and to save, which means it was the completion of Judaism.
Wrong.
And the law.
We'll try this again.
Their rejection.
So we already covered this again, and I know words are difficult for believers, but we'll go slowly. He says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law. And you said to abolish the law means the law goes away. And Jesus said, I did not come to do that. So according to Jesus's own words, he's saying, I did not come to get rid of the law, which is why he said, heaven and earth will pass away before a stroke of the letter of the law will pass away, which is why he said, whoever does them will be called great in the kingdom of God. Therefore, doing the law of Moses, according to Jesus, is a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, he was speaking to the Jews at the time.
There you go.
Those that practice Judaism. Yeah, and this was, if I'm not wrong, this was pre-crucifixion, right? This was pre-resurrection, if you believe in it. I know you don't. It's a fairy tale. But he's speaking to those in that day that were practicing Jews, correct?
He's speaking to a lot of people. This is the Sermon on the Mount. It's presumed that most of them.
So we got.
Todd,
so yes, the answer is yes.
I don't know why you can't let me answer your questions. This is why you keep getting muted, Todd. So it's presumed that most of the people there were probably Jewish. Were there non-Jews there? Yeah, most certainly there were probably non-Jews there. But the question is, how long is the law supposed to be enforced for? How long is that?
I don't know how long it's supposed to be enforced for.
Until heaven and earth pass away. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law. So Jesus says the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away.
Okay. And your
Okay.
point is?
My point is, according to Jesus, doing the law is a good thing, which is why he said, whoever does the law and teaches it will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And you're a whoever. The Jews are part of the whoever. Whoever teaches the law and does them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, according to Jesus. So Jesus thinks that doing the law of Moses is good. The law of Moses includes all the horrific stuff that you don't like.
So Galatians 3:24.
I'm aware of it.
It's entire. It's okay.
I'm aware
so
that,
explain
that
everybody,
Paul
explain to everybody.
I'm aware that Paul contradicts Jesus in Galatians. There we go.
Oh, it's a contradiction. It's not a yes
finally figured it out.
It's not a yes. Oh, it's not a yes and. It's a contradiction. Okay. Cool,
it is
good.
a contradiction.
Well,
so in Galatians,
truth. I mean, you don't believe in truth. You don't.
So in Galatians chapter 3, Paul contradicts Jesus on the role of the law. Paul says that the law was a temporary schoolmaster until Jesus came, which is not what Jesus says. Jesus said exactly the opposite of that. That's why it's a contradiction. Do you see?
Let me ask you now. I want you to clarify this contradiction where Jesus actually breaks the law. Okay, he actually breaks the law by your framing. Okay. Mark 7:19.
He didn't break a law,
right? Oh, he declared that all foods were clean.
No, Mark said that, not Jesus.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll say that Mark said it and Jesus didn't say it. Okay, that's fine.
No, it's
convenient.
It's literally
it's convenient.
It's literally in parentheses if you read Mark chapter 7. Jesus didn't say it.
Oh, he didn't say it. Okay, so Jesus didn't do that. Okay, that's fine. Which laws are we talking about? Since we're talking about the laws are eternal.
The laws of Moses.
There's 3 different types. Which ones? There's 3 types.
All of
you
them.
Know them. What are they? So the ceremonial law and the civil law as well as the moral law.
Can you show me in the law? Can you show me in the law of Moses where God made a distinction between the 3 different laws?
Yeah, it's a logical distinction between.
It's not a logical distinction. It's a distinction that Christians make up because you don't want to follow the law. So show me in the law when the law was given where it says that one of these categories somehow isn't as important as the other.
Well, I would argue the 10 Commandments would be the moral law, right? The unchanging moral law, right?
Why would you single out just those?
Well, I would just say the presentations, Mount Sinai and whatnot, thunder, lightning, and the tablets, but it's all fairy tale anyway. But I don't have a problem coming to, at least in since you don't believe in truth, and that's fine. I don't have a problem coming to an intellectual, logical conclusion of, well, we have all these different laws. And to categorize them as civil law,
but you're free from the law.
Nation as in Israel, right?
But Todd,
or ceremonial law, the sacrifice.
Todd, in your worldview, you're free from the law.
Not at all. I'm not free from moral law.
No, you don't.
Are you free from moral laws? Are you free from moral law? You don't have. Can you go kill somebody you want to kill?
Okay, so then the virgins still get killed for not being virgins. That's a moral law.
In the Old Testament,
yeah,
under that,
Deuteronomy.
Apparently so. Apparently so. And here's where I come back to my other point.
So apparently so. If the moral law is still in effect, then you are morally obligated to stone the woman who's not a virgin on her wedding night. There you go.
I'm not. That's
you are,
bro. That is a ceremonial law. That's a sacrificial law. It's not civil law. That's not a moral law.
It's not ceremonial. It's a moral law. It's somebody being unvirtuous by not being a virgin on their wedding night. It's a moral law.
Right. No, that's not a moral law. It doesn't fall underneath that.
It does.
Reflecting God's nature.
No,
don't murder. Don't steal.
So you've committed a fourth category. Now there's moral, there's ceremonial, there's God's nature, and what was your other category?
No, God's nature falls under moral law.
Okay, so a woman,
ceremonial, and civil.
Okay,
and you know this. I'm not the first person to talk to you about this, dude. Come on,
so lying is not a moral law.
Bearing false witness, yes, it's lying.
Okay, so in Deuteronomy 22, it says that if she lies about being a virgin, she gets stoned.
Well, she sinned. I guess that's what happens. I don't have to like it.
Okay, so then we should be stoning women.
I mean, no, because we don't live under that anymore. Because
so we don't. Okay, so we don't. So then we don't have to follow the 10 Commandments anymore. Listen, either you have to follow the laws or you don't. Todd, do you understand the problem you're creating? So if we,
I understand. No, I understand.
So if we're not under the obligation of Deuteronomy 22 then we're not under the obligation of Exodus 34. Do you understand?
Do you understand there is a division between the Old
There's not.
Testament and the New Testament? There's not. Okay,
There's
that's
not a
your opinion
division
then, I
between the
guess.
laws.
There's not. Okay, so
You've got
then the
you've
purpose
got
of Christ,
just
and the purpose
you've
of
got
Christ, if
just
he was real, if
you've
he was
got
real,
just
the
the
purpose
law
of him
of
coming was what?
Moses. The purpose of him coming is mixed. Some authors of the New Testament seem to think that the purpose of him coming is defeating sin. Some think that his purpose was to defeat Satan. Some think that his purpose, according to Paul, was to do away with the rigid adherence to the law and bring about a new way of obtaining salvation. And that method of salvation is through faith. But that's not really something that the Gospels actually share. That's an invention of Paul and the other New Testament authors, which is which has nothing to do with the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, God wasn't sending people to hell for merely committing one sin. It has nothing to do with Jewish theology. This is an invention of the New Testament to convince people, to scare people to believe in this particular religion. So it's a nonsense claim.
It sounds like you were exposed to some of these scare tactics as a kid. Would that be fair?
Not really. So I went to a pretty liberal Catholic school growing up, and I was a Christian. I was a Christian myself for 20 years of the non-Catholic variety. But
what led you to Christ, dude? Other than like the vacuum of, because I'm a preacher's kid myself. You know what I mean? I wrestled with my faith too, and I know that you don't believe in God, you don't believe in Jesus, all fairy tales. It's fine. It's your choice. But what was it that initially led you to belief in Jesus in the first place?
Because I grew up in a culture and a society where I believed that the Bible was true, and everybody around me believed that it was true. So when I became of age, I decided that since I believe that this thing is true, I should take it seriously. Now, as it turns out, studying the Bible demonstrated that it's actually just not true. It's full of failed predictions, prophecies that never came true. It's full of theological contradictions, such as like Isaiah 14.
We'll start.
So Isaiah,
go. I love the prophecy. Go.
Isaiah 14 not only is a failed prophecy, but it will never come true because the people that it's about don't exist anymore. I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, please.
Isaiah 14 talks about what's going to happen after the Babylonian captivity when the Israelites were taken captive. And he says, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob, and the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppressed them. But they didn't take the Babylonians captive, and they never will because they don't exist anymore.
Who doesn't? Which people don't exist anymore?
The Babylonians don't exist anymore.
Okay.
They haven't existed since the 3rd century.
Okay. I don't know enough about the Babylonian history in regards to that. Maybe you're right. I'll give you that. So there was 300 alleged prophecies about Jesus.
And Jesus
give or take
0 of them.
He wasn't born in Bethlehem.
Micah 5:2 doesn't say that a random guy is going to be born in Bethlehem. Micah 5:2 alludes to a ruler who is born in Bethlehem. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days."
Right.
And
so that would track with John 1:1 when Jesus said,
it wouldn't.
"Beginning was the Word was with God, Word was God." Well,
Jesus was never.
You're talking about
Jesus was never.
He hasn't ruled.
So Jesus was never. So yes or no? Did Jesus ever rule in Israel?
Did Jesus ever rule in Israel while he was alive on the earth? No, he did not.
Cool. Then he didn't fulfill the prophecy.
Right. Oh wait, but did Jesus say he was coming back? Even though it's a fantastic fairy tale,
I don't give a shit about. I don't give a shit about prophecies you think he'll do in the future. I asked you, what did he fulfill already?
Okay.
So
so it's not.
So Todd, I don't know if you know how prophecies work, but saying I'll fulfill it in the future is not the same as actually fulfilling it. Do you know the difference?
Yeah. Do you know the difference?
So
Jesus said, "I'm going to."
So if Jesus didn't actually fulfill it, if he's just going to do it in the future, then it means that the prophecy's not been fulfilled yet. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure. That's
okay.
the point I'm trying to make. But
so then, So then, definitionally speaking, Jesus did not fulfill Micah 5:2. Do you understand?
He did not fulfill Micah 5:2
Right.
yet.
Cool.
And that would track with him, but that would track with
So show
his
me.
return
So show me
and
one
the
that.
establishment of the new heaven and the
But
new earth.
nobody
And
cares
Israel
about things you'll think he's going to do in the future. What did he already do?
Okay, so we're just going to focus on this limited space of time.
No,
right?
we're not.
We're not going to take. That's convenient.
Todd, I need you to focus up really clearly. This is the most important thing I'm going to say throughout the rest of this conversation. Anything that is going to be fulfilled in the future that hasn't been fulfilled yet is an unfulfilled prophecy by definition. That's how prophecies work. If they haven't come true, then they're not fulfilled. Do you follow?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm tracking your framework. So I'll give you that one. Let's just say I'll give you that. He didn't fulfill it. Okay, he's a liar.
The next one,
was he
born of a
Was he
virgin.
crucified? No, was he crucified with criminals? Was he crucified?
I'd love to see
Isaiah 53:12?
I'd love to see the prophecy that he's going to be crucified.
Crucify Isaiah 53:12.
It doesn't say anything about crucifixion in Isaiah 53:12.
Rejected by his own people, 53:3. 53 is a great chapter in Isaiah.
Do you actually know the context of 2nd Isaiah?
2nd Isaiah?
Yeah, that's chapter 40 to 55.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm asking the question: is the prophecy saying he would be rejected by his own people?
Nope.
And would he be crucified? Would he be hung on a tree? You're saying it doesn't say
Nope.
anything like that whatsoever.
There's no prophecy about the Messiah that says those things. So I'll start. So I'll start at the beginning. It doesn't say anything about a Messiah. Okay. So my first question is: have you actually read chapter 40 to 55, or have you only read chapter 53?
No, of course I've read all of it. Yes.
Okay. So then,
do I have it memorized? No, I don't. I'm not.
Well, this is important because you have no idea what's happening in 53 if you don't know what's happening in chapter 40 to 55. So in chapter 40 to 55, what's the theme? There's one theme through the whole section of text. What is the theme?
Tell me.
So you don't know.
I'm saying I'm not a machine. I'm trying to pull up Isaiah now so I can refresh myself. Okay?
You're not going to read the whole thing right now. So the theme is that God is releasing his people from the Babylonian captivity, and then he's going to restore his people. And then when he restores his people after the captivity, all the nations are going to see what God did with Israel, and they're going to come and recognize Yahweh as the one true God because God has restored Israel. So that's the whole theme of Isaiah 40 all the way to chapter 55. And I would even say
Israel being redeemed, right?
And is Israel being redeemed. Okay. Now, in this section of text, and even after this section of text, did you know that the book of Isaiah tells you who the servant is?
Please explain.
Isaiah 41, 8 through 9 says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." Okay, so right at the beginning of the section, chapter 41, right after God said he's going to release his people from service, he starts calling them his servant. And then again in chapter 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." So again, the plurality of people is a singular servant, according to the prophet. Isaiah 44, 1 through 2. He says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb. I will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." Cool. So the servant's still Israel. Isaiah 44, 21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel. You are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. O Israel, do not forget me. And again, in Isaiah 45, 4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me." And then last one, Isaiah 48, 20. We're getting close to the crescendo of the whole pericope. It says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when I get to the beginning of the prophecy that you want to read in chapter 52, we're hearing about the release of the servant from captivity. And the servant,
right? They're Israel being redeemed, right?
Exactly. And the servant is Israel being redeemed. So when I get
Okay.
to the beginning of the prophecy, I have no reason to believe that the servant is anyone but Israel, because even in the prophecy, he's saying things about the servant that he said elsewhere about the servant when he was saying the servant was Israel.
Well, he's talking about Israel. I mean, if you're not done, please. I don't want to.
No,
I've
go
been
ahead.
running over you, and I'm sorry. If you're not, okay, cool. Isaiah 52, right? Leading up all the way to 52:12, he is talking about Israel,
Mhm.
right? Okay, in 52:12, for you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go in flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel
Mhm.
will be your rear guard.
That's right.
Now, behold, my servant shall act wisely, and he shall be high and lifted up, and shall be exalted. As many
Mhm.
were astonished at you,
Mhm.
he's talking to Israel. As many were astonished at you, Israel.
Using the plural, by the way. That's what you don't get in
That's
the
fine.
English
You,
text.
yeah, I get it. But you, in plural, would make sense. He's talking to Israel as a nation.
I agree.
As
He's
many were
talking to
astonished
Israel.
right. Many were astonished by you, comma, he, singular, shall be
Mhm.
high and lifted up,
Mhm.
and shall be exalted.
Mhm.
So he can't be talking about a singular entity, a singular person,
They can.
and also talking about Israel. Why? Because he's talking about the plural of Israel leading up to this, and then
we
he's talking about
we just read it when he says,
redemption of
"You are
Israel."
my witnesses and my servant." The prophet in second Isaiah has no problem mixing the singular and the dual or the plural all in one phrase. It's not a problem for him.
Oh, okay. So that's fine. We can frame it that way if you want. The way I'm reading this, okay, he is speaking to Israel and then giving Israel the vehicle by which their redemption shall come. And he says, my servant shall be high and lifted up. He shall be high and lifted up. Now, if you want to read hermeneutically, that's the first thing you learn in Bible college, right? Then you start running through all the other things describing the he, not the they. As many were astonished at you, plural, his appearance was so marred beyond human resemblance.
Yeah,
Okay,
who is what?
Beaten, bruised, scarred, transgressed.
Who is what?
So shall he sprinkle many.
Todd, I know you think speed running is going to help you, but it's not. Speed running through the passage won't help you here. Everyone,
go on. What was it?
So we've got 2,300 people here. I don't know. We've got 2,000 people here, and everyone's heard me cover Isaiah 53 100 times. So speed running through it so that people hear what you're saying and try to associate with Jesus isn't going to help you here. You're best just go verse.
Then I'll go slowly.
Just go verse by verse. Speed running won't help you.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we'll go slowly. Leading up into Isaiah 52:12 up into 13, talking about Israel. We agree on that. Okay, you are presenting that he continues to talk about Israel, the nation, in the following verses, and only Israel, the nation, hard stop. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's only Israel, the nation. And in fact, during the end of the prophecy in chapter 53, he appears to be even more selective, referring to the remnant of Israel, not the entire nation.
Okay, that's fine. So leading up into 13, we're talking about Israel. And then in 52:13 through the following verses, you contend that he's talking about
Israel.
Only Israel, okay, so he's talking about Israel in the plural, and then talking about he in the singular is also referring to Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was the prophet then used the plural to reference Israel, and then he's using the singular to then reference Israel as well.
Yeah, the same way he did it earlier when he says, "You are my witnesses and my servant."
Okay, that's fine. I mean, we can use those in that context interchangeably. That's fine.
Because the nation of Israel is more than one person.
Okay, so the nation of Israel is the servant, and you're contending that the servant that shall be high and lifted up, and you're contending that in 53, and you know where I'm going with that.
Well, we haven't even made it to 53 yet.
Despised and rejected.
We're still in 52. Todd, I told you speedrunning's not going to help you. We haven't even made it to 53 yet.
Then we'll go through that, then that's fine.
Cool.
Okay,
so we're still at verse.
Then. So 52:13. Now, as many were astonished at you, talking to Israel, I agree with you. I'm saying that his appearance was so marred beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of the children of mankind. So you're saying that in this, he's using the singular here, but simultaneously is also referring to the plural in the same sentence.
Yeah.
So shall
And
he sprinkle many
and
nations.
Todd
So
and
shall
Todd
Israel
Todd
sprinkle many nations.
focus, Todd. So
I'm right here, dude.
it's also true, and this is another fun fact, that there's a textual variant in that passage. They don't all say you. Some of them will say he. We'll say he, so it doesn't switch back and forth. But I think the best reading is you. That's still my favorite reading. But the fact of the matter is, I have no reason to believe that the servant is anybody but Israel yet. What would be the reason?
I would contend the reason for that would be the usage of the words, of the singular words versus the plural, and the description used for the singular is also the same description used in the Gospels of the crucifixion and
But
the
but
Roman
we're not reading the gospel,
capital
Todd.
punishment.
Todd, your hermeneutic is
No, but the
broken.
gospel.
So Todd,
No, it's not, because
Todd,
okay, you go
Todd,
ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Todd,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
your hermeneutic is that it must be true because the New Testament says so. Just pretend the New Testament doesn't exist. Stop. Like,
Okay,
if
we'll get
I
there.
told you that Joseph Smith fulfilled one of these prophecies because the Book of Mormon said so, you wouldn't let me do it, would
Right.
you?
No, you'd have
Okay.
to look at the manuscript evidence, right?
Okay, so the hermeneutical principle that you apply when you're reading a text is not interpreting it through the lens of a later text. The principle that you apply is, what is the author saying? What is the intent of the author's words? That's what we're asking. We're not asking whether or not the words of the author make you feel good about what your religion already teaches. Okay, so based on the text we have here, there's no reason to believe that this is about anybody but the nation of Israel.
Okay, if we can skip to 53:7,
I know
think it'll be enlightening.
It won't. I've read all of it 100 times. Todd,
Sure. So Israel suffered. Did Israel ever suffer willingly?
Just pay attention, Todd. I cover this prophecy every single night I'm live. It's the only prophecies you guys know, and you'll stand 10 toes down on it because you haven't actually read the rest of Isaiah. So we're still in verse 14.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Would you like to keep going over the verse? I'll go over all of it with you. I know you want to speed run and run away from the context, but I'm not going to let you do it. Would you like?
No, that's fine. We can dig in here. So you're at 14. As many were astonished at you. His appearance was so marred.
Mm-hmm. Todd, we lost you, buddy. Come on back. Come on.
Hello. Hold on. Sorry. You there?
Yep.
Hello. You got me?
I can hear you,
dude. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sorry, my Bluetooth died. I had to change my earbud out.
For now. So
it's we've been loving each other so long. My Bluetooth's died.
Fair enough. That happens sometimes. So we've got a transition between verse 14 and 15. Right? It says, "So he shall startle many nations; kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told of them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate." Well, this is exactly what the prophet says elsewhere. God says elsewhere, both in Isaiah and Zephaniah, and even in the book of Joel, that the kings are going to witness what happens with Israel, and they're going to shut their mouths. They're going to put their hands over their mouths.
Oh, okay. So when in history has Israel just suddenly not been persecuted? Because that's the way I see this. The kings shall shut their mouths, right? It reads to me that if this is Israel, then all the nations are going to be standing in awe of what is happening. And unless I'm mistaken, that's never happened in the history of Israel.
Yeah, and that's, again, the problem with your bad hermeneutic. You're assuming that the prophecy has to come true. And if it doesn't come true, then you're going to say, well, I'm going to apply a different interpretation to it that's broken from the original context. But good thing as an atheist,
you're applying the same thing that you tried.
But good thing as an atheist, when a prophecy fails, I don't have to bend myself into a pretzel and say, oh, how can I make sure that it doesn't fail? I can just say, oh, the guy said a thing would happen and it didn't happen. It's just a failed prophecy.
To bend yourself into a pretzel, dude. This whole conversation started with you saying that everything is eternal and that you don't believe in truth. You want to talk about pretzels, dude? You're Annie Ann, baby. What are you talking about?
Todd, I said everything is eternal, and
that's why I started.
And truth exists as a description, not as an entity. And I know that's very difficult for you to understand, but it's very logically coherent, and my view is supported by science. So I'd like to keep actually going through the passage because I know you haven't read all of Isaiah 52 or 53. But we read in Isaiah 62:2, the nations shall see your vindication and all the kings your glory. You shall be called by a new name that the mouth of the Lord will give. Okay, so God is saying all the kings are going to see your vindication. And it says, you will no more be termed forsaken, and your land shall no more be termed desolate, but you shall be called, my delight is in her. And then we get something similar in Micah 7:16. The nations shall see and be ashamed of their might. They shall lay their hands on their mouths, and their ears shall be deaf. This was the prophecy for the post-exile. This is what all the prophets were saying was going to happen. So when I read Isaiah, and Isaiah is agreeing with them, then that is the context that I'm working with. I'm not working with a context from 700 years later that says, oh, it can't be a failed prophecy, so now I need to spiritualize it. I'm not doing that.
So I'm insisting upon the fulfillment of the prophecy. That's what you're claiming.
You're insisting that all the prophecies in the Old Testament must be fulfilled. And so if you find one that
I just gave you, bro, I just gave you two. I said, okay, I'll give you those two.
So if you haven't,
I gave them to you. We got 298 to work through after that.
I've been through all of them. He didn't fulfill any of them. I've got all night. Which one do you want me to debunk after this one?
Well, let's stay in Isaiah because we don't want to run through stuff, as you so aptly put.
I agree.
What you're contending in Isaiah 53, if we go to Isaiah 53, all of these descriptions just happen to coincidentally describe, the way that this person Jesus allegedly, we could attribute these same descriptors to this man Jesus. It's just one gigantic coincidence. That's what you're saying?
It's not a coincidence. It just happens to be that the New Testament authors needed a way to paint Jesus as fulfilling prophecy, and they said, what's the closest thing we can find? Because he wasn't a king. He didn't save the Israelites. He didn't bring peace. He didn't do any of the things the Messiah was supposed to do. And they said, we got this really interesting prophecy about, it appears like somebody or something is suffering really badly. And if you read it out of context, you can make it be about anybody. So they said, yes, great, let's make it about Jesus. But it could have been about anybody. There were tons and tons of Jewish people, even Jewish messiahs, that were killed unauthorized by the Romans. Some of them actually fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus. For example, Simon Bar Kokhba. Simon Bar Kokhba was unjustly killed by the Romans, and he was actually a leader among the Israelites. So if the only thing you have for your Messiah is the fact that he died, guess what? There are other messiahs of the Jewish persuasion that died too.
That's cool. To your point, to your point, let's not allow me to use the Bible. Let's not allow me to make this leap then, because what you're saying is that the writers of the Gospels had to superimpose that this guy Jesus they were following around, he had to have been the Messiah, or we're just going to believe he was, and they're going to superimpose him as the fulfillment of prophecy. Let's set that down. Now, this is the first time I've caught your channel.
That's very clear.
So I'm really glad I'm here. Okay, so then what about stuff? What about, I don't know, Josephus, Tacitus, Marabarus, how do you say the name? Serapion. I think it's Marabar Serapion. He's a philosopher from Syria. Lucian, Lucian of what was it? Samosata?
What about
the
him?
First century? No, I'm just asking, so we have, I don't know, the Babylonian Talmud of the 5th century. There's piles of manuscript evidence outside, and other people writing about this man Jesus and his fulfillment, all these different things that are outside of Scripture. And the fact that
none of those
say the Bible's bone.
None of those actually say he fulfilled prophecies. In fact, if you read the writings of Celsus and Porphyry and Julian, they make fun of him for not fulfilling the prophecies.
That's fine, but my point is, these people are talking about the same person, right?
They're
talking about the same person.
Listen, we agree that he existed. I never said Jesus wasn't a real person.
Okay, so Jesus was a real person. So and I'm assuming you then believe that this person was crucified.
I actually do think he was crucified, or he was possibly stoned and then hung up, because in the writings of the
He was tortured.
Sanhedrin.
He was tortured. Yeah, they were
I'm
clear on that.
sure you think so. So in the writings of the Sanhedrin in 43a, they state that he was stoned and then hung up on a pole over Passover, which very well could have been what happened to him. We don't know if what the Jews said happened to him or what the Bible said happened to him actually happened. But one thing is for sure, he received capital punishment.
Sure. Well, he was a problem for sure, and I mean, the fact that we have a freaking the great Louis C.K. joke when he was speaking with an atheist and he was talking about God's not real and Jesus wasn't real, and his question for it's a real jerk answer, but he goes, "What year is it?" And there's a lot of discussion about why that Greek calendar and whatnot. But it's a funny one. But okay, so.
Well,
we've covered a few prophecies.
The year is what it is because in the middle of the 16th century, Pope Gregory decided to adjust the Western timeline. You know that the Chinese don't have the same year calendar, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So back on the prophecy thing, because you've studied this a lot, and it sounds like that you have really dug into because your claim is that not a single prophecy was fulfilled by Jesus.
Not one.
He wasn't accused by false witnesses. Psalm 35.
That's not a prophecy. Psalm 35, Psalm 41, Psalm 69. None of those are prophecies.
Zechariah 12.
Zechariah 12 didn't actually come true, and neither did Zechariah 14.
They didn't pierce his hands and feet when he was crucified.
I love
Romans crucified people.
I love Zechariah 12.
I know you're,
so you want to actually read Zechariah 12 with me, Todd?
Yeah, man, let's go for it.
Zechariah 12 doesn't say a Messiah is going to be pierced. It says there's going to be a war, and it appears to be the war of all wars. It's an oracle concerning Israel. Thus saith the Lord, who stretched out the heavens and founded the earth and formed the human spirit within. I am about to make Jerusalem a cup of reeling for the surrounding people, and it will be against Judah, also in the siege against Jerusalem. On that day I will make Jerusalem a heavy stone for all the people. All who lift it shall grievously hurt themselves, and all the nations of the earth shall come and gather against it. Okay, so when, according to the Bible, are all the nations of the earth going to come against Jerusalem? It's the final battle, right?
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll go with you, sure.
It's the final battle. That's why it says in verse 4, on that day, says the Lord, I will strike every horse with panic and its rider with madness. But on the house of Judah, I will keep a watchful eye. When I strike every horse of the people with blindness, then the clans of Judah shall say to themselves, the inhabitants of Jerusalem have strength through the Lord of hosts their God. On that day, I will make the clans of Judah like a blazing pot on a pile of wood, like a flaming torch among sheaves, and they shall devour to the right and to the left all the surrounding people, while Jerusalem shall again be inhabited in its place in Jerusalem. So he's saying he's going to give them war, and then he's going to grant them victory amongst all the nations, and then people are going to come and dwell again in Jerusalem. We follow so far?
Yeah, I'm tracking. So
Okay.
Verse 10.
So in verse 7, he says, the Lord will save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem may not be exalted over that of Judah. On that day, the Lord will shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that the feeblest among them shall be like David, and the house of David shall be like God, like the angel of the Lord at their head. And on that day I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. So far, what we've read in that chapter, has any of it come true?
Don't know the answer to that. I know he's describing the salvation that's going to come to Israel. It's going to come to Judah, and he's going to describe how that salvation is going to come. You're describing it as an actual literal, but that's fine. We can. It's pointless to argue.
It's not pointless.
Do that.
He says all the nations of the earth are going to come against Jerusalem.
And have not all the nations historically been trying to wipe Israel off the map, dude?
Yeah. Okay. So let's follow the historical trail here, Todd. He's saying all the nations of the earth are going to come against Jerusalem. And then what is God going to do when that happens?
He's going to deliver them.
Exactly. Okay. Has there ever been a time in history where all the nations came against Israel and then God defeated all the nations?
I would contend that it's been ongoing for thousands of years.
Okay, so
Israel's surrounded by enemies on all sides,
so
and God continues to.
Then the answer is
Israel
no.
shouldn't
Then
even be in existence. But
he's talking about a war. Like, Todd, your nervous laughter isn't helpful here. He's talking about an actual war. And he says, on that day, he didn't say in those thousands of years. He says, on that day, I will seek to destroy all the nations that came against Jerusalem. Is that happening?
I contend that it's been happening for thousands of years, but you disagree with me, and that's fine.
Okay, so the phrase on that day is meaningless then.
It's not meaningless. It's describing what is the persecution that's going on. Now, something that could be contributed to this. This could be describing is, I know you don't agree with this or believe in this, but could be describing after the second coming of Christ, depending on eschatology, after the second coming of Christ, that deliverance will be fulfilled. But you reject the future fulfillment. So we're not going to have that argument again.
So I just want to make sure we're clear here. The phrase on this day is meaningless if it can mean thousands of years.
It's no, on this day is not meaningless, but you're coming from the place of that.
If I said on this day, would you think I'm talking about 2,000 years?
Well, we're talking about prophecy, dude.
So words still have meanings, don't they?
Yeah, they have multiple meanings depending on context.
Cool.
You are insisting on your framework of context here. You're insisting. We're accusing each other of the same thing.
Okay,
we're insisting on our own presuppositions.
When God says on that day, how do you know if it's a short time period or thousands of years?
If on that day, those three words, it's impossible to know from those three words.
Okay, so on that day has no inherent meaning then.
Didn't say that. I said on that day has meaning. But to understand what on that day means, as you know, you can't just read those three words. You have to read in context and hermeneutically analyze it.
I have. That's why I know that this is talking about a war and not 2,000 years.
Okay, cool. Then I'm wrong on the 2,000 years. I agree with you then. It is a war. I'm referring to after the second coming of Christ and the final day of judgment. You're saying it has to have been a war that should have occurred up until this point and has not, therefore it's failed.
Not yet.
Right?
I didn't say that. You're trying to get ahead of my argument.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm asking you is, has this war occurred yet?
No, it has not occurred yet.
Because it's the end times war, isn't it?
I just said that's the perspective that I have on it.
I agree with you. I started the conversation with that perspective, and you didn't agree with me. So now it sounds like we agree, don't we?
I guess. I'm not really sure what you're driving to, but let's just keep going. I can't wait to get there.
You're about to find out. Okay, so we both agree that this war is for the end times. And then it says after the war, what's going to happen? It says, and I will pour out a spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that when they look upon the one whom they've pierced, they shall mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and weep bitterly over him as one weeps over a firstborn. On that day, the mourning in Jerusalem will be as great as the mourning for Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo. The land shall mourn, each family by itself, the family of the house of David by itself, and their wives by themselves, the family of the house of Nathan, so on and so forth, all the families. Okay.
Yeah.
So now this obviously didn't.
No, hold on.
So this obviously didn't happen because this is happening after they are granted victory in the war, and it talks about all the Jewish people actually looking upon somebody who was pierced.
Okay, so leading up to verse 9, I will agree with you. It is a conflict that has not yet occurred. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does it say in verse 10, and on that day?
It actually does something just as good. So in the Hebrew text, it uses a series of vav consecutives. And if you know how narratival Hebrew works, when you have a consistent sequence of vav consecutives that are not broken up by any temporal clauses or any breaks in the narrative, then that means it's in sequence. It's a sequence of events. Now, you could have
sequence of events. Okay.
It's not assumed.
Sequence of events.
That's just grammatically true. That's how Hebrew works.
Okay, cool. Okay, so your contention is that the one that was pierced has no reference whatsoever to the Christ on the cross that was pierced by the Roman soldier. That's your contention.
That's easy contention, yeah. In fact, I think...
Okay, cool. So yes, then. The answer is yes.
Yes to what?
to my question. The answer is you contend that that's not referring to Jesus, the deliverer, the Messiah. That's referring to something else in that timeline of events that's referenced in referencing Israel and its deliverance, but not about Jesus.
Well, it can't be about Jesus because it says that all the clans of the Israelites are going to weep and mourn, which they didn't do.
Okay.
They killed them.
How do you know that?
They didn't look back
No.
and weep and mourn.
They didn't. So it wouldn't be saying that they're going to look back and weep and mourn in retrospect at what they did. They just didn't weep and mourn in that particular time period, right?
Well, I actually do think that what they're mourning is something that happened in the recent past. Like they're looking at their behavior in the recent past and they're mourning over that. But I don't think that this is talking about Jews living thousands and thousands of years later, looking back on what happened, because it seems pretty clear that these events are happening directly after the war.
Why?
Because of the Vav consecutives. Because it's a narrative in sequence.
Okay. So there's 3. Are we 4? Are we at 3 or 4?
I don't know, actually.
I think it's 4, dog. All right. So of the 296, what are some others of your favorites that Jesus didn't fulfill?
Isaiah 7:14, Zechariah 9:9, Hosea 11:1 through 2. We haven't done Hosea tonight. I love Hosea. Let's do Hosea. You're going to recognize this as soon as we read it. So in Hosea 11, it says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." Is there a prophecy here?
I'm listening. I keep going.
No, that's it. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Is there a prophecy in that?
So you call my son. I would contend it's referencing Christ, but that's fine.
Is there a prophecy though?
He called his son. It's a prophecy. Called it's a future word.
It's
so
in
it's
in the past tense. The more that says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. It's all in the past tense because it's referring to Exodus 4:22.
Okay.
When God, just before he frees his people in the Exodus, says that Israel is his firstborn son. So this is a retelling of the Exodus.
Okay.
It's all in the past tense.
Okay. No, that's great. No, that makes a lot of sense. I agree with you on that. That makes a lot of sense that it would be. Yeah, sure. That's awesome.
Okay. Rusty, thank you for the hand hearts. Okay, so Hosea 11 doesn't actually contain a prophecy in verses 1 and 2, does it?
Cool. Then Hosea does not. So we have 295.
Okay, so then Matthew was lying when Matthew said that Joseph and Mary took Jesus into Egypt by night until the death of Herod in order to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet. That was all a lie.
No, it wasn't a lie. You're wrong, but that's fine.
No, I'm not. I'm not wrong.
You're contending that you're
okay. Well, so a prophecy is just any.
Here's the thing. Dude.
So we covered this already. So a prophecy is not just random words on a page. A prophecy is actual like prediction, is revealing information about the future. Because
hold on 1 second. What, dear? I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Thank you. My wife is chastising me for being too loud. I apologize.
Listen, it's better to live on the corner of the roof than with a contentious woman. You know that? Proverbs.
What are you throwing scripture at me for, dude?
Just saying. It means something to you. It didn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, it used to. It used to.
Yeah.
Then you listen to a Bart Ehrman lecture or something, I'm sure.
No, what I did is I went to school and I got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies and learned Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic. That's what I did. That's why I know it's not true.
That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. So to your question, about Matthew, is he a liar? I am going to have more faith in those that because of their faith, they were martyred. You can say they were idiots and they died for a fairy tale, and that's fine. And you know the argument. Nobody dies for a lie, that they willingly go to death for a lie. I am going to defer to those that were willing to die for their faith, okay, than for someone that got an MDiv.
Are you
right?
aware that Joseph Smith had martyrs too?
So what? Hitler had martyrs.
Okay, so
Cult
martyrdom
leaders had
does.
martyrs.
Okay, cool.
The
So
difference being
dying for your beliefs doesn't mean anything, does it?
It absolutely does, but you got to
Okay,
look also.
then Joseph Smith is the last prophet. Thank you, Joseph Smith. I appreciate the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 18.
It's a ridiculous statement, and you know it. So
It's
out
not.
of Joseph
I'm
Smith,
applying. I'm applying the same hermeneutic to
but-
Joseph Smith that you're applying to Jesus, and you don't like it because it's an exact. It's the exact same. It's the exact same hermeneutic. If you don't accept it about Joseph Smith, I shouldn't accept it about Jesus.
Well, Joseph Smith does not have the same historical manuscript evidence of his life and death.
Yeah,
Jesus
we've got
is the
more.
only character in human history.
We've got it. We've got his handwriting, Todd. We've got letters from Joseph Smith in his own handwriting. You're aware of this, right?
Okay.
We've got letters between Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram. They wrote letters to each other.
So nobody's denying that he was a real person, right? That wasn't my argument.
Your argument is that we have evidence for Jesus, but we have better evidence for Joseph Smith.
What's your point?
Joseph Smith had 11 witnesses that saw the golden tablets.
Okay. And what's your point? There's crazy people everywhere.
I would say the same thing about your false Messiah. The same thing that you're doing to Joseph Smith, I would apply to your sky carcass.
Well, that's insulting, but that's okay.
Well,
I appreciate where you are in your journey, and I appreciate the journey that you've been on. I appreciate the fact that you came up in Catholic school and that you got into a very religious indoctrination. That's a tough row to hoe, man.
I wasn't indoctrinated.
And I've never.
My
you
parents
said you grew up in
my parents didn't go to
culture.
church.
You said you grew up in a culture.
I grew up
you grew up in a culture.
I grew up in a.
You were surrounded by it.
I grew up in a small town in America, and small towns in America are by and large religious. I wasn't indoctrinated. My parents didn't drag me to church.
I never said they did, but you grew up you went to Catholic school, right?
Mm-hmm.
You grew up in churches.
Mm-hmm.
You, I'm assuming, went to church several days a week. I would assume if you grew up in a small town.
I did not.
You didn't. Okay. Well, okay. Well, you grew up in religion, right? You grew up in a religious environment.
I did grow up in a religious environment that was both diverse and we would say accepting of people who didn't believe.
Cool. Awesome. So you grew up in a diverse religious environment, accepting of people who didn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Your journey took you off to college. It sounds like at one point you full on committed to this Jesus guy, and that belief, correct me if I'm wrong, belief wasn't enough. Had to start putting feet to your faith, had to start doing things, had to start like being, and belief wasn't enough, right? The demons believe in God, right? You know? So it sounds like that on your journey, school environment, 18, 19, whatever, you go off to college, you go full send, and then you go Bible class, you get your bachelor's, you get your MDiv, you Greek and whatnot. My dad actually taught me Greek. It's fun. Greek is an amazing language, and why anybody would try to contend that discrepancies or what the author's original intent, at least in the New Testament, to argue that is difficult for me to believe that we can't understand the author's original intent just because of how sophisticated Greek is as a vehicle to convey a message. And it's one reason why I think it's such a beautiful vehicle that was used for the New Testament, because you can't really interpret that, because Greek gives us every color possible to paint the picture with. So we can't mistake a cat for a locomotive, right? Somewhere along the way, you got exposed to something that made all this sound like crap to you. And I listen.
No,
and I appreciate
what happened was I studied the Bible and I realized that the manuscript evidence was poor. It's contradictory. We've got theological contradictions, and Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy. So if Jesus didn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecy compared to themselves, I said the manuscript evidence is poor. The manuscripts disagree with each other. Even on
Okay, so
even
you know
on
the you know the
even
analogy,
on
bro. You know
Isaiah
the analogy.
53, for every passage in Isaiah 53, there's like a dozen different textual variants. In fact, here's my critical edition of the Hebrew Bible right here, and all the
Go
textual
for it.
variants are listed in the bottom in Latin. So the textual evidence is not good. The texts don't agree with each other. We have entire texts that we don't know should even be there. Like, for example, in Jeremiah 23 and Jeremiah 33, it appears that there was a tradition that entered into the text twice. It was only supposed to be there once. It's there twice. We've got entire chapters of Jeremiah that didn't even exist in the earliest manuscripts, and then they were added later.
In the book of Enoch is up for debate. These were a collection of books written by men. We say inspired by God, whatever, but nobody's denying that it was written by men. There's going to be contextual variances and errors, quote unquote, because you've got men, scribes, that are writing things down, and there's going to be things in the minutia, but the overarching.
So God wasn't capable of preserving the text
then.
then.
God preserved the message of the text. Man is fallible.
Okay.
Man is sinful, and man is imperfect.
So God wasn't interested in actually preserving the text then. Cool. Good to hear.
Well, God preserved. Well, no, that's your words. God preserved the messaging. Now you don't agree with it, and that's fine. You don't have to. That's a beautiful thing about free will. We both agree with. You can do whatever you want.
Do you think that it was cool when God said you can own slaves?
No. I don't think it was cool when sin entered into the world.
Okay.
It wasn't God's first intention.
Okay,
what was God's first intention? Hold on.
Okay, so
was God's first intention.
So then God's
first intention.
So then God's.
Don't run from the
so
question.
then Todd, God's
don't run from the question.
Todd is
don't
not
run from the question. Don't.
Todd, you just said that God isn't all-knowing. By the way, I'm just trying to point that out. If you say that God has an intention, but the intention was violated, then that means that God didn't know the future. Do you see the contradiction you just raised?
It's not a contradiction. You're raising a false premise. God knew everything. He's omniscient, omnipotent, and all that. And we know where this argument's going. He gave mankind free will. With free will comes the ability to do the thing that they should not do.
Yeah, but we're talking about slavery.
If you don't have any, yeah, we're talking about slavery.
What led to God having to allow slavery?
God didn't allow anything by the metric of which you're describing the word allow.
But
God allowed mankind to have free choice, and there was consequences for those
You should
choices.
know by now, Todd, that I'm not quoting scripture that doesn't exist. If I tell you it's in the Bible, I'm going to show you exactly where it's at in the Bible, Todd. So we'll try this again. You can be honest or you can be a liar. Does God condone slavery in the Bible?
He does not condone slavery. He gives
so then I'll just read it for you. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families who are with you, have been born into your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property forever. So how is that?
No, don't stop. Don't stop. Keep going to where he says you shall marry them, and after 7 years you shall let them go.
Oh, he doesn't say that.
Talk about the context.
He doesn't say that, Todd.
Leading up to that.
Todd, he doesn't say that.
Where does it?
Show me in Leviticus 25 where he says the foreign slaves go free in the 7th year.
He doesn't say that in Leviticus 25.
I know.
Other points in the Old Testament.
In Exodus 21.
Why do you insist?
So it's in Exodus 21. Todd, and he's not talking about foreigners in Exodus 21. In Exodus 25, he's talking about foreigners. So try to focus up. On Leviticus 25, God says you can own foreigners forever, yes or no?
Let me look up. Are we in Exodus or Leviticus, big guy?
Leviticus 20.
Got it.
Stay on task and stop rambling.
Leviticus 25?
Leviticus 25.
That's what book you read. Okay, Leviticus 25. Your contention is that God says you can have slaves. I'm good with it, says the Lord, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is a very
Prove me wrong, Todd.
Mankind did horrible things.
Todd,
Man sinned.
prove me wrong. The law was given by God. Read Leviticus 25:1.
Prove me wrong that Jesus said he didn't come to free the slave, the captive, to give everyone salvation. And you want to focus on everything in the Old Testament, and we're talking about timelines. You want to focus
So
on
we
the
already
things that were
covered this,
done in the
Todd.
past. And
Wow, what a pivot. But what about Jesus? We're not talking about Jesus yet. We can talk about Jesus in Matthew 5 when he endorses the law of Moses. Leviticus 25:1, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai saying, okay, so was the slave laws in Leviticus 25 from God or not?
the slave laws from Leviticus 25 were not the laws that God sent down to man.
Oh, so
okay?
Leviticus 25:1.
Bro, hold on. Listen.
So Leviticus 25:1 is a lie then when it says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. Is that true?
No, he spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai.
Okay,
He said those words to Moses on Mount Sinai. Okay, by all means,
so then in Leviticus
go ahead.
25:1, when God speaks all the laws in that chapter, then how is that not God giving the laws on slavery?
God gave them specifics on what they were already doing.
So?
Now you're trying to present that it was God's idea that there were no slaves, that slavery wasn't going.
I didn't say that.
Horrific sin.
I didn't say that, Todd. You're straw manning. Todd, you're straw manning. That's not my argument.
No, and you're pivoting.
My argument is not that God invented slavery.
God didn't say it.
Not at all. That's not my argument.
Oh, okay. So mankind.
My argument is that God said you can own slaves and you can own them forever. That's my argument. Do you disagree?
Okay. So was that for any slaves, any people, any time throughout all
Todd,
of human history?
Try to focus here. God said
more. No, you try to be honest.
Todd, try to focus for 5 seconds. Quit crashing out. All right. Get your emotions under control. You're supposed to have the Holy Spirit, right? God said in Leviticus 25 that you can own foreigners as slaves and you can do it forever. Is that God saying that you can own slaves?
Leviticus 25, and I apologize. Leviticus 25 where?
44 through 46.
25, 40, okay. Let's see. And what are we talking about leading up to this? It was year of Jubilee, Sabbath year. He spoke to okay, so he spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. That's okay. I know where we're at. Count 7 weeks of years, the rotation of the crops, for all that. In the year of Jubilee, fine. The redemption of the land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. For you are strangers and sojourners with me. I'll get there. Just bear with me. So he's given one by one. He's given them decrees. He's given them guidance on this and that. And if one of the Levites exercises his right of redemption, the house that was sold in the city they possess. So he's given a laundry list of things that are going on, in their culture and society at the time, and he is giving them guidance on the things that are occurring.
Yeah, we're all aware of this.
I'll get there. I'll let you gotcha me. God knows you had enough lead up into your points. Okay, if your brother becomes poor beside you, verse 39, and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. He shall be with you as a hired worker and as a sojourner. He shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Okay, so God obviously isn't just for blanket slavery. Keep going.
Keep reading. It's going to get worse.
Then he shall... yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff. People have horrible, bloody history in them. He shall go out from you and his children with him and go back to his own clan and return to the possessions of his fathers, for they are my servants from the brotherland of Egypt. Okay, you shall not rule over him ruthlessly, but shall fear your God. Okay, God says you can't beat the crap out of him. All right, fine.
Well,
as for your male and
not quite.
Hold on, I'm there. Fine, whatever. As for your male and female slaves whom you have, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you and have been born in your land, and they may be your property. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever, and you may make slaves of them. But over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly. Now stop right there. Okay. You may bequeath them sons, your daughters, and inherit as a possession forever. You may make slaves of them, but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule. Let's pause right there and talk about something. Okay. You're making a blanket statement.
No, I'm not.
You didn't say God said you could have slaves forever? You didn't say that?
I said God said you can own foreign slaves forever.
Cool. And now here's a real question.
Hold on. Does the text say it?
Why would God say that? Why? Why would God say that?
Because God doesn't care if the Israelites own foreign slaves, which is
Oh!
why
And
he
why
says
would he,
in Isaiah,
and what has Israel been? Hold on.
which is why he says in Isaiah 14, after the Babylonian captivity, that the nations will be their slaves.
Yes. Now, did God historically, all throughout Scripture, the Old Testament, did God use Israel as the vehicle to deliver punishment for sin?
Not necessarily. He used the Babylonians and the Assyrians to punish the Israelites, but he never used the Israelites to punish another.
He kicked the crap out of Israel. He kicked the crap out of Israel.
Yeah,
One thing that the bloody God of the Old Testament you would have to agree with is that God had no problem exercising and flexing his God muscles of authority and sovereignty, right? And casting judgment upon nations.
So
including Israel.
Todd, I just want to let you know that
what I'm saying is this.
Todd, I just want to let you know I have the slavery discussion at least 3 nights a week. I hope you don't think this is going to go well for you.
I'm glad. I'm roasted. You've cooked me. Hey, I'm an idiot. I admit it. I lean into
according
it.
to Leviticus 25, it's a very easy question. In Leviticus 25,
no, it's not, because you are cherry picking, and you've been cherry picking things.
We're not. I'm going to show you the rest of them if you quit crashing out. In Leviticus 25, does God say that you can own foreign slaves forever? Does he say those words?
God said those words.
Okay, there we go. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why you think he said it. The why he said it is not important yet. The question we're trying to answer is whether or not he said the thing. Now you're trying to pivot because you know he said it, and now you're trying to find a reason why he said it. Now let's talk about why he said it. So, Todd, in the passage given in Leviticus 25, does he say anything about owning foreigners as a punishment?
In Leviticus 25? No, Leviticus 25 is an isolated sentence.
Okay, fantastic. In Leviticus 25, does he say there are specific nations, or does he just say the nations around you?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Does he say a specific nation or just the nations round about you?
Let me read. 25. I'm so sorry. What verse were we in? 40. Is it 44?
25, 44 to 46.
Okay. And your question is it to Israel or just the nations around them?
No, in terms of the foreigners that they're allowed to make slaves of, does he say a specific nation or just any of the nations around about them?
It says from among. I'm reading the ESV. From among the nations that are around you.
Okay, exactly. So any of the nations around them, they could acquire slaves. That's what it says, and they can own the slaves forever. Can we agree on that?
On that particular singular verse, yes, that is what's being said without any further context. Go on.
Okay, now let's talk about Exodus, because I know you really want to talk about the 7-year slave period, don't you?
Well, no. We want to keep talking about this first before we go back to Exodus.
Sure. Okay? What do you want? What's left to talk about?
Well, for one of which is we haven't discussed the fact that God casts judgment upon people and uses different vehicles to invoke his wrath and judgment. Now, the nations around Israel worshiping Baal, sacrificing babies on altars of fire for hundreds of years. These people around Israel, they weren't church boys. They weren't altar boys. They were not.
You aware that the Canaanites the Canaanites are already gone, right? Or they're about to be wiped out. So hold on. Todd, listen. Todd, stop.
Canaanites are not the only
pagans, bro. Stop fucking talking. You're burying yourself every time you do it. You're not supposed to take the Canaanites as slaves. God tells you in Deuteronomy chapter 20 that you must kill the Canaanites. You can't take them as slaves. You must kill them. So the nations around you that you can take slaves from are not the Canaanites. They're just foreigners.
Okay, what's your point, man?
My point is, you're saying it's okay to make these people your slaves because they were Canaanites doing awful Canaanite shit, but they're not Canaanites. You're not allowed to take slaves from the Canaanites. You have to kill all the Canaanites. So these are just
An argument could be made here, dude.
They're just
argument could be made.
they're
You're
just
not going to agree with it.
They're just foreigners. Doesn't say who. They're just foreigners.
Okay. So the Canaanites, God said, knock them out. They're done. Right? Cool. Fine. That God is sovereign. Man has a responsibility, and that's what He chose to invoke His wrath upon them in that vehicle. These other nations, okay, His judgment was in the form of slavery. Now, I don't have to agree with God, okay, because God, by nature, I'm not going to understand. And some things are going to look really dumb. I don't know why babies die of cancer. I don't know why people in Haiti die. I don't know why. I don't know why all this stuff has to happen. I don't know why, and it breaks my heart. My son is about to be 10 years old. He has autism, 13 genetic mutations, and a myriad of medical conditions that cost me and my wife a fortune. Okay? I don't know why God allowed my son to be on the journey that he's on, to bang his head into the floor until it bleeds. I don't know why God allowed that. I do know that before sin entered the world, though you don't believe it, I do. Before sin entered the world, what God wanted for his creation was for it to be perfect.
Todd,
because sin is here, He's doing
Todd,
this.
if you pivot to the fall, I'm going to cook you worse than I'm cooking you on slavery. Stay on topic.
You're cooked. Well,
I promise you,
I thought I was allowed to answer how I was going to answer, but that's fine.
If you
what I was trying to say,
if you make a pivot to the fall of man, it's going to be even worse than this discussion. Might as well stay on task.
Okay, I'm trying to stay on task here.
Okay, so the question is,
agree with all this. I don't.
Did God?
By all means, go ahead.
Did God say you can own foreigners as slaves forever? Yes or no?
He absolutely did.
Great.
He said that. Yeah.
Okay. Now your hermeneutic, just stop, Tom. I'm trying to make the conversation go faster. Okay. So your explanation for why God allowed this was obviously as judgment because they were bad people, right?
Not bad people. Everybody's bad, but
okay.
Judgment for sin. But yes, go ahead.
Okay. So anybody who's a sinner, who's not part of God's people, can be a slave.
I have no clue. Based on this verse, God chose to invoke His judgment in that form.
Yeah. Well, it's going to get even worse because I'm going to show you where you can even make Israelites slaves. Want to see that one?
Yeah, I know it. He judged Israel constantly. He kicked Israel's teeth in constantly.
Sure.
It sounds like the point that you're trying to make is that because
Todd, you have no idea what point I'm trying to make. You listen. The harder you, the more
dude,
Todd.
Because everything everything.
Todd, the more you fight this, the more it's going to hurt. Just relax. Everything's going to go way easier if just relax. If you clench, it's always going to be painful. Don't clench. Clenching's not going to help. So we're in Exodus 21, and we want to keep talking about slavery. In Exodus 21, God gives more rules for slavery, and among the slaves are also Israelites and foreigners, but mostly Israelites. So it talks about a male Hebrew slave. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years. In the 7th year, he shall go out a free person without debt. Cool. That's called indentured servitude, and nobody's complaining about that.
Right.
Says if he comes in single, he goes out single. If he comes in married, then his wife goes out with him. Cool. That makes sense. Here's where it breaks down. Verse 4. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. Which means these are permanent slaves because they're women.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't agree with it.
Okay, so God was wrong then.
No, just because I don't understand it or don't agree with it doesn't make me right.
Okay, so
it
God
means that I don't understand God. I understand God fully.
So God was right. You just don't know how.
No, it's that I don't understand the ways of God or the why behind God. That's where I come back to. God is sovereign.
So
and man has
if you can't understand God, why would you go on defending him if you can't even understand him?
Because nothing else makes sense, like the universe being eternal.
It makes perfect sense.
Like truth isn't real. Truth is a descriptor. It's not actually a real thing.
Truth is a
relative,
description.
but I don't think truth is relative.
I never said truth is relative.
Well,
I don't know why you keep trying to straw man me. Like you read the Frank Turek book. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist, and now you're just trying to throw out Frank Turekisms at me.
never. I never read Frank Turek.
Yeah, they all have the same bad talking points. I've heard all of them. Okay, so
now,
the fact of the matter
I
is,
do have this question.
we were on a discussion about whether or not God endorsed slavery, and it kind of seems like he did.
Well, God, through his act of judgment, used slavery as one of many vehicles.
Cool.
Now, you don't have to like it.
Against his own people.
I don't like it. I don't.
So,
I don't. Hey,
so
I don't have to like it, dude.
Can you show me?
Here.
Can you show me in Exodus 21 where God was judging anybody? Because it says in verse 7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Is that daughter being sold into slavery? Is she being judged too?
I'm assuming in this context, sure.
So why are you assuming she's being judged by God? It just says when a man sells his daughter.
The context, when a man sells his daughter, then what is the rest of the?
When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Because women,
keep going.
When you sold your Hebrew daughter as a slave, she was somebody's property now, and you could make her a concubine. She could be your slave wife. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So you can just sell your daughter as a slave.
Well, not anymore, but then you could. But you're rejecting
that's the problem.
Jesus came to. Well, no, the problem is you reject the fact that Jesus came to change the game. That's what you're rejecting.
Well, Todd,
your premise only exists.
I don't know why you can't figure this one out. So, Todd, we already covered this. The book says to follow the law forever, and Jesus said that following the law was good. The only one that said that the law was not forever and was temporary was Paul. And it's adorable if you think Paul is greater than Jesus, but I don't. But none of that's relevant to this conversation, because all that means, even if it were true, was that for 1,500 years, God was perfectly okay with Israelites just selling their daughters as slaves and concubines. Do you think it was cool for 1,500 years?
Slavery's not cool in my opinion under any circumstances.
Okay, so was it
sacrificing baby on altars of fire?
So
neither is having multiple wives. Neither is a lot of stuff in the Old Testament.
God condones having multiple wives. So here's the thing: is God keeps giving all these laws, and He says to follow the law forever. You've read Deuteronomy, haven't you? Haven't you seen where God says to follow this law forever, so that it will go well with you and with your
times already, big
so
guy.
that it will go well with you?
You reject the premise. You reject the premise that Jesus said a yes and.
It's okay. I'll read it for you. It says, "You shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep His charge, His decrees, His ordinances, and His commandments always." 12:1 in Deuteronomy. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. 12:28, be careful to obey all these words that I command you today, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever. Because in doing so, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So the God who gave the laws said to follow the laws forever. So when a guy named Jesus comes along and says, well, he didn't even say not to follow the law, Paul did. When Paul comes along and says not to follow the law, I say, that dude's a heretic.
That's fantastic. Now, Jesus said to follow the law. Now, you disagree, it's fine. Jesus said, you follow the law because he had not yet been crucified and resurrected. The law had not yet been fulfilled after Jesus' resurrection and ascension. Then Paul would naturally say, we don't do that anymore. Hebrews even talks about there's no sacrifices for sins left, right?
So
the law has been fulfilled.
Again,
that's the Old Testament.
We're talking about what Jesus had to say. So I know this is really hard for you because we have to read it 5 times.
No, you're ignoring my statement.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm actually just
then answer what I just said.
What I'm doing is I'm correcting you because you keep lying on the text, and every time you lie on the text, I'm going to point it out. Jesus said, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away." That's not a temporary time period that's already occurred. Do you think that the heaven and the earth has passed away?
Of course, heaven and earth hasn't passed away.
Okay. Did Jesus say that not a letter will drop from the law until heaven and earth pass away?
Sure, but you reject anything regarding
we
messianic
go.
prophecy. So this is a moot. It's a moot point.
Well,
your entire premise. Your entire existence is.
So the messianic prophecies actually predict that the law is not going away. In actual prophecies, not the bullshit prophecies you pointed out, but actual prophecies that talk about the Messiah, you're never going to guess what happens. God has them following the law of Moses. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. So we can probably agree that this is talking about the Messiah, right? And then it says,
you reject its Christ. That's fine.
It says, he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. And the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, which is identical to what Ezekiel predicted, was that when the Messiah comes, the prince, the law of Moses is going to be reestablished, including the offerings, sacrifices, and circumcision.
Okay. But you reject the second coming of a Christ. You reject that a prophecy, because it hasn't been fulfilled yet, it can't be fulfilled at a later date for completion. That premise is something that you disagree on, and that's we're not going to go anywhere with that. That's fine. You disagree that we could have a partial fulfillment and then a completion of that fulfillment at a later time in the future.
Why would I accept that?
I don't know, dude. I no clue.
If I told you that
everything that comes,
if I told you that I'm the Messiah because I rode a donkey, would you accept me as the Messiah?
I would say, show me more proof than you riding a donkey.
But it's partially fulfilled.
I would say, show me. Here's the difference.
I don't have to fulfill the whole prophecy. I only have to fulfill part of the prophecy. You just said it. Who determines how?
Well, that wasn't the.
Who determines the percentage of the prophecy that needs to be fulfilled? Is it like
no clue, man?
20%, 30%?
I don't know, but I mean, statistically, 8 out of 300 prophecies. Let's take 292 prophecies not fulfilled by your standard and metric. Okay,
all of them.
Give you 292. 200. Let's say 292. If just 8 of them got close.
None of them came close.
That's 10 to the 17th power.
No, it's not.
8. If it was 4,
you're just quoting another bad Frank Turek talking point about a mathematician who wasn't really actually dealing with the prophecies. I'm familiar with this dumb statistic. It's been repeated in every bad apologetics book that's ever been presented. It's not how math works. And if you bothered to actually read the text where that number came up with, they have a very dubious origin of that number to begin with. It's just not mathematically true. What is true is that Jesus didn't fulfill even 8 prophecies. He didn't fulfill even 1 prophecy. The only thing he came close to fulfilling was Deuteronomy chapter 13, when God said he's going to send false prophets to test his people.
Cool. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, it's cool that you're so passionate about what you do. I mean, if God's not real, right? Jesus was a fake. He was, what'd you call him? A sky corpse? Is that what it was?
He's a sky carcass, cloud zombie, liar, fraud.
Cool. Yeah. Sure. Cool. It's not a bad liar when he said, love your neighbor as yourself. Not a bad liar.
But that was already in the Bible.
Don't stone this woman. Not a bad liar. That was already, don't stone this woman.
That was already in the Hebrew scriptures. So, loving your neighbor as yourself was already in the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, verse 18. And the narrative about the woman caught in adultery wasn't even original to the text. So,
I'm not saying it's not, but even if he's not real, okay, I'm going to get down with a guy who allegedly loved lepers, ate with sinners, who did all this stuff, that he was looked down upon. How dare he fraternize with these people? And let's say he's not real. Okay. Let's say it's all baloney. Okay. I'm going to get down with a person that stood for those things. I'm going to get down with a person that maybe it was a myth. Maybe it didn't happen. And if that's the story, it's the story that He loved people that didn't love him back so that they could have a way to salvation. They could have a way to avoid whatever we want to
So
call
you're
it.
Buddhist
Hell,
now.
punishment. I'm not a Buddhist now. I'm saying I follow Jesus.
I mean,
you don't believe in him, and that's
naming
cool.
the
And that's
tenets of
cool that you
Buddhism
don't.
now.
Well, there's going to be variance. There's going to be similarities because, unfortunately, for the arguments here, the life of Christ has permeated the entire world and all of human history.
About a third of the world.
Have elements in Buddhism and whatnot. And the biggest thing is this, man, because what this all comes down to ultimately in the argument that you present is this, is what is good and what is bad. God is bad. God does bad things. God says do all these things. He permits all these horrible, awful, bad things, right? And that's a classic argument, the existence of evil is a classic argument from your point of view. Nothing that you have said is new. Nothing I've said is new. And we both recognize that. You're a smart guy, and I appreciate your journey, and I appreciate your intellect. I really do. And I appreciate you putting up with my ADHD, and I appreciate you giving me the vehicle and the audience to speak with you and be challenged and maybe challenge in return. But I do appreciate you challenging me. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is what is good and what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, right? And I come from the standpoint of I don't trust society to construct what is morally right or morally wrong, because you must rely on society. As you know, this is the argument as a rebuttal.
Right? Yeah. You
have to rely on. You have to rely on society to construct what is good and bad and what is allowable.
Right. Okay. So, what is good is what God permits, and God permits slavery. We already went over this.
Sure, but then the concept of good and bad still must have a starting point. So we agree that slavery is bad.
No.
Right? So
I think slavery is bad. In your worldview, it has to be good because God said that slavery was permissible and never said it the inverse of it. He never said this.
Excuse me.
He never said that.
When did I say slavery was good? When did I say slavery was good?
No.
When did I say it was good?
Your book says that it's permissible. So that's what that means.
I didn't write, bro.
Basically, in your worldview, slavery is an acceptable thing to do.
Frame and put words. Go. Mischaracterize, by all means, go.
I didn't say that you said it. I'm saying that in your worldview, you have to believe that slavery is permissible.
No, I do not.
Okay,
permissible.
Then you just don't agree with the Bible. That's fine. W for disagreeing with the Bible.
That's fine if you want to frame it that way. My answer to that was God punishes those in ways that he chooses to punish. I don't have to understand it or agree with it.
Right, God's illogical. I know.
Not. Mm-hmm. But listen, then
let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
The only way to make
let me ask you a question.
Claims is if you have eternal.
Let me ask you a question about Allah. According to the Quran, Allah allows you to marry and divorce prepubescent women. Is that something that we should just accept and say, well, God's ways are higher? Or should we read that and say, oh, that sounds like bullshit to me?
This is a ridiculous question, man.
It's a
What's
great
the point of this stupid question?
It's a great question, Todd. It's going to test your logic. In the Quran, the God of the Quran tells Muhammad that they're allowed to marry and divorce prepubescent girls because it's okay in their religion. If you read that in the Quran, would you say, well, you just have to accept it because God's ways are higher, we can't understand him? Or would you read that and say, well, that God sounds like bullshit to me?
Does Allah from the Quran, does that sound like nonsense to me? Is that your question?
I'm saying, Todd,
you're trying to attach.
Try this again. I know questions are really hard. If you, as a human being, were reading the Quran and you got to the part where it says that you can divorce girls that you have married before they even hit puberty, when reading that text, would you say, well, it must be beyond my understanding, it's okay because God said so? Or would you say, that God sounds really inconceivable to me because we shouldn't be marrying children?
Yeah, the short answer is based on what that God stands for and all the other things surrounding the Quran, in the Quran, depending on which version you want to use. There's only one. They burn the rest of them. I would have to consider the source that's telling me to do that thing, right? So the God of the Quran, Allah.
It's like you didn't even hear my question.
Absolute. is as much BS to me as God of the Bible is to you.
Right, but my question is, if you're reading the Quran and you come to that passage where it talks about divorcing prepubescent girls, is that passage going to lead you to the point where that God seems less plausible because of what it says?
Yeah, because I'm going to consider the source that it came
Yeah,
from.
there you go.
That's logical.
We're not talking about the source.
What do you mean, there you go?
We're talking about the moral prescription to marry little children. Does the moral prescription allowing the marriage of children make the God seem less plausible?
Less plausible, like he doesn't exist?
Mm-hmm.
To isolate that one verse,
there you go,
and then to come to that conclusion. There you go. That's what you've been doing this whole time. You've been taking
it's such
one
an easy
verse
question.
in a microscopic fashion.
So
it's not, because
the answer should be yes, Todd. If you read in a holy book where God says you can marry and divorce little children, what you should be saying to yourself is, that God doesn't seem all that plausible. I don't think a God would instruct people to do that.
Yeah, that's why I don't follow the Quran, because it doesn't go on to further say later in that book, okay, that you're saved by grace to set captives free, right? See, when we just focus on the things
Jesus
that
didn't
prove
set
our
a
point
single
that we're trying to
captive
make
free.
at the moment. I'm not talking about Jesus, dude. I'm not talking about Jesus in this point. I'm talking when you are using these micro examples, right? It's intellectually dishonest because it's not allowing for it is because it's not allowing for the context.
If I bring
and
you,
what comes before or after.
if I bring you a dish that I cooked up and the dish is delicious and it's
we can
and the dish has got like lobster and crab. Let's say I bring you a dish and it's full of Alaskan king crab, your favorite kind. But I just also happen to tell you that, like, you know, somewhere on that plate is like a little bit of like liquid mercury. Would you still eat the plate?
I'm allergic to shellfish, so no.
Well, assuming
is killing a man wrong?
So assuming it's steak, then let's imagine you can eat steak, and I make you a nice steak dinner, and I say, but somewhere on that plate is a little bit of liquid mercury. You just can't see it. Are you going to eat what's on that plate?
I said I'm allergic. If you told me somewhere on the plate there was poison, right? I'm probably not going to run the risk of eating a steak where there might be poison on it.
There you go.
Right?
So when I see a book that claims to be from
why
God,
why would you
and
follow
then
the
it
Bible
says
that has this in it?
So if I see a book that claims to be from God and it endorses slavery, and endorses women being executed for crimes they never committed, it endorses wives being raped for the crimes of their husband, yeah, I'm going to take that book and say, yeah, it doesn't seem like this is probably from God, given the stuff that I'm reading in the book.
Yeah, the stuff in the Old Testament that I acquiesced to already an hour ago. There's a lot of bloody stuff that's awful.
Is Jesus the God of the Old Testament?
You're throwing out everything that is good.
Is Jesus the God of the Old Testament?
You are throwing out
Jesus,
love your neighbor as yourself.
So
you are throwing out if a man asks for your tunic.
So you completely missed my analogy, by the way. My analogy was spot fucking on to what you're doing right now, which is that if you have a book that is full of horrific shit, you shouldn't accept it just because it got some good stuff in it. Just like if you have a plate full of a nice steak dinner, just because you love steak, you shouldn't eat the steak because it's contaminated with mercury. That's what the analogy was.
You can't answer the question, but brother, I get your analogy. Very clever. You can't answer what is good by your own metric.
Yes, I can.
You must have a... No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Unless you're God.
You haven't asked me yet.
You have to have a standard.
Todd, you haven't asked me yet. Todd, you haven't asked me yet. You want me to fucking do it?
By all means, yes.
It's about time. You should actually answer questions before you try to straw man my position. So my position on what is good is that it's subjective, right? I use the definition of good in the dictionary, that which is the most preferable thing. So the most preferable thing is, sometimes we're not always sure what the most preferable thing is. Sometimes we have to figure out what the most preferable thing is. But that is the thing that I would call good. But it's subjective.
The good is subjective. It's subjective based upon whose judgment?
You nailed it. Based on the subject. That's what subjective means. And your idea of good.
By whose metric?
So your idea is good. I just told you subjective means it's your own. It's personal. It's for you. So your idea of good is also subjective. You just don't know that yet because you believe anything God tells you to do is automatically good, meaning it's subjective to the mind of God. It's not objective. Have you heard of the
So
Euthyphro?
good is
Have you heard of the Euthyphro dilemma, Todd?
no, good is subjective.
Okay.
I agree. That's what you're saying. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. The
So
question
by that
is
standard,
good
you have to say that
subjective?
Hitler.
So the question is good subjective to the mind of God or subjective to the mind of humans? You think it's subjective to the mind of God. I think it's subjective to the mind of humans. And I bet if I pressed you hard enough, you would say that it's subjective to the mind of humans, because when I read you what God does in the Bible, you don't actually like it. You say that you don't agree with it, which means you're using subjective morality too.
No, I'm saying I don't understand the ways of God. I'm submissive to the fact that God is bigger than me. Now, you're saying by your metric of good, Hitler was justified in his society.
No, I didn't say that.
You're saying by your metric,
Todd,
that's exactly what you said. If
not
it's
even
subjective,
not even
don't
close.
backpedal, big guy. It's either subjective for all or it's selectively subjective for the ones that benefit your purpose.
Right,
By
so
your own metric of good, it is good for whoever deems it to be good, and everything breaks down.
So
big guy.
the word good is subjective.
You said.
We'll try this again. The word good is subjective, meaning what is good in my opinion might not be good in Sally's opinion. What's good in Sally's opinion might not be good in my opinion. Now, I know that you really want an objective law to actually exist, but you actually can't point me to an objective law code. You can't do it. So until you can show me, so until you can show me where the objective law code is, the best we can do is say that everything is subjective. We make up our own moral systems as a society. Unless you can find me the moral law code.
Okay.
Where is it? Where's the objective moral law code?
It's in the Bible, dude, but
okay,
you reject it.
Then slavery is objectively moral. Slavery is objectively moral. We finally got to the point. Fantastic.
No, but you're contradicting yourself.
It's in the Bible.
If someone's okay, then
do objective morals change over time, Todd, or are they objective?
By your standard,
do objective morals change over time, Todd?
Don't pivot. You said some.
I'm not pivoting. It's very easy. Just yes or no. Do objective morals change over time?
Yes or no, based upon your metric.
No one can hear your question because you're muted until you answer my question. Do objective morals change over time?
We're talking about your subjectivism. Now, if you're afraid to talk about this, stand on it. Be brave enough to stand on your own morality.
Todd, I know ADHD is a real problem, but I need you to rein it in. If you need to take medication, take your medication. It's fine. My question is simple. We're talking about subjective versus objective morals. Until someone can demonstrate that objective morals exist, I have no reason to believe that they exist. You're saying that the objective morals exist in the Bible, but when I read you the morals in the Bible, you don't like them and you say that they have to change, which is why I'm asking you a very simple question. Do objective morals change over time, yes or no?
Objective morals are given by an objective law giver.
That's subjective.
That does not change.
Then
we're both right, because your morality is subjective.
Okay, so we're back at square one, which is all morals are subjective. Mine are subjective to mankind, and yours are subjective to the mind of God. And we can solve we can solve this discussion really easy by going to the Euthyphro dilemma, because as soon as you actually hear the Euthyphro dilemma, you'll agree with me. It goes like this. Does God, when he gives pronouncements or laws, are they good because God gives them, or are they good because God can't do things that are objectively bad? So does God follow the objectively good law code, or does it become objectively good or good because God says it? Which one of the two?
And this was the Euthyphro dilemma. Is that what you said we're talking about?
Yeah, you got it.
Something's okay. So something's good because God commands it. Right? And then God, or does God command it because it's good? Is that the question?
Is it good because God commanded it, or is it good because God can't give a bad command? Which one is it?
You're not going to like this, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. You've presented a false dilemma because goodness
Give me
is
the
rooted in the nature. Because goodness is rooted in God's nature. That's my standpoint.
that doesn't
Is that
answer my
goodness can only.
question. My
It
question
most certainly
is
does because you presented a
okay.
nonsense question.
So
Okay, because
it's actually a really easy question, and everybody understood it but you. So the question was, when God tells you a law or tells you to do something, is it good because God said it, or is it good because God can't give you a bad command? Which one?
God is inherently good, and morality is neither independent of God or arbitrary. That's the answer.
Okay, so then what is good is dependent on the mind of God.
Yes, because God is sovereign. You
Okay,
reject that, and that's
that's
fine.
called being subjective. Okay, so if goodness is subject to the mind of God, then you and I both believe in subjective morals. You believe in the subjective
Not at
moral
all.
of God. I believe in the subjective morals that we create as humans. That's just what it's called. You're more than welcome to do some research on the Euthyphro dilemma and see how you're wrong about this. But that is the case. If it's dependent
Well,
on
if you
anybody's
can say
mind
God, then
and it
we can
doesn't
agree on this
exist
because you're saying that
transcendently
God's
outside
morality is
of all
subjective.
minds, then by definition, it is subjective.
So what you're saying, if I'm not wrong, you're saying that God's morality is subjectively God's whatever he chooses to be moral. Is that a fair summarization?
Yep. If God chooses what is
Cool.
moral and what is immoral, then that means morality is subject to the mind of God. It's subjective. Now, that's not a problem for me, and I don't think it should be a problem for you. It just demonstrates that objective morals don't seem to exist. But it leads me to my final question, because now we're past my bedtime. My final question would be this. If God will only tell you to do things that are good, and if God tells you to do it, it is good because God can't tell you to do something that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
If God told you to put a basketball hoop in your backyard and then go to the orphanage and get all the newborn babies and shoot them into the basketball hoop, would that be the good thing to do?
Can God make a rock he can't lift? Are you doing this really, dude?
I'm just
This is
asking
your ace
you.
in the hole of the conversation. I'm asking you, could God make a rock he can't
It's a
lift?
very easy question. So I'm asking you, if God told you to do something, is it always the right thing to do, the thing he told you?
I guess in theory, yes, but by
There you
all
go.
means, pull some.
There you go.
Hey, you cooked me, dude. Hey, you used an example of God telling me to go and take all the babies and murder them. Thank God he didn't tell me to do that. He's not judging anyone through me.
He told
What God did tell me,
he
here's
told
what
his
God told me
people to
to do,
murder
though.
babies all the time.
Yeah, because their parents were burning them on an altar of fire for
Right.
generations.
Okay.
And
So
he finally put a stop to it.
the answer to babies once in a while being sacrificed.
According
So the answer to the babies theoretically being sacrificed every now and then is to kill all the babies. Real great solution. Real problem solver there. All right. Well, listen, Todd. I had
you're good with it, dude. No, you said.
Well, Todd, I had a ball talking to you. I'll be live again. Tonight's Wednesday, right? I'll be live again on Friday night. Come on through Friday night if you want to have another long conversation. I actually got to finish up reading my super chats and get offline.
Just your super chat, and if I can, everybody, thank you for putting up with me. I appreciate. I haven't read comments. I'm sure I'm getting roasted. I appreciate everybody letting me have the spirited discussion. And hey, listen, my guy, from my heart, nothing but love. I appreciate you speaking with me, and I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate you challenging me, and I appreciate you allowing me to have the conversation with you. I'm not blowing smoke. It's a really brave thing for anybody to stand up for what they say they believe in. Me, you, anybody else. Keyboard warriors are a pandemic. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to say, I read the Bible, I studied it, I read Greek, and it's all BS. Cool. I appreciate the fact that you're at least willing to be honest about it, as so many people claiming to be Christians don't even have an ability to try to make a defense for what they believe. And they run a lot of people away because they're silly. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak with you. And yeah, man, and apologize for getting spirited and for getting excited. I'm passionate about one I'm passionate about, just as you are as well. And listen, best of luck with your subjective morality. I hope that you don't just one day arbitrarily decide to run a bus through a bunch of kids because you subjectively thought that was okay. But either way, I mean, I do mean this. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me, and I do hope I get to talk to you again soon, my brother. I appreciate you.
All right, have a good one.
You too, baby. Bye.
It's amazing to me how you can have a conversation for that long and not learn a lesson. All right, guys. Oops. Jenna, thank you so much for being a Crack and Crew Elite member for 3 months. I think we've only been open for 3 months. He did, Tim, call me babe. Listen, he got Stockholm Syndrome. I shouted at him and muted him so much that eventually he got Stockholm Syndrome. So when he comes back, I'm going to call him babe. See what happens. Jenna, thank you so much for the chat. He says, Justin, you are my favorite thirst trap, cooking Christians and talking about pegging. It really does it for me. Thank you so much, Jenna. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. And Abraham, thank you for the super chat, says, out to a Michelin rated spot for anniversary with my wife, but we'll definitely catch the replay of the real cooking going on tonight. Praise Doug. Well, thank you so much, Abraham, for tuning in even after hours. I really appreciate that. So definitely a big W on eating some Michelin food. Listen, life is too short to not eat good food. Treat yourself sometimes. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. Vera, thank you for the $100. Is that a yen? It says, if harming Israel is the sole reason for slaughtering Amalekite men, infants, children, and women, then what'll judgment be on Christians for genociding Jews? It's not going to be pretty, I'll tell you that. Look at, oh boy. Well, I don't know. Actually, the Jews got punished for a long time without retribution. Ray, thank you for the super chat. It says, when they answer which God with God, when they repeat your questions verbatim before answering, you know you're going to have to mute a lot. I know. We had some good conversations that didn't require muting. That one required some muting. He got really, really excited, and I didn't want to derail the conversation. And Mr. Marcus, thank you for the super chat. It says, those links do not link to a call. I want to call so bad. Mr. Mark, I don't know what links you're referring to. The link in the description shows you how to get onto the live stream. You just got to click the link, my friend. And Space Lord says, Bertrand Russell said that there is no logical contradiction in an infinite series with no first term. I agree. And guess who else agrees? What's Dr. Craig's first name? William Lane Craig. Yeah, William Lane Craig even said there's no contradiction in infinite regress. And Scylla, thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. It says, caller, here's how I define God. Checkmate, atheist. As long as you could define God into existence, guys. JMR said, hard solipsism is an instant L for theists. I agree. And that's why we went there. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, JMR. Appreciate that. And Dexter, still in the house, says, if Jesus did say he came to abolish the old laws, how would Christians act differently today? It seems they would act the exact same. You're right. They would. I meant to press a little bit more on if the laws are abolished, then so are the 10 Commandments, but we kind of got sidetracked because he couldn't stay on topic. Also, Bridget, thank you for the $4. Bridget says, Todd owes you tuition at this point, including lunch money, schooled and roasted. Well, thank you so much, Bridget. I really appreciate the $5 over Venmo. And we got a couple more super chats. Pat, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Todd was on a landslide roll until he rolled all the way down that hill. That's for sure. And JMR says, I'm going to fulfill the prophecies in the future. Watch out, Doug. I'm coming for you. Listen, we're all going to fulfill the prophecies in the future. If that's the criteria, I think we're all the messiahs, all of us. And Pat says, when you are filled with the Holy Ghost, but then somebody tells you about context, oh boy, shit gets real. I'm baffled by the amount of Holy Ghost believers that can't tell me what the context of anything is because they haven't actually read the book. And Jay, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Jesus is burning in semen, source Jewish Talmud. You're right. And also in fecal matter, if you read the Talmud, they do not have good things to say about Jesus. That is for sure. And JMR says, there ain't enough dude wipes in existence that Todd gonna need after this pounding. He's gonna need an injection of Novocaine for sure. Grandpa does movies. Big W Grandpa, good to see you tonight. It says singular he is used to describe Israel. Exodus 4:22 through 23. Yeah, I mentioned that. Then you shall say to the Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. So I say to you, let my son go that he may serve me. Big W for knowing Exodus 4:22. And I appreciate the super chat Grandpa does movies, because that's literally what it says. It's about the nation of Israel. Oh, sorry, we got that one. Scylla says, what year is it? Checkmate, atheist. They always think that's going to be a gotcha. Like, oh, if you looked at the dating method, AD and BC. Space Lord said, it could be argued that Joseph S. was a martyr. I agree. You could definitely make that argument, which is definitely why I like to bring it up, because everything you apply to Jesus and his followers, you can apply to the Mormons. Mike says, home run for Todd. He hit all the Christian bases and implied Justin is broken for the home run. That's basically it. He was tagged out at first base on his failed bunt. Space Lord says, I'm getting really sick of this guy named Todd, St. George of Carlin. And also the Christmas movie, Christmas Vacation. Margot said that. I don't know, Todd. Selah says, God punished his favorites too, so it's totally fine to own slaves because we also got in trouble. That's basically what he's saying. I love it. The slavery apologetics are some of my favorite. And Selah, again, thank you so much, says, it's so funny to me that these people don't see how ridiculous they sound. Why they say that was Old Testament. It's the same God, you spoon. Yeah, and if Jesus is God, then Jesus told him to do the commands. And Selah again says Confucius, Socrates, and Hammurabi Code had better morals than Jesus, and they all predated Christianity. There's actually a lot of good moral codes in the ancient world that predate Christianity. It's crazy to me that so few people know about them. But Selah again also says, so God punishes people by having other people own and enslave people for life. Yeah. So, and this was the justification that was given for the Atlantic slave trade was, well, God is using it to correct the heathens, you know? And I reactor with the 666, hail Nero, hail Satan, says, all you need for morality is a capacity for abstract thought and a little bit of empathy. The Bible requires you to abandon both. I agree. Blind submission is the biblical tenet. Praise Doug. I appreciate that. And Selah says, for a $9.99, thank you so much, says, why do they think subjective means we need to accept what H-man did? By the definition of subjective morality, we do not have to agree with H-man. Holy heck, these people need help. Exactly. That's the point of subjective morality. I can disagree with something that I think is immoral. I don't have to agree with everybody. And Vinny Angels, Rock and Roll Bedroom, big W, Vinny, good to see you in the house. Guys, make sure you follow Vinny on his YouTube channel, Vinny Angels Rock and Roll Bedroom. I really appreciate that. He says, thanks for responding to my email. I truly appreciate it. I am proud to be part of this community. Rock on, Funk Daddy Dougie Fresh. Big W. I appreciate that, Vinny. And thanks for the message. Thanks for being part of the community. This is what it's all about, to support each other. And Hasek, thank you for the 100 SEK, says objective morals is believing in Jesus, and then all you do is good by definition. Easy. That's what I was suggesting, was that, listen, the only Christian position that's acceptable is that if God says it, you should do it. You know, Dexter, big W for the $5 super chat, says the last guest was a bit of an arse, but he was being genuine. I think that's actually a really good point. There's a really good point. I think he was being genuine. That's why he kept running into like panic mode. He's freaking out. So it says, well, you see, if you unalive them first, they won't be potentially unalived. That's exactly it. Solve the baby killing crisis by killing all the babies. Makes perfect sense when you're all powerful and can do anything you want to. Stephen Pierce says Todd's a motor mouth. I think motor mouth is what you meant, but you're right. He went on for a whole month. Maybe he is a motor month. And John S., good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I hope God doesn't tell him to run a bus through a bunch of kids with his objective morality. That's the point I was making. With objective morality, you don't really know what is good or bad. You just have to accept what God says. And Jared D says, I Thyphro, no Euthyphro. Oh, it's not Euthyphro, it's Ithithro. Did I say that wrong? I apologize. I appreciate the correction. I'll have to look that up now. Also, Benny says, thank you for the chat. It says, Joel's birthday, showing he's live for ops. Please raid. All right. That's what we're doing, guys. We're going to go raid Joel's live stream. We went through all the super chats. Thank you so much for all the love and the support, guys. I know that we had a lot of long conversations tonight, and like super long conversations can sometimes be a little bit boring, but I think we had a lot of fun. Let us check out Joel Reads Bible on YouTube, because I think a lot of people are already watching him on TikTok. Let's see. Is he live on YouTube or is he live only on TikTok? He's live on...
Nothing. Yeah, like it just was so goofy.
On YouTube. Okay, so here's where we need to go, guys. We need to go to Joel Reads Bible. Right now, how many people are watching? I got 121 people watching on Joel Reads Bible. We need to get that number up. We need to go to Joel Reads Bible and get this number way past 120. In fact, let me blow this up a little bit bigger. There we go. There we go. So many things on the screen. That's what we want. Joel Reads Bible. Let's get this thing rolling, guys. Joel Reads Bible. Let's send him a Justin raid on YouTube and on TikTok. I'm going to be over there on the TikTok stream here in just a second. In fact, I'm typing in right now my raid command on the Joel live stream. So, guys, go say hi to Joel from Doug and Justin. Let them know that Doug is the rock of salvation and that we all love Doug. Praise Doug. Hail the rock of salvation. And guys, thank you so much for being here and supporting. I've got a modern day debate on Saturday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Be ready for that. Other than that, you know where to find me. I'll be Friday here online. And until then, guys, make sure that